fabulous, stupendous.
Tonight, it's a new equalizer, followed by TV's top new show, East New York. And the season premiere of NCIS Los Angeles.
Glad to be here.
The Equalizer, East New York, and NCIS Los Angeles after 60 minutes.
My man.
Part of Big Sunday, tonight.
My man.
Part of Big Sunday, tonight on CBS.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Little Caesars, the official pizza sponsor of the NFL, Pizza, and by State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
With the stop. And for a team, the LA Chargers, that entered this week with the worst rushing attack in the NFL, it's been quite a display.
It is, and really that's what stands out. This game, let your defense go out there and make a play. He hasn't been able to get home, but here it is flying off of the edge. Sped up Herbert on that play, and that's why he had to rush the throw.
27 yards for the lead. Taylor Borland with the kick, and it is good. The fifth lead change of the day finds the Chargers on top 30-28. 9-29 still to play in regulation.
Wanted full-time fans must be enthusiastic problem solvers, possess strong communication skills, and happy to work weekends. Modelo Booth for full-time fans. Brew for those with a fighting spirit.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it takes stunning photos in the dark, can edit annoying items out of pictures, and annoy faces. Why, you'll even put some of that genius in your ears, or on your wrist. Beautifully, of course. Introducing the new Google Pixel Watch, Google Pixel Buds Pro, and our newest Google Pixel phones. Get up to $750 off the new Google Pixel 7 phone with eligible trade-in.
Let's hurry at it.
No, in the basement. Can we just get in the running car?
Are you crazy? I'm trying to buy him a chainsaws.
If you're in a horror movie, you make poor decisions. That's what you do.
I'm being quiet on me.
If you want to save even more, you bundle your home and car insurance with Geico. It's what you do.
When it comes to the new BK Royal Chicken Chili lineup, there's only one question. How are you feeling? Spicy? A little cheesy? Tangy? Or is classic calling your name? The choice is yours. Reward yourself with any all-new Royal Chicken sandwiches today, only at Burger King.
CBS Big Sunday is even bigger with the top new show, East New York.
I didn't think you pussy could matter. I was checking my steam. And I didn't because you care about winning people's trust.
I got your back.
Tonight after the Equalizer on Big Sunday on CBS.
Watch me.
Welcome back, everyone. Before we get too much further along, I know I speak for all of the men and women on our crew here, sending out our good wishes, our best wishes to our friend and colleague Jim Nance, whose mother passed away last week. Jim, our thoughts, our prayers, and our sincere good wishes to you and your family. 9:29 to play. Chester Rogers will get to run this one back from his own 2. Looking for room in his charter coverage without finding the ball. And he goes out of bounds short of the 20. What about the running game in this game so far?
Who said it's not fun? Nick Chubb gets it started early. Greg, 41-yard touchdown, and then Eckler gives the Chargers a jolt for 83 yards. Chubb once again breaking into that secondary. And then Kareem Hunt, he's able to get the touchdown. Nick Chubb has 12 carries for 108 yards. They pretty much split. Hunt has 10 carries for 47, and we really haven't seen a lot of Nick Chubb here in the second half. I'd probably start to get him involved here in the fourth quarter.
He is in the backfield. He does get the handoff. Still fighting across the 30 out to about the 34-yard line in the first down. Some guys just don't go down easy.
Especially when you got, look at this, all this mass coming around the corner. This running game in the fourth quarter, Greg, averages 9.1 yards per carry, and that's usually against defenses that loads the box.
Chubb again. Chubb, look at the running room. To the 45, and another first down. You and Kevin Stefanski. We were talking the other day about scheming this and scheming that. It's like you had your own little language going, you were both in heaven.
Well, it's probably... It's the most diverse running scheme in the National Football League. They have so many different ways to attack defenses, and the offensive line, with their third year under Stefanski, really plays with a lot of confidence. And you can see they get in the fourth quarter, and they believe that they can take over a football game.
Around the game again with Chubb. Right side. Not much there. Sebastian Joseph Day making the stop. Reminder coming up after the game time permitting. The State Farm post-game show. JB, Phil, Nate, Brewer, and the coach have all the latest NFL scores and highlights coming up on the State Farm post-game. Show. What does he need to drink of water for? What a workhorse.
Well, he was pretty much silent. It really... We saw a lot of Kareem Hunt in the third quarter. I thought with the way that the Browns and Chubb started off this game, he'd have a 200-yard game, but they really haven't used him that much.
Percent over the middle. And it's covered quickly. Kareem Hunt with the catch. Tackle made by Drew Tranquil. Back to New York for another update. Once again,
A lot of fight that is in the Jets.
That's right. This could be a touchdown run from the 1-yard line by Michael Carter. His second of the day. The Jets extend their lead to 26-17 over the Dolphins. Back to you guys in Cleveland, Greg and Adam.
Jet team going up against the Dolphins team that lost its quarterback to a Tagovailoa. And the Jets coming off an inspirational win over the Pittsburgh Steelers last week. 3rd and 7 for Brissett. Time. Crossing pattern. His man inside the 45 to the 43-yard line. David Njoku and a first down. What a presence Njoku has been.
He is against the best cover corner for the Chargers. And that doesn't give you an indication of what kind of speed that Njoku has. I don't know what will, but it is really tough. I don't care who you are at corner. When somebody's running away from you on a crossing route, you don't have help coming from the other side. A guy like Njoku who can run, it's almost impossible to cover without help.
In that game last year, he had 7 catches for 149 against the Chargers. On the play fake, Brissett on the run, being chased, got rid of it and threw it out of bounds. It'll be 2nd and 10. Jerry Tillery providing the pressure.
It's really one of the few times in this game that we've seen the Chargers get any kind of pressure. I really like how Kevin Stefanski has really kind of changed up, whether it's on some drives, throwing on first down, getting Brissett out of the pocket, using some of the play action. But because they've been so effective running the football, the Chargers really, they're focused on stopping the run, and they haven't been able to get any sort of pass rush until that last play.
Give it to Chubb. Chubb. There. Forward progress will be marked at about the 43 of the Chargers. Drew Tranquill, Derwin James leading the charge. 5:45 to play in the 4th quarter.
The 3rd and 9, and we mentioned how really the Browns, why they've been good on 3rd down is because of all the 3rd and shorts. They are not good when it's 3rd and 9. One of the big issues is they rarely throw it past the sticks. And so I would try to get Cooper or Donovan Peoples-Jones past the first down marker to try and pick this up.
Brissett will pump fake. This time. Lost yardage back to the 15-yard line. It'll be 2nd down.
Well, last few first downs, the Chargers really have done what they're supposed to do, and that's get a stuff, get a play for no gain or a negative play. Put the Browns in long yardage situations where they haven't been strong this year, but you've got to credit the
Test.
savings rates in America. Banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than this.
Stop. You're in.
Oh, cool. Yep, even easier than that. What's in your wallet?
You know you want those Wingstop classic wings. Crispy, juicy, sauce, tossed, zesty, peppery, straight up heaven. I can't just keep looking at them like this. I need them delivered.
This year, Prime members get holiday deals before anyone else, which means you're kind of a big deal. The Prime Early Access Sale on October 11th and 12th, only for Prime members.
More truck owners are switching to Ram, which means more people behind the grill are switching to Ram.
Can I flip that?
And more people behind the grill. More first leg of the road trips. More second brats before 10 a.m. More third time's a charm. More uncles who take Thanksgiving football games too seriously. And more people who can't resist telling you that the leaves are changing. Are switching to
Test,
Ram.
test.
Burgers, better with Pepsi.
Thursday. There's one comedy that's a proven hit among both the living.
Are there any ghosts in here right now? No.
And not so living.
I can't believe some people think this stuff is real.
Feed your ghost.
Well, that's a fair point.
Don't miss a new Ghosts after Young Sheldon, CBS Thursday, and streaming on Paramount Plus.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Pepsi, made for football watching. Verizon, the network America relies on. And by Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Back at a quieter First Energy Stadium, Jacoby Brissett. Interceptions this year. They have hurt late in the game. On first down, Austin Eckler in the backfield behind Herbert. Eckler with the carry. Let's go back to that interception. You say Jacoby Brissett had some options.
Yeah, and when he sees this, he could have ran for the first down. Great job getting outside the pocket, but look at this. You have a blocker here, and you could just probably skate to get the first down, but he's trying to hit Cooper on the back of the end zone and doesn't even see Gilman. And it's got to be heartbreak city for the Browns. You just engineered an 11-play, 73-yard drive in the fourth quarter. You just went right down the field to put yourself in a position to kick a go-ahead field goal. And for Brissett, who I think has played really well here today and had some tremendous plays on third down, makes the critical mistake.
Each team with 2 timeouts remaining. Fake to Kelly. The pass is complete. Coming across the field, the 30, the 35, and Mike Williams staying in bounds to let that clock move. Down to AJ.
Greg, a critical piece of this Browns defense, corner Denzel Ward is in concussion protocol and out for the rest of this game, guys.
All right, AJ, thank you. So Cleveland uses a timeout here, stops the clock with 2.5 to play. Boy, it's so strange what a turn a game can take because the Browns were doing all the right things, going for that go-ahead score, keeping Justin Herbert on the sideline, depriving him of extra time should they score the touchdown or the field goal.
What else can you say? I think both teams, the story of this game really is how both offenses have just responded and answered every time they were down. Every time maybe the other team had something going for them. It was either Herbert, the running game, Eckler answering, or on the other side, Brissett or Chubb answering the call. Just one huge mistake, and that's the difference in the game.
Kelly is wrapped up and pushed back. His forward progress will be about the 36-yard line. Maybe the 37. once again. Well, what's the difference when you're 2-2? If you win or you lose. With a 3-2 record, your percentage chances of making the playoffs just over 49%. 2-3, less than half of them.
Well, the Browns, you know, this game isn't over yet, so let's not put the fork in them quite yet, but you can look back on their season and say, you know, what could have been.
Test.
Comes to mind. Assignment breakdowns. Last week in the fourth quarter. Winnable games. And then here, when you're driving and you're going to have a chance either to pick up the first down and keep it going or at least kick a go-ahead field goal. The slimmest margin of error for the Browns.
Herbert throwing this side of the field. Oh, look at that catch by Mike Williams. What a grab by Mike Williams.
Look how he keeps it away from his body. That's just outstanding. Martin Emerson.
And not to mention away from Martin Emerson.
Yeah. If he pulls that in, then Emerson's going to get a chance to use his arm to break his arms apart. But look at the awareness. He keeps it away from his body, and then Emerson can't make a play on the ball. Brilliant.
2-minute warning here in Cleveland. Chargers with 2-point lead in the ball.
Save yourself. Money with farmers?
That's not wrong. When you bundle your home and auto policies with Farmers, you save yourself up to 20%.
That's something.
Get a whole lot of something with Farmers. Kind of creepy.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
This is not a drill. For a limited time at Domino's, get 20% off everything at menu price when you order online. Pizza, 20% off. Specialty pizza, 20% off. Anything that's not pizza? Yep, you know the drill. Except it's not a drill. It's 20% off everything. Only at Domino's.
I'm a Vegas hotel. I know what you're thinking. It's cool. I don't want anything long-term either. Just a few nights of fun. I'm looking for someone who will let loose. Dress up a little. See a show. Order the steak and the lobster. Some people say I'm excessive, but who cares? I just want to enjoy some late nights. And some very late checkouts. Think you can keep up?
From out of the blue, every room can be more innovative. With some of that, and a whole lot of this. Meet our exclusive dent and scratch resistant Stainmaster laminate. Check out our most innovative products, only at Lowe's.
Come on along, head for the mountains of Bush. Beer, head for the mountains. It's cold and it's smooth, and it's waiting for you. Come on, head for the mountains of Bush. Beer, head for the mountains of Bush. Head for the mountains of
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Lowe's. Let's tackle home together this year. And by Tostitos. Bring home the win with everyone's favorite chip and dip.
Welcome back, everyone. Coming up after the game time permitting, the State Farm post-game show. JB Phil, Nate Boomer, and the coach have scores and highlights coming up on the State Farm post-game show.
Your only chance here if you're Cleveland is to bring an all-out blitz.
That carry by Austin Eckler will come to a stop at the 45-yard line. What an interesting turn of events in that the Browns, looking for a go-ahead score in this game, are foiled with the only turnover of the game. The only turnover of the game is Jacoby Brissett's interception.
It is the worst possible mistake at the worst possible time.
4th and 2. The offense stays on the field. See, will Herbert try to draw them offside?
I can't imagine them snapping this ball.
And they are not going to snap the ball. Timeout is called. Chargers use their second. They have one remaining. Hey, next next Sunday, it's an NFL on CBS doubleheader. The early games featuring the Ravens taking on the Giants, and then the game that everybody's been waiting for, the rematch of what many call the greatest playoff game in NFL history. Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills going up against Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. The day begins at noon Eastern time with the NFL Today next Sunday. The NFL is on CBS.
That was a great game, but I'll take this one too today. I'm not complaining about this game.
You know, thinking of it in terms, should the Browns lose this game, if you're Kevin Stefanski, what do you say? It's like one mistake. One mistake.
It just, the margin for error, it just, you can't make those mistakes. It's been one or two plays in each game that they've lost that have led to them. Brandon Staley line it up one more time.
4th and 2. Pass is incomplete. Intended for Mike Williams, defended by Martin Emerson, and the ball goes over, and the Cleveland Browns are alive. Now there's an interesting call.
I don't know. I don't really know what to say with no timeouts. And what can you say about the rookie in a huge spot? Mike Williams has dominated this game. He has dominated whoever has lined up against him all game long. And in the biggest spot, you got a rookie, a third-round rookie's got to make a play. And Emerson steps up huge and now sets up Brissett inside the 50-yard line. Incredible.
45 yards to go and 70 seconds on the clock. Brissett throwing this side of the field. The dive is not there. It's incomplete. It would be 2nd and 10. 1:06 to play.
So, Greg, obviously, if you go for it and you get it, the game's over. But then also, you punt it, and you're going to make the Browns, have to go the length of the field. Remember, it's not like they have to score a touchdown. They just have to score a field goal with no timeouts. And so, I wouldn't have had the guts to make that call, but now the Chargers have to try and bail them out and make a big stop.
Brissett, a quick slant, it's complete. Inside the 35 is Amari Cooper. That's a first down. Clock continues to move. Cleveland cannot stop the clock.
They don't really have to stop the clock. They're on the 45-yard line with 50 seconds, sitting at 1st and 10.
Gonna give it to Kareem Hunt, and Hunt can't escape the tackle by Derwin James. 2nd and 11. Cade York has a long of 58 yards. Brissett gonna go deep. Down the near sideline is out of bounds, incomplete. Donovan Peoples-Jones, the intended receiver.
Test.
I gotta tell you, I didn't see this game coming. I certainly didn't see the last 2 minutes coming, Greg. Your only chance right now, if you're the Chargers, is you've got to force a sack. You've got to force a negative play. So Brandon Staley right now, you've got to think they're gonna send an all-out blitz. Now the Browns are an empty formation. Looks like the Chargers are playing coverage, but somebody up front has to try and make a play and get to Brissett.
Brissett to the outside, incomplete, off the hands of Donovan Peoples-Jones. So Cade York missed from 45 earlier. This looks to be about a 54-yard attempt. He has a long this season of 58. From 54 yards. much as the one he did earlier. Coming into this game, he was 8 for 8 in field goal tries.
What a sequence. I can't even, I'm almost speechless. And I know Brandon Staley, and I know the Chargers have to breathe a huge sigh of relief because they just got bailed out.
They're also speechless. Justin Herbert takes the knee, and they run out of time. Our final score, Cleveland falling to the LA Chargers 30-28. Let's take you to James Brown in New York for the State Farm post-game show.
And we take you to Tennessee and Washington. Tennessee nursing a 4-point lead. 36 seconds left in regulation. Washington on the Tennessee side of the field. Let's join Andrew Catalan, James Lofton, and Amanda Renner.
He lost his timeout, and right there he lost another timeout by being forced to go backwards by his runner.
4-point Tennessee advantage with 36 seconds left. It's second down and 14 for Washington at the Tennessee 34.
Jeffrey Simmons right there in the middle.
Wentz under pressure, flicks it to McKissick, who makes the catch and is down inside the 25.
Ball came loose, but there's a scramble for the ball. Timeout. Either it's
the Commanders.
By the Commanders.
Call timeout, and that's their final timeout with 28 seconds left. And we've seen Carson Wentz do that throughout his career. Improvise. That was a little flick with the right hand. And McKissick was able to make the catch. Tonight on CBS begins with 60 Minutes and a report on Hurricane Ian, followed by a new episode of The Equalizer and the new series East New York. Then it's the season premiere of NCIS Los Angeles. That's tonight on CBS. So Washington is out of timeouts with 28 seconds to go, and they're looking at a third down and 5.
And what that lack of a timeout will cost them here is if they pick up 4 yards, they can't get up and spike the ball. Obviously, it's fourth down, so you don't have that opportunity to get up and stop the clock because you no longer have a timeout if you don't get this first down.
Washington has not converted a third down today. They're 0 for 9.
This bunch formation makes it tough. Got to go into dose formation.
Wentz throws right. He's got a man, and he's got a first down. It's Samuel on the catch, and he did get out of bounds to stop the clock with 24 seconds to play.
You get the motion. Now you get coverage being off because you have a defender who has to run through that tight end to try and play man-to-man coverage.
And it took almost the entire game, but finally Washington has converted on third down. Samuel with his 6th catch.
24 seconds. You've got time for all 4 plays to throw the ball in the end zone. You only need 1 second on the play clock if it's a 4th down.
Wentz has time. Looking end zone from McLaurin, and a penalty flag is down. Christian Fulton had the coverage in the end zone.
And then it's going to be in the end zone. You're exactly right.
Defense number 26. Holding plays it for the foul. Automatic first down.
They're going to spot it at the 2. So Christian Fulton, who earlier in this half had to leave the game after he was shaken up, is called for the penalty. First and goal for Washington with 19 seconds remaining. McKissick is the running back, and Wentz is in the shotgun. And now Mike Vrabel wants to slow things down. He calls timeout, his first of the second half.
Well, I think what you have to realize now, huge gamble if the Commanders try and run this football. So they're going to put this ball in the air, so you got to align your defensive backs. If they have 3 receivers to a side, who has what? Watch the picks, watch the rubs. Those are the things that you're going to try and go to if you're the Commanders throwing the football.
Since it's first down, they could run it and spike it, but it's a risk, as you point out.
Because you've also got to dig that guy out of the pile, get him up, get him moving, do all of that. A lot of moving parts to try and spike it if you don't get the run in on first down.
This is the 16th play of the drive. It began back at the 11-yard line. Wentz, buying time, throws it to the corner of the end zone, and Fulton was out of bounds. There was nobody near. Fulton, I guess, baits the closest commander, but it's second and goal with 13 seconds left. That one should be sent to the second row, not to the corner of the end zone.
Well, once that ball crosses the end line, the clock is supposed to stop. But so if he does throw it too high, too far, clock may tick off a couple extra seconds. You've got to really get a great interior push in between the guards to get back in the lap of Carson Wentz and force him to be going backwards as he's trying to throw the football.
Second and goal. Wentz over the middle, and it is broken up. Incomplete, stopping the clock with 6 seconds to go.
And those defensive linemen that I thought were going to be rushing the passer kind of almost dropped into coverage right there on the goal line. So it was funny, we laughed about Tart being a defender. He's right there to make the play. He and Jeffrey Simmons are closing in on the receiver.
Teair Tart, who's 6'2", 304, leads the Titans in pass breakups this season, including an interception he had a week ago. They reset the clock. They add 3 seconds, so 9 seconds left. It's third and goal. No timeouts for Washington. Wentz, quick pass, and it's intercepted! David Long with the interception, and he's finally brought down near midfield. Carson Wentz intercepted as time expires, and the Titans win 21-17. David Long with his third career interception, and Carson Wentz in disbelief. Another critical interception in Wentz's career thrown down by the goal line, and this one seals the game for the Tennessee Titans.
3 plays from the 2-yard line, and Andrew, you hit the nail on the head when you talked about them not having a timeout. Having to throw that football, could they have run it on first down, spiked it after that, but 3 throws into traffic, heavy traffic, and the last one turning out to be an interception. And probably that ball was dead as soon as he caught it because of the contact with the wide receiver.
What a great play by David Long. Kevin Byard calls him one of the emotional leaders on the team, and we pointed this out right when it happened, but it was a huge gamble by Ron Rivera to challenge a catch. He lost a timeout, and that proved costly at the end. They could have used one there to potentially run a play after the pass interference penalty. Wentz finishes with 359 yards passing, but the 1 interception is what seals this win for Tennessee.
We had talked about Tennessee not being able to score a ton of points in the second half, but you talk about a feel-good win, doesn't feel much better anytime than what the Tennessee Titans just pulled off here.
And James, you may have just pointed out that Long could have been touched down after the interception. So they may make Tennessee come back out and just take a knee. Washington could not stop the clock. That's what Land Clark is stewing about right now.
Got to go get a couple players out to shower if that's going to be the case.
Since all turnovers subject to review, they had to look at that in replay. And let's see where and when Long gets touched.
He lays out, is it that right leg that gets touched?
Hello, is this thing on?
7 minutes in, and we've produced absolutely nothing that will go in the show.
Here comes Sachs waking up with his commentary.
When Freeberg is criticizing you for being too negative, you're in a dark place, Sachs.
I'm actually angry at Sachs for not publishing my AMA from the other night while he publishes an Evolve
His app crashed.
We had such a crowded room. We had over 2,000 people in the room for like 4 hours.
It was crazy. It was like the original days of Clubhouse.
Everyone I know that was trying to get in was texting saying they couldn't get in, so it definitely capped out, right?
I know. Well, we hit some scalability limits.
You may want to buy an extra server, Sachs. Cheap. Weren't you the same guy who was responsible for scaring PayPal?
No, that was somebody else. That was eBay. They sold it before it scaled.
No, that's not true. We had huge scalability challenges at PayPal too.
Seems like a theme.
Yeah, the theme is when you have an app that's breaking out, you hit scalability challenges. It's called a high-class problem.
2,000 people is not a high-class problem. It's a trickle. It's 2022.
2,000 people participating in the conversation is a challenge.
I haven't written code in 20 years. Here's what you do. When you get to 1,000 people coming to the room,
that's a lie.
Everybody else is in passive mode.
You've never written code ever.
Of course I have. Of course
That's a lie. That's a lie. Come on, be honest.
Oh yeah, it's actually been 25. The last time I wrote code was Lotus Notes. It's true. So there have been 3 cheating scandals across poker, chess, and even competitive fishing. I don't know if you guys saw the fishing one, but they found weights and fillets during a fish weigh-in, and then everybody wants us to check in on the chess and the poker scandals. Chess.com just released their report that this grandmaster has been suspended. They have evidence he cheated, basically in a bunch of tournaments that were, in fact, for money. He denied that he had done that, but he had previously cheated as a kid. They now have the statistical proof that he was playing essentially perfect chess, and they've outlined this in like hundreds of pages in a report. Sachs, what are your thoughts on this scandal in chess?
Magnus Carlsen finally came out and explained why he thought Hans Niemann was cheating. Basically, he got the strong perception during the game that Hans wasn't really putting in a lot of effort, that he wasn't under a lot of stress, and it's his experience that when he's playing, the top players, they're intensely concentrating, and Hans Niemann didn't seem to be exerting himself at all. So his hackles were raised and got suspicious, and then he has had this meteoric rise, the fastest rise in classical chess rating ever. And I guess he had gotten suspended from chess.com in the past for cheating. So on this basis, and maybe other things that Magnus is telling us, Magnus basically said that this guy is cheating. I think that maybe the interesting part of this is that there's been a lot of analysis now of Hans Niemann's games, and I just think the methodology is kind of interesting. So what they do is they run all of his games through a computer, and they compare his moves to the best computer move. And they basically assign a percentage that the correlation matches the computer move. And what they found is there were a handful of games where it was literally 100%. That's basically impossible without cheating. I mean, you look at the top players who, through an entire career, have never had a 100% game. Chess is so subtle that the computer can now see so many moves into the future that nailing the best move every single time for 40, 50, 100 moves is just...
And in chess, which a human really can't do that well, is that there are positional sacrifices that you will make in short lines that pay off much later in the future, which is impossible for a human to calculate. And so, and you saw this, by the way, when I think it was the Google AI, the DeepMind AI that also played chess. So the idea that this guy could play absolutely perfectly according to those lines is only possible if you're cheating.
Right, exactly. So there were a handful of games at 100%, and then there were tournaments where his percentages were in the 70-something plus. And so just to give you some basic comparison, Bobby Fischer, during his legendary 20-game winning streak, was at 72%. So he only matched the computer for best move 72% of the time. Magnus Carlsen playing at his best is 70%. Garry Kasparov in his career was 69%. And then the super GMs category are typically in the 64 to 68% range. So I think it's really interesting, actually, how you can now quantify by comparing the human move to the best computer move.
And it's multiple computers,
who's playing
right,
the best.
They actually have
it provides a way to assess who the greatest player ever is. I actually thought that it was Magnus, but now maybe there's a basis for believing it was Bobby Fischer, because he was at 72 and Magnus was only at 70. However, look, the idea that Hans Niemann is in the 70s, 80s, or 90s during tournaments would be, just an off-the-charts level of play. And if he's not cheating, then we should expect over the next couple of years that he should rapidly become the world's #1 player over the board, now that they have all this anti-cheating stuff, right? So it'll be interesting to see what happens in his career now that they've really cracked down on, with anti-cheating technology.
I have a general observation, which is these people are complete fucking losers. The people that cheat in any of these games don't understand this basic, simple idea, which is that trying is a huge part of the human experience. The whole point is to be out there in the field of play trying. And it's basically taking the wins and the losses and getting better that is the path. That's what's fun. Yeah. Once you actually win, it's actually not that much fun, because then you have this pressure of maintaining excellence. That's a lot less enjoyable than the path to getting there. And so the fact that these people don't understand that makes them slightly broken, in my opinion. And then the other thing is, like, why is it that we have this strain of people now that are just so devoid of any personal responsibility that they'll just so brazenly take advantage of this stuff? It's really ridiculous. They don't. It's really sad. These people are pathetic. They're
it's
losers.
Really pathetic. But it is really interesting how they caught him and running this against the computer. Here's a chart of his scores in these tournaments. This first chart is how quickly he advanced, which was off the charts. And then the second chart that's really interesting is his chess.com strength. So if you don't know chess.com, it has become like a juggernaut in the chess world, especially after that HBO series came out. A lot of people subscribe to it. I subscribe to it. I like to play chess there. And man, you look at the chess strength score there, he was just like perfect. And then the number of games he likely cheated in, you can see the last two columns. He's basically cheating in every game. Queen's Gambit, yeah, great show on Netflix. And he said he didn't cheat in any of the games where they were live streaming, but they've proven that wrong. Sachs, how does he cheat in person then?
Well, that's the thing. No one really knows. And I don't want to overly judge it until they have hard proof that he was cheating. I mean, look, here's the thing. He was never caught in the act. It's just that the computer evidence, seems pretty damning. And
Yeah,
here's the thing is, I don't know how they prove that he was cheating over the board without actually catching him doing it. And I still don't think anyone really has a good theory in terms of how he was able to do that.
Well, it's not just him though. Like, look, the fishing thing, Jason, which was crazy. I think Freebird shared the video. This guy was in a fishing competition, and they basically caught these fish, and then they put these big weighted pellets inside the fish's body. They even put like a, chicken breast and chicken fillets inside of the thing, so that they would weigh more.
Yeah, they put fish fillets in.
Then there's in
cross
poker now. In poker, everybody's afraid that there are ways in which you can read the RFID in some of the cards and some of these, televised situations and front run what the playing situation is, so that you know whether you're winning or losing. And again, I just asked the question, like, are things that bad that this is what it gets to? Like, we all play poker. The idea that we would play against somebody that would take that edge,
it's gross.
It really makes me really sad. So disappointed.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
maybe
horrible.
One observation might be that across all three, because I'm trying to find some common thread across these, but it could be that there was a lot of cheating going on for a long time, and maybe the fact that we do have so much digital imagery that's live on these things now, and so much coverage, and everyone's got a cell phone, that suddenly our perception of the cheating in competitive events is becoming more attuned, whereas maybe there's been a lot of cheating for a long time, and it's just kind of coming to light. I mean, we didn't have a lot of live streaming in poker. Who knows? I mean, we could probably ask Phil this for Keating, but like, for how many years?
There was
suspicion.
tons. Yeah.
Well, there was tons of cheating in online poker.
Yeah, and
in online poker. Remember, like, people were using these like software programs that would track the hand history of your opponent.
Heads-up displays.
Yeah, exactly. So it would help you assess whether the person might be bluffing that particular situation.
Yeah.
Like, it has superhuman memory.
So I don't know if you guys watch Twitch, like video games like Fortnite or whatever, but there are like players that have been accused of using these screen overlay systems that basically more accurately show you and drive the mouse to where an individual is on the screen so you can more accurately shoot them. And so there's software overlays that make you a better, competitive video game player.
Can I tell you what the through line is?
And then the stuff basically became like, so now what's interesting is now there's eye tracking software that people are using on Twitch streams to see if the individual is actually spotting the target when they shoot, or if the software is spotting the target.
Yeah, they're called aim bots. They're aim bots.
Yeah, and like reverse cheat the whole thing. And I think what's interesting is just that there's so much, insight now, so much more video streams, so much more. I mean, think about it, all those guys at that fishing competition.
Yeah,
that
and
all
there's
had
tools.
cell phones and they all videoed this thing happening.
Yeah.
Think of 10 years ago that wouldn't have been the case, and there wouldn't have been a big story about it. And so,
Shamat, you said there was a theme you wanted to. There was a thread.
I think the theme is pretty obvious, which is that there's been an absolute decay of personal responsibility. People don't feel like there's any downside to cheating anymore, and they're not willing to take it upon themselves to take a journey of wins and losses to get better at something. They want the easy solution, the easy solve, the quick answer, that gets them to some sort of finish line that they have imagined for themselves will solve all their problems. The problem is it doesn't solve any problems, and it just makes them a wholly corrupt individual.
Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about this Hustler Casino Live cash game play. There's this woman, Robbie, who is a new player. Apparently she's being staked in a very high stakes game. She's playing this guy, Gary, who's a very, very known winning cash game player. And it was a very strange hand. On the turn, all the money gets in. She says she has a bluff catcher. Then she claims that thought she misread her hand. Now people are saying that the poker world seems to be 70-30, that she cheated, but people keep vacillating back and forth. There was a lot of weird word salad that she said, that she had a bluff catcher, which would normally be an ace. Then she said she thought she had a pair of threes, and then she immediately said afterwards that he was giving her too much credit. They confronted her in the hallway. She gave the money back because she supposedly loves production. So all of this stuff sounds very weird. One side says, okay, well, this is happening because she's a new player. The other side is saying somebody was signaling her that she was good and giving her just a binary, you're good. Because if you were going to cheat, cheating with Jack High in a situation where you just put all in for a $250,000 pot seems very suspect. I don't know if you guys watch the hand breakdown. Where does everybody stand on a percentage basis, I guess, of if they think she was cheating or not? Because this is not definitive, obviously. Well, it's not like they cut it open and found the ball bearings.
It's not so obvious in that situation, but I think the way that line played made no sense.
Did not make any sense.
She was holding a Jack 4, and I guess in her previous hand, she had a Jack 3, and there was a 3 on the board. So if she misread her hand,
the board was 10-10-9-3.
No, but you would have had to call the flop. I'm thinking what?
Yeah, no, I get it. The hand makes no sense, but I'm just trying to find a logical explanation.
And that Jack 3 explanation, somebody kind of fed that to her, and then she changed her story to that. So this changing of the story is the thing I was sort of keyed on, Friedberg, is why does she keep changing her story? Is it because she's embarrassed? Maybe she's had a couple of beverages or whatever. She's just a new player and she's embarrassed by her play and can't explain it. She can't explain the hand history.
All of the things you're saying are probable. I don't think there's any data for us to have a strongly held point of view on this. I'm just looking forward to us all playing live at HCL Poker Live, October 21st, minus David Sachs, unfortunately. Chamath, JCal, Gerstner, Stanley Tang, Phil Hellmuth,
So we're going to be playing on the same stream.
We're going to be playing on the same screen, same table. I figured out how to hack into the video stream for the cards.
No, I just got my RFID sunglasses as well.
I'm going to read all your shitty hands, JCal. I'm going to take your money, and I'm going to buy my kids some nice clothes.
For my 40th birthday, Sky organized poker in Tahoe, okay? And we brought in the team from CBS. That was the present.
That was fun. Yeah.
And they taped it as if it was being broadcast with whole cards and commentators, and we edited it into a 2-day show. It was an incredible birthday present. It's one of the greatest things that anybody's ever given me. I appreciate it. There was a 1-hour block where somebody at the table said, okay guys, how about we do a cheating free-for-all?
Yes.
Where you could look at each other's cards and, you could sort of help somebody else.
Switch cards, whatever.
In that 1 hour, our beautiful home game of friendship became Lord of the Flies. I
It's
have
chaos.
never seen so much hatred, angling, mean
Vitriol.
behavior. Oh my God, it was incredible.
All that humans are capable of.
So I hope that we never
No.
we never see cheating.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see how it goes on October 21st at HCL Poker Live.
I'm excited. I can't wait.
It should be a lot of fun. It should be a lot of fun. Oh, and we're not having any official 100 stuff, but the fans, some of the fans who were at the All In Summit 2022 are doing their own 100 episode 100 meetups on October 15th, I think. All in meetups.io. So there are fan meetups happening in Zurich and a bunch of other places. I'm going to FaceTime into some of them and just say hi to the fans. It might be like 10 people in a bar somewhere. I think the largest one is like Miami or San Francisco are going to be like 50 people or something.
We should all
100
FaceTime
people.
it. That'd actually be kind of fun.
I told them to send me an invite and I'll FaceTime in anytime.
This is next week? When is this?
The 15th, I think, this is occurring. Yeah, October 15th. It's a Saturday. The Saturday after the 100th episode, people are doing these all in meetups.io.
What's next?
Earlier this week, it was reported that Elon contacted Twitter's board and suggested that they move forward with closing the transaction at the original terms and the original purchase price of $54.20 a share. In the couple of days since then, and even as of right now, with some news reports coming out here on Thursday morning, it appears that there are still some question marks around whether or not the deal is actually going to move forward at $54.20 a share, because Elon, as of right now, the report said, is still asking for a financing contingency in order to close, and there's a lot of back and forth on what the terms are. Meanwhile, the court case in Delaware is continuing forward on whether or not Elon breached his terms of the original agreement to close and buy Twitter at $54.20. As we know, leading up to the signed deal, or post signing the deal, Elon put together a financing syndicate, a combination of debt investors as well as equity co-investors with him, to do the purchase of Twitter at $54.20 a share. So the 40-some-odd billion dollars of capital that's needed was committed by a set of investors that were going to invest debt and equity. And there's a big question mark now on whether or not those investors want to or would still consummate the transaction of Elon, given how the markets have turned.
What the fuck are you doing?
And given how debt markets are trading and equity markets are trading. So Chamath, I'd love to hear your point of view on what hurdles does Elon still have in front of him. Does he still want to get this done? And is there still a financing syndicate that's standing behind him at the original purchase price to get it done?
It's a great question. Maybe the best way to start is, Nick, do you want to cue up what I said in August 25th? The lawsuit really boils down to one very specific clause, which is the pinnacle question at hand, which is there is a specific performance clause that Elon signed up to, right? Which, his lawyers could have struck out and either chose not to or, couldn't get the deal done without. And that specific performance clause says that Twitter can't force him to close at $54.20 a share. And I think the issue at hand at the Delaware Business Court is going to be that, because Twitter's going to point to all of these, gotchas and disclaimers that they have around this bot issue as their cover story. And I think that really, this kind of, again, builds more and more momentum in my mind that the most likely outcome here is a settlement where you have to pay the economic difference between where the stock is now and $54.20, which is more than $1 billion, or you close at some number below $54.20 a share. And I think that is like, if you had to be a betting person, that's probably, and if you look at the way the stock is traded, and if you also look at the way the options market trades, that's what people are assuming, that there's a $7 to $10 billion swing. And if you impute that into the stock price, you kind of get into the $51 a share kind of an acquisition price. Again, I'm not saying that is right or should be right. That's just sort of what the market says. Yeah, so it turns out that, sort of like that kind of guesstimate turned out to be pretty accurate, because the stock today is at $51 a share. So I think that the specific performance thing is exactly what this thing has always hinged on. And I think that there was a realization that there were very few outs around how that contractual term was written and agreed to. So there is an out in the contract, and that out says that I think it's by April. If the deal doesn't get done by April, then the banks can walk away from their commitment to fund the debt. And if the banks walk away, then Elon does have a financing contingency that allows him to walk away. So the actual set of events that have to happen is those two things specifically. Get to April so the banks can pass and say, we've changed our mind, market conditions are different. And then Elon is able to say, oh, the banks just walked away. Right now the banks, if you look at all of the debt that they've committed to, well, they committed at a point in time when the debt markets were much better than they are today. In the last 6 or 7 months since they agreed to do this, the debt markets have been clobbered. And specifically junk bonds and a bunch of junk bond debt, the yields that you have to pay, so the price to get that kind of debt has skyrocketed. So roughly, back of the envelope math would tell me that right now the banks are offside between $1 and $2 billion because they're not going to be able to sell this debt to anybody else. So I think the banks obviously want a way out. The problem is their only way out is to run the shot clock off until April. So I think that's the dance that they're in right now. Elon's trying to find a way to solve, for the merger. I think Twitter's going to say, we're not going to give you a financing contingency. You have to bring the banks in and close right now. And then we will not go to court. Otherwise, we're going to court. And so I think it's a very delicate predicament that they're all in. But my estimate is that the equity is probably 20% offside. So it's not a huge thing. He can make that up because he can create equity value like nobody's business. The debt is way offside by a couple $2 billion, which is hard to make back. But I think in the end, given enough time, they can probably make that back. The best off in all of this are the Twitter shareholders. They're getting an enormous premium to what that company is worth today in the open market. And so I think this deal is going to close. It's probably going to close in the next few weeks. And had you bought Twitter when we were talking about it in August, you would have made 25% in 6 weeks. And, if the deal closes at 54, you would have made, a third of your money in 8 weeks, which is, very hard to do in a market.
If you're a GP at one of the funds, like Andreessen or Sequoia, and you had made this commitment to Elon or even Larry Ellison a couple months ago, do you fight against closing at 54.20? Do you stick with the deal and support him? I mean, what do you do given that the premium is so much higher than where the market would trade it at today? Some people are saying the stock should be at like $20 a share or something.
The average premium in an M&A transaction in the public markets is about 30%. So, and I think the fair value of Twitter is around $32 to $35 a share. So, it's not like he is massively overvalued. And so, I would just sort of keep that in the realm of the possible. So, like, if you take $35 as the midpoint, fair value is really $45.50. So, yeah, he paid 20% more than he should have, but he didn't pay 100% more. So, it's not as if you can't make that equity back as a private company, particularly because there's probably $10 of fat in the stock if you think about just OPEX.
Right.
In terms of all the buildings they have, maybe they don't need as many employees, maybe they revisit salaries. One thing is when I looked at doing an activist play with Twitter, I think I mentioned this 5 or 6 years ago, one of the things that I found was at that time, Twitter was running their own data centers. And the most obvious thing for me at that time was like, we're going to move everything to AWS. Now, I don't know if that happened, but I'm sure that if it hasn't, just bidding that out to Azure, GCP, and AWS can raise $3 or $4 billion because I'm sure those companies would want this kind of an app on their cloud. So there's all kinds of things that I think Elon can do as a private company to make back maybe the small bit that he overpaid, and then he can get to the core job of rebuilding this company to be usable, this product to be usable. Because look, I'll just speak as a user right now. It has been decaying at a very, very rapid clip, and I think that his trepidation in closing the merger, in part also, even though he hasn't said it, has to do with the quality of the experience. It's just degraded. It's not as fun to use as it was during the pandemic, or even before the pandemic. So something is happening inside that app that needs to get fixed, and if he doesn't, he'll make a ton of money.
Sort of like what happened with Friendster and MySpace and any social networking app over time, the quality degrades. If it's not growing, it's shrinking. It gets,
if it's not growing, and also if the product hygiene isn't enforced in code. And product hygiene in this case are the spam, bots, the trolling. It can really take away from the experience.
Yeah. I mean, interestingly, like if you think back to the starting days, the original days of Twitter, I don't know if you guys remember, you would send in an SMS to do your tweet, and then it would post up, and other people would get the SMS notification, and it would crash all the time, and the app was notoriously crashing. It was poorly architected at the beginning, and some people have argued that Twitter has had a cultural technical incompetence from the earliest days.
I think that's a little harsh. So I do think, look, Twitter was known for what's called a fail whale. They used to have these fail whales constantly. And they did hire people that attempted to try to fix it. I remember the funniest part of when I went in there and said, hey, here's my plan and here's what I want to do, is literally a day or two later, the head of engineering quit. I can't remember who his name was, but he was just out the door. But I think it is a team that has tried its best, that probably at the edges definitely made some technical miscalculations. Like I said, at that time, the idea that any app of that scale would use their own data centers made no technical sense whatsoever. It made the app laggy. It made it hard to use. It made it more prone to downtime, to your point. But that being said, I would be shocked if they haven't made meaningful improvements, because the stack of the internet has gotten so much better over the last 7 years. And so, to your point, David, if they didn't take advantage of all these new abstractions and mechanisms to rebuild the app, or to rebuild search, or to rebuild, how, all these infrastructure elements of the app work, I would be really surprised, because then what are they doing over there?
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, to the point earlier, besides the product points, there was a really good tweet I liked that said, for what it's worth, I think Elon will show us just how lean these Silicon Valley advertising companies can be run. At the very least, it'll be an interesting thought experiment for spectators. Because if he does go in and actually does significantly reduce OpEx and headcount, and the company does turn profitable and he can grow it,
well, look,
it'll really, by the way, it'll really be a beacon
from
for
a
some of these
financial
other big companies. Yeah.
From a financial perspective, there is $10 a share in OpEx cuts that he should make right away, just so that he is economically break even, and he looks like every other M&A transaction. You paid a 30% premium and you bought a company. There's a lot of margin of safety there if Elon does that. So to your point, there probably is, and there probably needs to be a meaningful riff at Twitter. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's, and I feel for the people that may go through it. But from a financial perspective, the math makes sense for him to do that, because then he is a break-even proposition on a go-in M&A transaction. And I think that there's a lot of intelligent financial sense, so that all the debt holders feel like he's doing the right thing, and all the equity holders particularly see a chance for them to make a decent return.
All right, well, let's move on. This has been a great conversation. A great conversation between Chamath Palihapitiya and Dave Friedberg about the Twitter transaction, and now we're being rejoined by our besties who are
yeah, by other besties.
Yeah. How was your cappuccino, J-Cal?
That was great. I have a nice cold brew here, a nice iced cold brew, and a nice drip coffee. I'm working both.
I'd love to talk about topics that I'm not being subpoenaed or depositioned about.
We will have a lot to say in the coming weeks.
I'd love to talk about topics that my lawyers have advised me not to talk about.
How eerie was our prediction? $51 a share. It is exactly where the stock is right now. That's eerie.
Yeah. All right. Lots of advances.
Comment. Let's keep going.
Yeah. Speaking of Elon, Tesla AI Day was last week. I actually went. It was great. This is a recruiting event where
What did you do after?
Phil Hellmuth and I went, and I drove Phil Hellmuth home. The end. No, it was a great event, and it is essentially a giant recruiting event. Hundreds of AI.
I'm sorry. Can we just talk about Phil Hellmuth's non sequitur in the group chat about Ken Griffin? I mean.
Oh, yeah, where he's just like, I made a joke about his net worth, and he responded.
What is going on? We were talking about the most serious of topics, and he just comes
7 seconds to Phil. This is what's going on. 7 seconds to Phil.
By the way, I was texting with Daniel Negrani. He did an incredible podcast. If you guys, with Lex Friedman, if you haven't listened to it, the Daniel Negrani pod with Lex is incredible.
Oh,
but I was joking with Daniel that there's a section where he's talking about the greatest poker players of all time. And if you look in the bar of YouTube, it shows where the most viewership was. And it was exactly the 30 seconds he talks about Helmuth. And I said to Daniel, this must have been Phil rewatching it over and
I put it on loop. He went to bed with it like it was ASMR to put him to bed. Just Grotto talking about him.
Sorry, Jacob. Sorry about that.
No, it's all good. So anyway, the event was super impressive. Elon only spoke when he showed the Optimus, the new robot. He's building a general purpose robot that will work in the factories. It's very early days, but they showed 2 versions of it, and he said he thinks they could get it down to $20,000. It's going to work in the factory, so it's actually got a purpose. And obviously the factories already have a ton of robots, but this is more of a robot that will benefit from the general, or the computer vision and the AI, the narrow AI being pursued by the self-driving team. This is like 2.5 hours of really intense presentations. The most interesting part for me was they're building their own supercomputer and their chips, and the Dojo supercomputer is really impressive at how much they can get through scenarios. So they're building every scenario, every self-driving. I actually have the full self-driving beta on my car. I've been using it. It's pretty impressive, I have to say. If you haven't used it yet, I feel like AI is moving at a pretty advanced clip the past year. If you haven't also seen, Meta announced a text-to-video generator. So this is even more impressive than DALL-E. DALL-E, you put in a couple of words, Friedberg, and you get a painting or whatever. This is put in a couple of words and you get a short video. So they had one of a teddy bear painting a teddy bear. So it looks like you're going to be able to essentially create a whole movie by just talking to a computer. Really impressive. Where do you think we are, Freeberg, in terms of the compounding nature of these narrow AI efforts? You know, obviously we saw poker, chess, Go, DALL-E, GPT-3, self-driving. It feels like this is all compounding at a faster rate. Or am I just imagining that?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's interesting when people saw the first computer playing chess, they said the same thing. I think any time that you see progress with a computer that starts to mimic the predictive capabilities of a human, it's impressive. But I will argue, and I'll say a few words on this. I think this is part of a 60-year cycle that we've been going through. Fundamentally, what humans and human brains do is we can sense our external environment, then we generate knowledge from that sensing. And then our brains build a model that predicts an outcome. And then that predicted outcome is what drives our actions and our behavior. We observe the sun rise every morning, then we observe that it sets, and you see that enough times, and you build a predictive model from that data that's been generated in your brain, that I predict that the sun has risen, it will therefore set. It has set, it will therefore rise. And I think that the computing approach is very similar. It's all about sensing or generating data and then creating a predictive model, and then you can drive action. And initially, the first approach was just basic algorithms. And these are deterministic models that are built. It's a piece of code that says, here's an input, here's an output. And that model is really built by a human. And a human designed that algorithmic model and said, this is what the predictive potential of this software is. Then there was this term called data science. So as data generation began to proliferate, meaning there was far more sensors in the world, it was really cheap to create digital data from the physical world, really cheap to transmit it, really cheap to store it, and really cheap to compute with it. Data science became the hot term in Silicon Valley for a while. And these models were not just a basic algorithm written by a human, but it became an algorithm that was a similar deterministic model that had parameters. And the parameters were ultimately resolved by the data that was being generated. And so these models became much more complex and much more predictive, finer granularities, finer range. Then we used this term machine learning. And in the data science era, it was still like, hey, there's a model, and you would solve it statically. You would get a bunch of data, you would statically solve for the parameters, and that would be your model, and it would run. Machine learning then allowed those parameters to become dynamic. So the model was static, but generally speaking, the parameters that drove the model became dynamic as more data came into the system, and they were dynamically updated. And then this era of AI became, and that's the new catchword. And what AI is realizing is that there's so much data that rather than just resolve the parameters of the model, you can actually resolve a model itself. The algorithm can be written by the data. The algorithm can be written by the software. And so with AI,
Example.
so poker play, an adaptive model. So people, so you're playing poker and the software begins to recognize behavior and it builds a predictive model that says, here's how you're playing. And then over time, it actually changes not just the parameters of the model, but the model itself, the algorithm itself. And so AI, and then it eventually gets to a point where the algorithm is so much more complex that a human would have never written it. And suddenly the AI has built its own intelligence, its own ability to be predictive in a way that a human algorithmic programmer would have never done. And this is all driven by statistics. So none of this is new science per se. There's new techniques that all on their underlying use statistics as their basis. And then there's these techniques that allow us to build these new systems of model development like neural nets and so on. And those statistics build those neural nets, they solve those parameters and so on. But fundamentally, there is a geometric increase in data and a geometric decline in the cost to generate data from sensors, because the cost of sensors is coming down with Moore's law, transmit that data because the cost of moving data has come down with broadband communications, the cost of storing data because the cost of DRAM and solid-state hard drives has come down with Moore's law, and now the ability to actually have enough data to do this AI-driven, what people are calling AI, but it really is the same, it's part of the spectrum of things that have been going on for 60 years, to actually drive predictions in the world, is really being realized in a bunch of areas that we would have historically been really challenged and surprised to see. And so my argument is, at this point...
Big data played a big role, yeah.
Yeah, over the last decade, we've reached this tipping point in terms of data generation, storage, and computation that's allowed these statistical models to resolve dynamically. And as a result, they are far more predictive, and as a result, we see far more human-like behavior in the predictive systems, both those that are, like a robot is the same as one that existed 20 years ago. But the way that it's run is using the software that is driven by this dynamic model. And that's
The
what
data
makes it so
allows
incredible.
for a better answer. Shema.
Okay, I have two things to say, but the first one is a total non sequitur. So you use the term data scientist. Do you know where the term data scientist came from? As classically used in Silicon Valley? It came from Facebook. And it came from my team in a critical moment. But this was in 2007. 2008, I was trying to build the growth team. This is the team that became very famous for getting to 1 billion users and, building a lot of these algorithmic insights. And I was trying to recruit a person from Google. And he was like a PhD in some crazy thing like astrophysics or particle physics or something. And we gave him an offer as a data analyst, because this is what I needed at the time. This is what I thought I needed, an analyst to analyze data. And he said, absolutely not. I'm offended by the job title. And I remember talking to my HR, business process partner, and I asked her, like, I don't understand, what is this? Where is this coming from? And she said, he fashions himself a scientist. And I said, well, then call him a data scientist. So we wrote in the offer for the first time, data scientist. And at the time, people internally were like, this is a dumb title. What does this mean? Anyways, we hired the guy. He was a star. And that title just took off internally.
It's funny because parallel, we started Climate Corp in 2006, and the first guy I hired was a buddy of mine who was a 4.0 in applied math from Cal. And then everyone we hired with him, we called them the math team. And they were all applied math and statistics, PhDs, and we called them the math team, and it was really cool to be part of the math team. But then we switched the team name to data scientist, and then it obviously created this much more kind of impressive role, impressive title, central function to the organization that was more than just a math person or data analyst, as I think it may have been classically treated, because they really were building the algorithms that drove the models that made the product work, right?
Peter Thiel has a very funny observation, not funny, but observation, which is you should always be wary of any science that actually has science in the name. Political science, social science, I guess maybe data scientists, because the real sciences don't need to qualify themselves, physics, chemistry, biology. Anyways, so here's what I wanted to talk about with respect to AI. Two very important observations that I think is useful for people to know. The first one, Nick, if you throw it up here, is just the baselining of, when we have thought about intelligence and compute capability, we've always talked about Moore's law. And Moore's law, essentially this idea that there is a fixed amount of time where the density of transistors inside of a chip would double, and roughly that period for many, many years was around 2 years. And it was largely led by Intel. And we used to equate this to intelligence. meaning the more density there was in a chip, the more things could be learned and understood. And we used to think about that as the progression of how computing intelligence would grow, and eventually AI and artificial intelligence would get to mass market. Well, what we are now at is a place where many people have said Moore's law has broken. Why? It's because we cannot cram any more transistors into a fixed amount of area. We are at the boundaries of physics. And so people think, well, does that mean that our ability to compute will essentially come to an end and stop? And the answer is no. And that's what's demonstrated on this next chart, just to make it simple, which is that what you really see is that if you think about, supercomputing power, so the ability to get to an answer, that has actually continued unabated. And if you look at this chart, the reason why this is possible is entirely because we've shifted from CPUs to these things called GPUs. So you may have heard companies like NVIDIA. Why has companies like NVIDIA done so well? It's because they raised their hand and said, we can take on the work. And by taking on the work away from a traditional CPU, you were able to do a lot of what Freeberg said, is get into these very complicated models. So this is just an observation that I think that we are continuing to compound knowledge and intelligence effectively at the same rate as Moore's law. And we will continue to be able to do that, because this makes it a problem of power and a problem of money. So as long as you can buy enough GPUs from NVIDIA or build your own, and as long as you can get access to enough power to run those computers, there really isn't many problems you can't solve. And that's what's so fascinating and interesting. And this is what companies like OpenAI are really proving. When they raised $1 billion, what they did was they attacked this problem because they realized that by shifting the problem to GPUs, it left all these amazing opportunities for them to uncover, and that's effectively what they have. The second thing that I'll say very quickly is that it's been really hard for us as a society to build intelligence in a multimodal way like our brain works. So think about how our brain works. Our brain works in a multimodal way. We can process imagery. We can process words and sounds. We can process all of these different modes, text, into one system, and then intuit some intelligence from it and make a decision, right? So, we could be watching this YouTube video, there's going to be transcription, there's video, voice, audio, everything all at once. And we are moving to a place very quickly where computers will have that same ability as well. Today, we go to very specific models and kind of balkanized silos to solve different kinds of problems. But those are now quickly merging, again, because of what I just said about GPUs. So I think what's really important about AI for everybody to understand is the marginal cost of intelligence is going to go to zero. And this is where I'm just going to put out another prediction of my own. When that happens, it's going to be incredibly important for humans to differentiate themselves from computers. And I think the best way for humans to differentiate ourselves is to be more human. It's to be less compute intensive. It's to be more empathetic. It's to be more emotional, not less emotional. Because those differentiators are very difficult for brute force compute to solve.
Be careful, the replicants on this call getting a little nervous here.
They're not processing that. That was an emotional statement.
Do not want to process that one. Well, to your point, during this AI day, they were showing in self-driving, as you're talking about, this balkanization and trying to make decisions across many different decision trees. They're looking at lane changes. They're looking at other cars and pedestrians. They're looking at road conditions like fog and rain. And then they're using all this big data, to your point, Freeberg, to run tons of different simulations. So they're building like this virtual world on Market Street, and then they will throw people, dogs, cars, people having weird behaviors into the simulation.
It's such a wonderful example. Imagine that system hears a horn.
Yeah.
Well, you hear a horn, so clearly there's some auditory expression of risk, right? There's something risky, and now you have to scan your visual field. You have to probabilistically decide what it could be, what the evasive maneuver, if anything, should be. So that's a multimodal set of intelligence that today isn't really available.
Yeah.
But we have to get there if we're going to have real full self-driving. So that's a perfect example, Jason, a real-world example of how hard the problem is. But it'll get solved because we can brute force it now with chips and with compute.
I think that's going to be the very interesting thing with the robots as well, is all of these decisions they're making, moving cars through roads. All of a sudden, we're going to see that with VTOLs, vertical takeoff and landing, aircraft, and we're going to see it with this general robot. And everybody wanted to ask Elon about general AI, the Terminator kind of stuff. And his position is, I think, if we solve enough of these problems, Friedberg, it'll be an emergent behavior or an emergent phenomenon, I guess would be a better word, based on each of these cities crumbling, each of these tasks getting solved by groups of people. You have any thoughts as we wrap up here on the AI discussion about general AI and the timeline for that? Because obviously we're going to solve every vertical AI problem in short order.
I spoke about this a little bit on the Ask AMA on Call-In on Tuesday night. Once Sachs gets it out, you can listen to it. But I really have this strong belief that
the servers crashed. There's no
it'll
AI,
be out,
no
it'll be
AI
out
team
by the
at
time
Call-In.
this episode drops.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you guys can try to download the app, but it might crash. So just be careful.
So here's my core
The
thesis
problem
on
is,
this.
Freeberg, that you were 10 times more popular than JCal, so it was unexpected levels of traffic.
Well, you did have an account with 11,000 followers. I mean,
Yes. You're right, JCal. We'll put you on that account next time.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
I'm starting from zero.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, look, my core thesis is I think humans transition from being, let's call it, passive in this system on Earth to being laborers. And then we transition from being laborers to being creators. And I think our next transition with AI is to transition from being creators to being narrators. And what I mean by that is as we started to do work on Earth and engineer the world around us, we did labor to do that. We literally plowed the fields, we walked distances, we built things, and over time we built machines that automated a lot of that labor. Everything from a plow to a tractor to a Caterpillar equipment to a microwave that cooks for us. Labor became we became less dependent on our labor abilities. And then we got to switch our time and spend our time as creators, as knowledge workers. And a vast majority of the developed world now primarily spends their time as knowledge workers creating. And we create stuff on computers, we do stuff on computers, but we're not doing physical labor anymore. As a lot of the knowledge work gets supplanted by AI, or as it's being termed now, but really gets supplanted by software, the role of the human, I think, transitions to being one of a narrator, where instead of having to create the blueprint for a house, you narrate the house you want, and the software creates the blueprint for you.
You dictate.
And instead of creating the movie and spending $100 million producing a movie, you dictate or you narrate the movie you want to see, and you iterate with the computer, and the computer renders the entire film for you, because those films are shown digitally anyway, so you can have a computer render it. Instead of creating a new piece of content, you narrate the content you want to experience. You create your own video game, you create your own movie experience. And I think that there's a whole evolution that happens. And if you look, Steve Pinker's book, Enlightenment Now, has a set of statistics on this. But the amount of time that humans are spending on leisure activities per week has climbed extraordinarily over the past couple of decades. We spend more time enjoying ourselves and exploring our creative interests than we ever did in the past in human history, because we were burdened by all the labor and all the creative and knowledge work we had to do. And now things are much more accessible to us, and I think that AI allows us to transition into an era that we never really thought possible or realized, where the limits are really our imagination of what we can do with the world around us, and the software resolves to and the automation resolves to make those things possible. And that's a really exciting kind of vision for the future that I think AI enables.
Star Trek had this, right? People didn't have to work, and they could pursue things in the holodeck or whatever that they felt was rewarding to them. But speaking of jobs, the job reports for August came in. We talked about this. We were trimming 300,000 jobs a month. We were wondering if the other shoe would drop, or boy did it drop. Over 1 million jobs burned off in August. So without getting into the macro talk, it does feel like what the Fed is doing and companies doing hiring freezes and cuts is finally having an impact. If we start losing 1 million, as we predicted could happen here on the show, people might actually go back to work and Lyft and Uber are reporting that the driver shortages are over. They no longer have to pay people spiffs and stuff like that to get people to come back to work. So at least here in America, feels like we're turning a corner. Do we want to go?
Cal, can we?
Yeah.
Let's talk about the marijuana.
Breaking news.
That Biden just did. Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say we got a couple of things we really want to get to here. Ukraine, Section 230, and then this breaking news. We'll pull it up here on the screen. While we're recording the show, President Biden says, and I'm just going to quote here, first, I'm pardoning all prior federal offenses of simple marijuana possession. There are thousands of people who were previously convicted of simple possession who may be denied employment, housing, or educational opportunities. As a result, my pardon will remove this burden. This is big news. Second, I'm calling on governors to pardon simple state marijuana possession offenses, just as no one should be in a federal prison solely for possessing marijuana. Nobody should be in a local jail or state prison for that reason either. Finally, this is happening. Third, and this is an important one, we classify marijuana at the same level as heroin and more serious than fentanyl. Makes no sense. I'm asking Secretary Becerra and the Attorney General to initiate the process of reviewing how marijuana is scheduled under federal law. I'd also like to note that as federal and state regulators change, we still need important limitations on trafficking, marketing, and underage sales of marijuana. Thoughts on this breaking news?
Zach, is this? Do you think that the timing on this is kind of midterm related? It just seems. Is this? I guess is this a politically popular decision to do?
I think so. I mean, look, I support it. So Biden finally did something I like.
Great.
I mean, I thought that we should decriminalize marijuana for a long time, or specifically, I agree with this idea of descheduling it. It does not make sense to treat marijuana the same as heroin, as a Schedule I narcotic. It just doesn't make any sense. It should be regulated separately and differently. Obviously, you want to keep it out of the hands of minors, but no one should be going to jail, I think, for simple possession. So I do agree with this, and I think the thing they need to do, I don't see it mentioned here, is they should pass a federal law that would allow for the normalization of, let's call it legal cannabis companies. So companies that are allowed to operate under state laws, like in California, should have access to the banking system, should have access to payment rails, because right now, the reason why the legal cannabis industry isn't working at all in California is because they can't bank, they can't take payments, so it's this weird all-cash business that makes no sense. So listen, if we're not going to criminalize it as a drug like heroin, if we're going to allow states to make it legal, then allow it to be a more normal business where the state can tax it and it can operate in a more above-board way. So,
Federal,
but look, I
federal
think this
mandate is what you're saying, the federal mandate.
I think it could still be regulated on a state-by-state basis, but I think you need the feds to bless the idea that banks and payment companies can take on those clients, which states have already said are legally operating companies, and right now they can't, and it's a huge gap in the law. So maybe that's the one thing I would add to this, but I don't have any complaints about this right now, based on what we know from this tweet storm. And I would say,
Zach,
this by the way, was an about face. This was an about face by Biden.
Yeah, do you know what the polling data says? I mean, is there, I'm assuming there's big support in kind of the independents and the middle for this.
It was 70% at one point.
Yeah.
So look, to me, this is the kind of thing that Biden should be doing with the 50-50 Senate, finding these sorts of bipartisan compromises.
Right.
So yeah, look, this is good news for us.
Why hasn't this happened in the past? Like, what's been the political reason that other presidents, Obama even, didn't that have similar ideology? Like, why? But why? Does anyone know why this hasn't been done in the past?
There was rumors he was going to do it in the second term. They just didn't have the political capital to do it.
Why? I don't.
Well,
what's
the pardon
opposition?
the pardon doesn't require political capital. I think it's probably the perception that this is soft on crime in some way, or there wasn't enough broad-based support, as David said. I mean, I think the United States population has moved pretty meaningfully in the last 20 years
That's
towards...
it, Shamath. Look at the chart here. We were talking about 2000, it was only 31%. And then you look at 2018, it's up at 60+%. So when people saw the states doing it and they saw absolutely no problem, in every state, and I think what people will see next
that's a Gallup poll.
That's a Gallup poll. So, I mean, it's increased dramatically. MDMA, psilocybin, and some of these other plant-based medicines, ayahuasca, are next, and they're doing studies on them now.
I don't want to take away from how important this is for all the people for whom this will positively impact. I just want to talk about the schedule change for marijuana. As a parent, one of the things that I'm really, really concerned about is that through this process of legalization, getting access to marijuana has frankly become too easy, particularly for kids. At the same time, I saw a lot of really alarming evidence that the intensity of these marijuana-based products have gone, I think it's like 5 or 6 times more intense than they were 20
50 or
years ago.
100, Jamal, much higher.
Right. So it's no longer, this kind of like, do no harm drug that it was 20 years ago. This could be actually, David, the way that it's productized today, as bad as some of these other, narcotics. So in June of this year, the Biden administration basically made this press release that said the FDA is going to come out with regulations that would cap the amount of nicotine in cigarettes. And I think that was a really smart move because it basically set the stage to taper nicotine out of cigarettes, which would essentially, decapitate it as an addictive product. And I think by thinking about how it's dealt with, what I really hope the administration does is it empowers the FDA. If you're going to legalize it, you need to have expectations around what the intensity of these drugs are. Because if you're delivering drugs OTC and now any kid can go in at 18 years old and buy them, which means that 18-year-olds are going to buy them for 16-year-olds, 16-year-olds are going to get fake IDs
Absolutely.
to buy them for themselves. You need to do a better job so that you're helping parents do our job.
Here's what you need
Well,
to...
shouldn't it be
to
21
regulate.
like alcohol? If alcohol is 21, then
Of course, yeah.
Fine, but even alcohol, David, you know that we know what the intensity of these are. There are labels and there's warnings, and you know the difference between beer
They're
versus
getting a
wine
handle on
versus
this.
hard alcohol.
But let me just give you some statistics here, Chamath. If you think about the cannabis in the 90s and prior to that, and there's been a ton of studies on this in Colorado. It was the THC content was less than 2%, and then in 2017, we were talking about things going up to 17, 28% for a specific strain. So they have been building strains like Girl Scout cookies, etc., that have just increased and increased. And then there are things like shards and obviously edibles. You can create whatever intensity you want. So you have this incredible variation. You could have an edible that's about 1 milligram of THC. You got one that has 100, or you could have a pack of edibles, and you see this happen in the news all the time. Some kid gets their parents' pack, or somebody gives one, and the kids don't know. And this dabbing phenomenon combined with dabbing is like the shards, like this really intense stuff, combined with the edibles is really the issue and the labeling of them. So you got to be incredibly careful with this. It's not good for kids. It screws up their brains, and so yeah, be very careful.
I have a zero tolerance policy on this stuff. I don't care if it's legal or illegal. Like, I don't want my kids touching any of this stuff until
It's not for kids, obviously. Yeah, but we also should not be putting
until they're 35 or 40, and even then, I hope they never do it. But I need some help, and I'm not sure I'm the only parent that's asking. You can't have this stuff be available, effectively sold like at a convenience store.
No, that's not going to happen.
Where there isn't even labeling. At least like cigarettes are labeled. It's very clear how bad this stuff is for you.
Would you guys have any feedback on the job report or anything?
It's all going away when the AI wins.
Well, that's why I brought it up. Is like we're now going to see a potential, a situation where jobs go away and a lot of the stuff, like even developers, right? Don't you think, Freeberg, developers are going to start development tasks?
No,
and
I
design
think
tasks
it's gonna,
are going
honestly,
to be AI based.
Everyone assumes a static lump of work. I think what happens, particularly in things like developer tools, is the developer can do so much more. And then we generate so much more output, and so the overall productivity goes up, not down. So it's pretty exciting as these. And remember, like we were talking on the AMA the other night, Adobe Photoshop was a tool for photographers, so you didn't have to take the perfect photograph and then print it. You could use the software to improve the quality of your photograph. And I think that that's what we see happening with all software in the creative process. Is it helps people do more than they realized they could do before. And that's pretty powerful. And it opens up all these new avenues of interest and things we're not even imagining today.
All right, so SCOTUS is going to hear 2 cases for Section 230. the family of Nohima Gonzalez, a 23-year-old American college student who was killed in an ISIS terrorist attack in Paris back in 2015. We remember those horrible attacks. Is claiming that YouTube helped and aided and abetted ISIS. The family's argument is YouTube's algorithm was recommending videos that makes it a publisher of content. As you know, it's Section 230, common carrier. Now, if you make editorial decisions, if you promote certain content, you lose your 230 protections. In court papers filed in 2016, they said the company, quote, knowingly permitted ISIS to post on YouTube hundreds of radicalizing videos inciting violence, which helped the group recruit, including some who were actually involved in the terrorist attack. So they have made that connection.
Well, look, let's be honest. We can put a pin in this thing, because I think it would be shocking to me if this current SCOTUS all of a sudden found it in the cockles of their heart to protect big tech. I mean, they've dismantled a lot of other stuff that I think is a lot more controversial than this. And so, you know, we've basically looked at gun laws, we've looked at affirmative action, we've looked at abortion rights. Sorry, well, I mean, I think, as we've said, I think we all know where that die is unfortunately going to get cast. So to me, it just seems like this could be an interesting case where it's actually 9-0 in favor for completely different sets of reasons. I mean, if you think of the liberal left part of the court, they have their own reasons for saying that there are 230 protections for big tech. And if you look at the far right, or the right-leaning parts members of SCOTUS, they have another set of different.
So you think
reasons.
you're going to make a political decision, not a legal?
No, but even in their politics, they actually end up in the same place. They both don't want the protections, but for different reasons. So there's a reasonable outcome here where, you know, Roberts is going to have a really interesting time trying to pick who writes the majority opinion.
There was a related case in the Fifth Circuit in Texas where, do you guys see this Fifth Circuit decision, where Texas passed a law imposing common carrier restrictions on social media companies. The idea being that social media companies need to operate like phone companies, and they can't just arbitrarily deny you service or deny you access to the platform. And the argument why previously that had been viewed actually as unconstitutional was this idea of compelled speech, that you can't compel a corporation to support speech that they don't want to, because that was a violation of their own First Amendment rights. And what the Fifth Circuit said is, no, that doesn't make any sense. Facebook or Twitter can still advocate for whatever speech they want as a corporation, but as a platform, if Texas requires them to not discriminate against people on the basis of their viewpoint, then Texas has the right to impose that, because that doesn't, their quote was, that does not chill speech. If anything, it chills censorship. So
what's the right legal decision in your mind? Putting aside politics, if you can, for a moment, putting on your legal hat, what is the right thing for society? What is the right legal issue around Section 230? Specifically in the YouTube case, and just generally, should we look at YouTube? Should we look at a blogging platform like Medium or Blogger, Twitter? Should we look at those as common carrier and they're not responsible for what you publish on them? Obviously, they have to take stuff down if it breaks their terms of service, et cetera, or if it's illegal.
I've made the case before that I do think that common carrier requirements should apply on some level of the stack to protect the rights of ordinary Americans to have their speech in the face of these giant monopolies, which could otherwise deplatform them for arbitrary reasons. Just to explain this a little bit. So historically, there was always a debate between so-called positive rights and negative rights. So where the United States started off as a country was with this idea of negative rights, that what a right meant is that you'd be protected from the government taking some action against you. And if you look at the Bill of Rights, the original rights are all about protecting the citizen against an intrusion on their liberty by a state or by the federal government. In other words, Congress shall make no law. It was always a restriction. So the right was negative, and it wasn't sort of positively enforced. And then with the progressive era, you started seeing, more progressive rights. Like, for example, American citizens should have the right to health care, right? That's not protecting you from the government. That's saying that the government can be used to give you a right that you didn't otherwise have. And so that was sort of the big progressive revolution. My take on it is, I actually think that the problem we have in our society right now is that free speech is only a negative right. It's not a positive right. I think it actually needs to be a positive right. I'm embracing a more progressive version of rights but on behalf of sort of this original negative right. So, and the reason is because the town square got privatized, right? I mean, you used to be able to go anywhere in this country, there'd be a multiplicity of town squares, anyone could pull out their soapbox, draw a crowd, they could listen. That's not how speech occurs anymore. It's not on public land or public spaces. The way that speech, political speech especially, occurs today is in these giant social networks that have giant network effects and are basically monopolies. So if you don't protect the right to free speech in a positive way, it no longer exists.
So you not only believe that YouTube should keep its Section 230, you believe YouTube shouldn't be able to deplatform as a private company. You know, Alex Jones as but one example. They should have their free speech rights, and we should lean on that side of forcing YouTube to put Alex Jones or Twitter to put Trump back on the platform. Is that your position?
I'm not saying that the Constitution requires YouTube to do anything. What I'm saying is that if a state like Texas or if the federal government wants to pass a law saying that YouTube, if you are, say, of a certain size, you're a social network of a certain size, you have monopoly network effects, I wouldn't necessarily apply this to all the little guys, but for those big monopolies, we know who they are. If the federal government or a state wanted to say that they are required to be a common carrier and they cannot discriminate against certain viewpoints, I think the government should be allowed to do that because it furthers a positive right. Historically, they have not been able to do that because of this idea, of compelled speech, meaning that it would infringe on YouTube's speech rights. I don't think it would. I mean, Google and YouTube can advocate for whatever positions they want. They can produce whatever content they want. Yeah. But the point that, and I think Section 230 kind of makes this point as well, is that they are platforms, they're distribution platforms, they're not publishers. So if they want, especially if they want Section 230 protection, they should not be engaging in viewpoint discrimination.
Okay, so now there is a rub here.
Can I just say,
Go ahead.
Your explanation, David, your explanation that you just gave before was so excellent. Thank you. That it allows me to understand it even more clearly. That was really
So, Chamath, do you think the algorithm is an act of editorialization?
Yes.
And so then, should YouTube
look, guys, at the end of the day, let me break down an algorithm for you. Okay, effectively, it is a mathematical equation of variables and weights. An editor 50 years ago was somebody who had that equation of variables and weights in his or her mind. Okay, and so all we did was we translated, again, this multimodal model that was in somebody's brain into a model that's mathematical, that sits in code.
You're talking about the front page editor of the New York Times.
Yeah, and I think it's a fig leaf to say that because there is not an individual person who writes 0.2 in front of this one variable and 0.8 in front of the other, that all of a sudden that this isn't editorial decision making is wrong. We need to understand the current moment in which we live, which is that these computers are thinking actively for us. They're providing this, computationally intensive decision making and reasoning. And I think it's pretty ridiculous to assume that that isn't true. That's why when you go to Google and you search for, Michael Jordan, we know what the right Michael Jordan is because it's reason. There is an algorithm that is doing that. It's making an editorial decision around what the right answer is. They have deemed it to be right. And that is just true. And so I think we need to acknowledge that because I think it allows us at least to be in a position to rewrite these laws through the lens of the 21st century. And we need to update our understanding for how the world works today.
And Chamath, there's such an easy way to do this. If you're TikTok, if you're YouTube, if you want Section 230, if you want to have common carrier and not be responsible for what's there, when a user signs up, it should give them the option. Would you like to turn on an algorithm? Here are a series of algorithms which you could turn on. You could bring your own algorithm, you could write your own algorithm with a bunch of sliders, or here are ones that other users and services provide, like an app store. So you, Chamath, could pick one for your family, your kids. That would be, I want one that's leaning towards education and takes out conspiracy theories, takes out cannabis use, takes out this one.
It's a wonderful, what you're saying is so wonderful because, for example, this organization, Common Sense Media?
Yes, I love that website. Every time I put in a movie, I put Common Sense Media to decide if we should watch it.
Or I use it a lot for apps because they're pretty good at just telling you which apps are reasonable and unreasonable. But you know, if Common Sense Media could raise a little bit more money and create an algorithm that would help filter stories in TikTok for my kids, I'd be more likely to give my kids TikTok when they turn 14. Right now, I know that they're going to sneak it by going to YouTube and looking at YouTube Shorts and all these other things because I cannot control that algorithm. And it does worry me what kind of content that they're getting access to.
And you could do this, by the way, Chamath, on the operating system level or on the router level in your house. You could say, I want the Common Sense algorithm. I will pay $25 a month, $100 a year for it.
I think that we are,
put it on
as
your
a
router,
society,
and then any IP that goes through it would be programmed
Yes.
properly. I want less violence. I want less sex. You know, whatever.
I think we are, as a society, sophisticated enough now
yes.
To have these controls. And so I think we need them. And so I think we do need to have the right observation of the current state of play.
Friedberg, where do you sit on this? Do you think the algorithm should be
I don't
carved
agree
out
with,
of 230?
Yeah, I don't fully agree with Sachs on the monopolistic assumption. I think that there
Okay,
are
unpack it.
I think that there are other places to access content, and I think that there is still a free market to compete, and it is possible to compete. I think that we saw this happen with TikTok. We saw it happen with Instagram. We saw it happen with YouTube competing against Google Video and Microsoft Video prior to that. There has been a very significant battle for the attention of kind of being the next gen of media businesses, and we have seen Spotify compete, and we're seeing Spotify continue to be challenged by emerging competitors. So I don't buy the assumption that these are built-in monopolies and therefore it allows some regulatory process to come in and say, hey, free speech needs to be actively enforced because they're monopolies. This isn't like when utilities laid power lines and sewer lines and trains across the country and they had a physical monopoly on being able to access and move goods and services. The internet is still, thank God, knock on wood, open, and the ability for anyone to build a competing service is still possible. And there is a lot of money that would love to disrupt these businesses that is actively doing it. And I think every day, look at how big TikTok has gotten. It is bigger than YouTube almost, or will be soon. And there is a competition that happens, and because of that competition, I think that the market will ultimately choose where they want to get their content from and how they want to consume it. And I don't think that the government should play a role.
Zach's rebuttal to that? Do you buy that?
Well, so not all these companies are monopolies, but I think they act in a monopolistic way with respect to restricting free speech, which is they act as a cartel. They all share like best practices with each other on how to restrict speech. And we saw the watershed here was, remember when Trump was thrown off, first Twitter made the decision, you know, Jack, I don't know if it was Jack, but basically the company.
Jack said it wasn't him, actually. He said it was the woman who was running it specifically.
Yeah, Jack later
she
said
got
it was a
death threats
mistake.
after that.
Yeah, Jack actually said it was a mistake. But in any event, Twitter did it first, and then all the other companies followed suit. I mean, even like Pinterest and Okta and Snapchat, like officially passed a
Facebook,
policy.
YouTube, everybody.
Yeah, but Trump was actually on Facebook. He wasn't on all these other companies. They still threw him off. So they all copy each other. And Jack actually said that in his comments where he said it was a mistake. He said he didn't realize the way in which Twitter's action would actually cascade. He said that he thought originally that the action was okay because it was just Twitter decided to take away Trump's right to free speech, but he could still go to all these other companies, and then all these other companies basically, you know, they are all subject to the same political forces. The leadership of these companies are all sort of, they all drink from the same monocultural fountain. They all have the same political biases. The polls show this. So the problem with Freeberg is, yeah, I agree, a bunch of these companies aren't quite monopolies, but they all act the same way.
I hate to say it, but I agree with you, Zach.
The collective effect is of a speech cartel. So the question is, how do you protect the rights of Americans to free speech in the face of a speech cartel that wants to basically block them?
Go ahead, Freeberg, respond.
Here's my argument. My argument is that these are not public service providers, they're private service providers, and the market is telling them what to do. The market is saying, and I think that I think that the pressure that was felt by these folks was that so many consumers were pissed off that they were letting Trump rail on, or they were pissed off about Jan 6, or they were pissed off about whatever the current fad is, the trend is, they respond to the market and they say, you know what, this has crossed the line. And this was the case on public television when nudity came out, and they're like, okay, you know what, we need to take that off the TV, we need to, because the market is telling us they're going to boycott us, And I think that there's a market pressure here that we're ignoring that is actually pretty relevant. That as a private service provider, if they're going to lose half their audience because people are pissed about one or two pieces of content showing up, that they're acting in the best interests of their shareholders and in the best interest of their platform. They're not acting as a public service.
Look, I love market forces as much as the next libertarian, but I just think that fundamentally that's just not what's going on here. This has nothing to do with market forces. It has everything to do with political forces. That's what's driving this. Look, do you think the average consumer, the average user of PayPal is demanding that they engage in all of these restrictive policies, throwing off all these accounts who have the wrong viewpoints? No, that has nothing to do with it.
It has to do with the vocal minority. I think, in many
it's a small number of people who are political activists who work at these companies and create pressure from below. It's also the people from outside, the activists who create these boycott campaigns and pressure from outside. And then it's basically people on Capitol Hill who have the same ideology who basically create threats from above. So these companies are under enormous pressure from above, below, and sideways. And it's 100% political. Hold on, it's not about maximizing profits. I think it's about maximizing, political outcomes.
Yeah, I don't.
And that is what the American people need to be protected from. Now, I will add one nuance to my theory though, which is, I'm not sure what level of the stack we should declare to be common carrier. So in other words, you may be right actually that at the level of YouTube or Twitter or Facebook, maybe we shouldn't make them common carrier, and I'll tell you why. Because just to take the other side of the argument for a second, which is, if you don't, because those companies do have legitimate reasons to take down some content. I don't like the way they do it, but I do not want to see bots on there. I do not want to see fake accounts, and I actually don't want to see like truly hateful speech or harassment. And the problem is, I do worry that if you subject them to common carrier, they won't actually be able to engage in, let's say, legitimate curation of their social networks.
Yeah, right.
However, so there's a real debate to be had there, and it's going to be messy, but I think there's one level of the stack below that, which is at the level of pipes, like an AWS, like a Cloudflare, like a PayPal, like the ISPs, like the banks. They are not doing any content moderation, or they have no legitimate reason to be doing content moderation. None of those companies should be allowed to engage in viewpoint discrimination. We have a problem right now where American citizens are being denied access to payment rails and to the banking system because of their viewpoints.
AWS shouldn't be able to deny service to the Ku Klux Klan or some hate speech group?
I think that they should be under the same requirements the phone company's under.
Okay.
So
yeah, I mean, this is a very
when you
complicated
frame it
issue.
that way, the question is like, look, I could frame the same question to you. Should such and such horrible group be able to get a phone account, right?
Yeah, no.
And you'd say no, they shouldn't get anything, but they have that right.
That has been litigated, and that's been pretty much protected by the Supreme Court. Even if it's a government-conferred monopoly, the Supreme Court has said, okay, listen, like, it's not violating one's constitutional right. For example, if your water bill gets terminated without you getting due process. And the inverse is also true. So, for whether we like it or not, that issue has been litigated, I think. I think for me, again, just like practically speaking for the functioning of civil society, I think it's very important for us to now introduce this idea of algorithmic choice. And I don't think that will happen in the absence of us rewriting Section 230 in a more intelligent way.
Yeah,
I don't know whether this specific case creates enough standing for us to do all of that, but I think it's an important thing that we have to revisit as a society, because Jason, what you describe as having a breadth of algorithmic choices over time where there are purveyors and sellers, could you imagine? That's not a job or a company that the four of us would ever have imagined could be possible 5 years ago. But maybe there should be an economy of algorithms, and there are these really great algorithms that one would want to pay a subscription for because one believes in the quality of what it gives you. We should have that choice, and I think it's an important set of choices that will allow, actually, YouTube, as an example, to operate more safely as a platform. Because it can say, listen, I've created this set of abstractions. You can plug in all sorts of algorithms. There's a default algorithm that works, but then there's a marketplace of algorithms, just like there's a marketplace of ideas. I don't discriminate, and let people choose.
This is the decentralized model. Like if it was on a blockchain, if all the video content was uploaded to a public blockchain and then distributed on a distributed computing system, then your ability to search and use that media would be a function of a service provider you're willing to pay for that provides the best service experience. And by the way, this is also why I think over time, to kind of, Sachs and I are both arguing both sides a little bit, but I think that what will happen, I don't think that the government should come in and regulate these guys and tell them that they can't take stuff down and whatnot. I really don't like the precedent it sets, period. I also think that it's a terrible idea for YouTube and Twitter to take stuff down. And I think that there's an incredibly difficult balance that they're going to have to find, because if they do this, as we're seeing right now, the quality of the experience for a set of users declines, and they will find somewhere else, and a market will develop for something else to compete effectively against them. And so that's why I don't like the government intervening, because I want to see a better product emerge when the big company makes some stupid mistake and does a bad job, and then the market will find a better outcome. And it's messy in the middle. And as soon as you do government intervention on these things and tell them what they can and can't take down, I really do think that over time you will limit the user experience to what is possible if you allow the free market
and this
to find
is
the
where
best
the industry needs to police itself. If you look at the movie industry with the MPAA and Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, they came out with the PG-13 rating specifically for things that were a little too edgy for PG. This is where our industry could get ahead of this. They could give algorithmic choice and algorithmic app store. And if you look at the original sin, it was these lifetime bans. Like, Trump should not have been given a lifetime ban. They should have given him a 1-year ban. They should have had a process. And because they overreached, we wouldn't be in this position where it is so vitriolic.
When you talk about like having a industry consortium like the MPAA, what you're doing is formalizing the communication that's already taking place, is already happening between these companies. And what is the result of that communication? They all standardize on overly restrictive policies because they all share the same political bias.
No, but if they did it correctly, it's all in the execution, Sachs. It has to be executed properly, like the movie industry did.
It doesn't matter. You'll end up with the same problem as having the government intervene. If you have the government intervene or a private body intervene, any sort of set standard intervention that prevents the market from competing.
No, I disagree with you. I think you can create more competition if the government says, okay, folks, you can have the standard algorithm, but you need to make a simple, abstracted way for somebody else to write some other filtering mechanism and to basically, so that users can pick those.
Power users, yes.
I don't like it.
What the MPAA did was...
I don't understand why you don't like it. Why isn't that more choice?
Because as a product company, I don't want to be told how to make my product, right? If I'm on YouTube,
you have an algo.
You're now saying that there is this distinction of the algo from the UX, from the data, and my choice might be to create different content libraries. For example, YouTube has YouTube Kids, and it's a different content library, and it's a different user interface, and it's a different algorithm, and you're trying to create an abstraction that may not necessarily be natural for the evolution of the product set of that company. I would much rather see them figure it out.
That's not a good argument. Again, if you were not a monopoly, I would be more sympathetic. But because like somebody's feelings would get hurt, a product manager's feelings would get hurt inside of Google.
Feelings been getting hurt.
It's not the reason to not protect free speech
rights. I think you're unnaturally disrupting the product evolution. And
tough luck. That's what happens when you're worth $2 trillion. Get
and
over it.
when you impact 1 billion people on the planet. When you start having massive impact in society, you have to take some responsibility.
Guess what's
and those companies are not taking responsibility.
If you're not super successful, this is not going to affect you. So you don't have nothing to worry about.
You'll see apps offshore, and you'll see TikTok and other things compete because they'll have a better product experience. Because
nobody's going to create a new Google because they're down-ranking 1 to 10% of the search results for political reasons.
Agreed.
Some accountability.
Hold on. In an ideal world, companies like Google and so forth would not take sides in political debates to be politically neutral, but they're not. You look at all the data around the political leanings of the people running these companies, and then you look at the actual actions of these companies, and they have become fully political, and they've waded into all these political debates, with the result that the American people's rights to speech and to earn have been reduced. You have companies like PayPal, which are just engaging in retaliation, basically financial retaliation, purely based on what political viewpoints they have. Why? It's not like PayPal needs to be in the business of content curation.
Let's continue this conversation on our
We're not going to stop
call in AMA.
If they can get some servers over there, I don't know. Maybe you got to raise some money, Sachs, for this app and get some more servers. All right, listen. For the dictator who needs to hit the loo to do a number 2.
Yes,
I am the world's greatest moderator. Friedberg is the Sultan of Science, and David Sachs is the Prince of Peace. See you all next week on episode Wait, is this 98 or 99?
No, it's 99. It's 99.
Only one episode left.
Wayne Gretzky.
Get it while it lasts.
Enjoy it while it lasts. Then we're wrapping it up here. All right, we'll see you all next time. Have a great movement, Jamal.
Bye-bye.
Let your winners ride.
Rain Man David Sack. We open source it to the fans, and they've just gone crazy with it. Love you best. Queen of Quinoa. Besties are back. We should all just get a room and just have one big huge orgy because they're all just useless. It's like this sexual tension that they just need to release somehow.
Give it back.
I
when
never
they ask them,
disputed, by the way,
Just
I
tell
never
me-
disputed, hold on a second, I never disputed that they would find documents with classified markings in Trump's basement. I still think that the approach was heavy-handed, and we don't know enough because we don't know what those documents are.
Yeah, well, I
Listen,
guess we'll find out.
every document they stick in front of the president, or not every, but many of them, are marked classified.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Aside from these like kind of details, what is Trump's deal that he just wouldn't give them back? Do you think? What do you think his motivation is? I mean, I have my own theory, which he likes memorabilia. He's always liked to show off.
I think that's
memorabilia.
it. I think you got it. I mean, honestly, if I had to guess what this whole thing was about, it's probably that the archivist at the National Archives wants the original copy of those letters with Little Rocket Man, and he doesn't want to give them up.
Right.
And
the
I
assorted
literally
stuff.
think that's what this is about. I think it's about something as silly as
It's
that.
memorabilia.
I think it's about memorabilia. I do not think these documents pose a
Why
threat to
wouldn't
national
Trump
security.
just give it all
And-
back? It's so dumb.
But why would the FBI feel the need to do a raid?
Well, because
By
of
the
the-
way,
because so much
remember
classified
when we
stuff, I
first
guess.
discussed this?
Yeah.
Hold on a second. When we first discussed this issue, we were told it was nuclear. It was nuclear secrets.
Could be, yeah.
No, they've backed off that completely. It was not in the affidavit. It's not about nuclear. That was something they leaked to get them through a tough press cycle. So, but look, my point about all this stuff, just to wrap it up so people are clear, was never to defend Trump per se. My real concern is the politicization of the FBI. Our law enforcement agencies should not be weaponized by either party to pursue their
But you
political
believe they
agenda.
are at this point?
We just saw with the Zuckerberg thing. What business did the FBI have going to Zuckerberg to get them to censor a New York Post story that turned out to be completely true? Hold on a second. That is election interference. They should not be doing that.
Yeah,
That
I
is
think it's
inexcusable.
a
And
tough
by the
job
way,
if they don't know if it's been stolen or not. Yeah, it's a tough job.
By the way, the government of the United States has no business censoring a free press. That is a violation of the First Amendment. When the government instructs a private company to censor a press story that the government itself does not have the authority to censor, that is a violation of the First Amendment. We thought, remember when Jack Dorsey said that he regretted the censorship that Twitter did? And he came out with that apology. We thought it was just Twitter's decision. Now we find out from Zuck that he was leaned on by the FBI. And I think that these big tech companies like Twitter, like Facebook, they're going to have a new policy, which is when the government says we want you to censor something, their response needs to be show us a court order. They cannot just censor now based on the say-so of some operative from the government.
I would agree with you. I agree with you on that. I think it was a bad decision, obviously.
The one big tech company that really nailed this, I think, was Apple. You know, very early on, they drew a really hard line in the sand with the San Bernardino shooter because they said, if we allow the FBI to get into this person's phone, even though, you know, what he did was completely heinous, we are going to create a backdoor that will become an exploit for everybody, and we are drawing the line on privacy and security. Now, different set of issues, but it just goes to show you there have been a few examples where some of these companies have drawn a hard line, and then in that example, and I think, Jason, you mentioned this, they went to Israel and had that company hack the phone.
San
Okay,
Bernardino.
whatever. But it didn't come with, they were able to stand up to the pressure. So I think there are some example sets where you can say no.
I mean, the idea that Twitter would block a New York Post URL, it's like, it's such a jump ball. Like, if it was the sex material, I could understand them saying, like, you can't hack it. That's against our terms of service and we agree on that sex. But in this case, like, I don't know.
Let's go to something more interesting. Can we talk about
Heat
something
wave,
more
I think, and the drowning. I know this is interesting to Sachs, but I think it's interesting to everybody else in the audience. Heat waves and droughts are just.
Newsflash, it's hot in summer.
Yeah, I think this might have to do with global warming and be a little unique.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
You're
I know
kidding.
there's more to it.
Before all the ESG people get into Sachs and say, you're global. You believe in global warming.
By the way, I do think the death of Gorbachev is a big story.
Okay, we'll get to that after this.
Gorbachev dying is a big story too.
Let's give Friedberg his science corner, and then we'll come back around. I give you your raw meat.
Zach, what's your point of view on climate change, the impact it will have on the planet, and whether like urgent action is needed?
Listen, I'm not an expert in that area. I'm not going to pretend to be. I do think that that we can't save the planet by destroying the economy. And it seems to me that too many of these save the planet people like want to take reckless, extreme actions that would wreck our economy. You just saw actually Elon just gave a talk and made news this past week from Norway where he said that we still need oil and gas. He's the leading innovator in basically moving to solar and renewables.
I don't disagree with you, but
and he said, listen, unfortunately, we got to rely on oil and gas because it's too important for civilization. If we cut this stuff off too quickly, we end civilization.
Yeah.
So I think this is a long-term problem, but I think we need to have long-term solutions.
You believe in global warming? Just full stop. The planet is warming. You agree with the science?
Seems to be.
It's not just about warming. Just to use a different term, that there are more frequent extreme events that can severely hurt people, hurt the economy, hurt the food supply, hurt the energy supply, all the things that, I think we're like all the way on the bottom of Maslow's hierarchy. Like these are the things that are most critical that they're starting to get disrupted in a pretty severe way. I think that's the big question. So Sachs, I think it's becoming, and this is where the transition starts to happen, that a lot of people kind of say, hey, over the long run, the temperature is going to go up by 1 degree Celsius over a century. Who cares? But there are
the problem is this, is that,
and by the way, I don't disagree with your comment.
Somebody like me points out how insane some of these policies are, the topic is shifted to, are you a denier of some science or other? No. Listen, my point is not about the science. My point is, look at the collapse of the Sri Lankan economy because they implemented these ESG rules on fertilizer. Look at what's happening to the Dutch farmers who are being put out of work because of ESG rules.
California today, Governor Newsom today said, please don't use your electric power to charge your electric cars. A week after they said gas cars are now going to be banned in the state. And so there's a deep irony underway today in California because, and Fox News has obviously latched onto this story that
has to do with the grid, though. I mean,
look, I've become suspicious whenever politicians invoke some crisis as the reason.
But I'm not talking about the political response. I'm not talking about the political response.
I've learned to distrust it. That's the point. And so,
I guess I'm talking to you.
You know what's happening in Europe right now is obviously gas is through the roof because of the Ukraine war. The price has basically gone through the roof, and so because of that, they're not able to produce fertilizer. And one of the byproducts of the production of fertilizer is CO2, which gets added to the production of beer to make it fizzy. Well, guess what? The Germans are not only about to run out of gas, they're about to run out of beer. You think they're going to keep supporting the Ukraine war when they find out that there's no beer for Oktoberfest? Forget about not being able to heat their homes. They can't drink beer in October. This is the Western Alliance is going to fracture.
We get everybody to sit down. we need to sit.
But Zach, just taking a beat for a minute, like taking off the table the political response. Are you as an individual concerned about the impact of a changing climate on people and on the economy? And are you interested as an investor in the private market solutions to resolve some of those things that are obviously going to become market-driven problems? Take the government out of the equation.
I think there may be a long-term problem here. I'm not sure how long it takes. I definitely think I'm skeptical of this claim that the world's going to end in the next 10 years, because frankly, we've been hearing that since the 1990s.
1988. There's a great headline article, by the way, in New York Times, where it was like scientists in 1988 said that all the oceans, all the ice caps will melt, the oceans will flood the land by the year 2000. So there is a credibility challenge associated with predicting, you know, kind of long-term outcomes like this that continues to kind of foment, unfortunately, right?
Yeah, all my beachfront property would be underwater right now if all that came true. No, I'm just kidding. But look, it hasn't escaped my attention that many of the political leaders who are claiming that we're facing an imminent threat of being underwater in 10 years own beachfront property and fly on private jets. So obviously, you know, I'm not saying this isn't a long-term problem, but I do think they try to create an imminent crisis so they can shove through a bunch of bad policies that are very destructive to the environment.
Freeberg,
not to the environment, to the economy.
would you define what's happening with temperature and extreme weather as a crisis or not?
Yeah, I mean, I would say there's a critical impact in, and will continue to be a critical impact in the food supply chain in the quarters and years ahead because of what we're seeing. So severe drought and heat wave in China right now. And by the way, food is not the only one. There's also the manufacturing supply chain. So in the province of Sichuan in China, they actually lost power because so much of the power is driven by hydroelectric plants. So streams and water flow has slowed down and stopped. As a result, there's less power. As a result, the factories are being shut down. As a result, key components for manufacturing in the computing industry and in kind of mechanical goods are not being produced at the rate that they were being produced before. That has a ripple effect in the supply chain, similar to what we saw in COVID. And then in the food supply chain, we're seeing a drought and a heat wave. Right now, we're coming out of it in the Midwest in the United States, where we grow corn and soybeans, throughout Europe, and also in China. And in China, they had 70 days in a row of record-setting temperatures. 70 days in a row.
Every day was a record. Wow.
No water, high temperatures. They're just starting to assess the crop damage. It looks pretty severe. There was massive crop damage in the Midwest, in the Corn Belt this year. And then obviously European farmers are having issues. And combine that with the geopolitical issues of the Ukraine crisis and the natural gas pricing being so high, 1/3 of fertilizer, of ammonia plants have been shut down in Europe. And they think that ammonia and fertilizer production may drop by as much as 1/2 in Europe because of the crisis. So energy prices are so high, you can't make fertilizer. So that energy is being also redirected into other industry and support homes.
So you believe it's a crisis. So I guess the question...
Yeah, people are turning on their ACs in California this week. You know, you see that Governor Newsom just said, our grid in California cannot support excess electricity consumption. Therefore, one of the biggest variables is electric cars. He's saying don't plug in your electric cars this week. And that's because of record high temperatures that are about to hit California in 2 days. So look, everyone says, hey, these are kind of anecdotal stories. But
no, it's a trend.
Statistically, the frequency of extreme things happening is continuing to climb. And then the impact is in the food supply chain, the energy supply chain, and the manufacturing supply chain. And there are follow-on effects. Now, I'm optimistic that private market solutions will resolve these issues.
Yeah, that was my next question is, can we solve this or not?
Yeah, of course. I mean, look, we've had crises since the dawn of humanity. I mean, we were a starving,
I don't think we need a crisis to solve some of these problems. These are pretty economically obvious.
Yeah, and that's my point. The private market will resolve because people want to have electricity. They want to have food. They want to have parts.
They need.
They need. And so the market will pay for those things, and therefore producers and technologists will resolve to solutions to make that happen.
So we just have to have the pain and suffering and see it firsthand, Shama? For the market to kick in?
Our friend in the group chat that shall not be named posted this meme. You guys saw it, right? Which said like an autistic schoolgirl takes, what was it? I have it here.
Quit school.
The dominoes.
The dominoes. Yeah. You can show the dominoes, but basically it said an autistic Swedish girl decides to skip school is the little domino, and 7 dominoes later, this huge domino, it says the collapse of Europe's energy grid. And without commenting on the language used in the meme for a second, what is the point? The point is these conversations can so quickly go off the rails and are not about national security and economics and quickly become about moral virtue signaling that you miss the point. The point in the United States, just to be very blunt, is that the cost of electricity has gone up by 46% in the last decade.
it will go up by another 40 odd percent through 2030. So between 2010 and 2030, the cost of electricity for every single American will have effectively doubled, even though the ability to generate, particularly from wind and solar, have been reduced by 90%. Now, why is that? Well, it turns out that if you look inside the P&Ls of these utilities, it actually gives you the answer. So over the next 10 years, we have to spend, as a nation, just on upgrading power lines, $2 trillion. This is all like crazy OpEx, right? CapEx improvements for sunk cost investments. Our power line infrastructure in America is 20 plus years old, 30 years old. Our generation infrastructure is pretty poor. We have all of these failures. We don't have enough peakers. We don't have ability to store energy when we need it. So if you add this all up, I do think that there's a huge economic incentive to solve it, and there are practical ways to solve it. And that's what we have to stay focused on, because if we allow the moral virtue signaling to get in the way, we're going to make some really stupid decisions. We're going to keep trying to turn off nuclear. Yeah. Another thing that Elon said, we're not going to green light shale and nat gas. We don't have time for this. If you actually believe this is a cataclysmic issue, you need to basically be okay with hydrocarbons, because it is the only credible bridge fuel we have to keep the world working properly. Because otherwise, what David said is right. We are going to economically destroy parts of the world by trying to race towards this net zero goal. By the way, guys, I just want to take rip the Band-Aid off. Net zero by 2050, 2060, it is not possible. There is zero credible plans that the world has to do it. So we have to take small incremental steps, and many of them.
Yeah.
We should stay focused on that.
Yeah. The interesting thing.
And you cannot let people guilt trip you, because this is when you make these stupid mistakes like the entire continent of Europe made.
Yeah, really dumb.
Which is now going to cripple many economies of that entire continent unnecessarily.
Here's the good news. All this virtue signaling and people wanting to be green and for whatever reason, all of that now, economics and geopolitical, is forcing people to rethink nuclear. The Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant, which is the last one in California that's operational, it's being voted on today as we're taping this, and it's expected that they're going to keep it online. The governor with the great hair wants to keep it going. And the fascinating part about this is how quickly...
What choice does he have?
Exactly. And so now the awareness is so high about power and us losing it and asking people to turn off their air conditioners, don't plug in your cars.
But people don't understand how nuclear energy even works, and they're like, get rid of it.
They went to a no nukes concert in 1978, and they haven't changed their position since. But this is interesting. This guy, Gene Nielsen, who's been a champion of this stuff, he said, I thought our chances were zero of keeping this thing open. And he said, and he said, he told this conference of attendees, this nuclear conference, that the effort to maintain it, he said, what's happened since, the last 6 months has been like a snowball, that everybody has changed their position just in the last year on shutting these things down. And we saw, obviously, Germany is thinking the 3 remaining of their 6 that they were going to turn off, they're putting back on. And I think we're going to see new ground broken. And Japan came out just in the last week and said they're going to build more nuclear power and nuclear power plants. Now think about that.
That's awesome.
That's unbelievable. They had Fukushima. The Germans shut off their nuclear because of Fukushima.
But guys,
the Japanese are saying we're building more.
Fukushima didn't happen by accident. There was an incredible tsunami which was triggered by a massive earthquake. Yeah. You're talking about these extremely long tail events. Yes, the retaining walls could have been built better, but these are things we find, we iterate, and we solve. It was not the reason to shut down an entire mechanism of energy generation.
Stupid mistakes where they put it just too low in the wrong place. If they had just put it up the hill a couple of miles, it would have been fine.
But also, if you look inside of what happened, there was enormous pressure inside of these companies to basically, take actual direct blame and responsibility. I get all of that, but these organizations were shamed into turning these things off. That is not the way to make good, smart decisions.
Okay, so Gorbachev, the last ruler of the USSR, passed away this week. Sachs, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think this was a real milestone. You go back to the 1980s, and Ronald Reagan, who had spent his entire career being a Cold Warrior, saw the opportunity to basically do business with Gorbachev. Margaret Thatcher had told him that this is a man we can do business with. Gorbachev had come to power in 1985. He had initiated reforms of the Soviet system. He was a communist, to be sure, but he introduced political reforms called glasnost and economic reforms called perestroika. And Reagan seized the opportunity to go meet with him, and they signed arms control treaty after arms control treaty and ended the threat of mutually assured destruction that the world had been living with since the beginning of the Cold War. You got to remember that the Cold War began shortly after World War II, and we had this doctrine of mutually assured destruction, or MAD, and the whole world was living under the shadow of nuclear annihilation. This was showed repeatedly when I was a kid. There was a TV movie called The Day After.
The Day After. It was scary as hell.
It was really scary.
Oh my Lord,
Yeah,
they
The Day
terrorized us
After.
that America, like, we're all going to die. Did you ever have nuclear bomb drills we had to get under your desk?
Yeah,
We had them,
yeah. So if you're like our age, you remember this. That movie, by the way, that was a TV event movie that was one of the most widely watched movies. But there were others. Jim Cameron used this concept in the Terminator movies. It was something that people were really afraid of. And Reagan seized the opportunity. He thought fundamentally that nuclear deterrence was immoral, that, better to have deterrence than a nuclear war, but that if he could, he seized the opportunity to negotiate the end of the Cold War. And by the way, there were hardliners in his administration who did not want him to negotiate with Gorbachev, but they ended up doing a series of meetings. It culminated in 1986 at the Reykjavik summit, and they signed deals to remove these INF system deals. Now, and that ended the Cold War. And then basically what happened is in 1989, the Berlin Wall came down. Gorbachev allowed the Warsaw Pact countries to leave. And then in 1991, the Soviet Union collapsed. So, he gets a lot of credit for being willing to reform that system. Now, the sad thing is, if we were fast forward 30 years later, where are we today? We're back in a new Cold War with Russia. I mean, we've been spending a good part of this year talking about the threat of a nuclear use. And, this was a problem that we thought was solved 30 years ago. And now we're back with it today. And you've got to ask, have the successors of, Reagan and George Herbert Walker Bush, the people who inherited our foreign policy over the last 30 years, have they done as good a job as Reagan did? Reagan ended the Cold War. We are back in a new Cold War. Why? What is the reason for this? There's been a series of stupid policies that now have put the risk of nuclear war back on the table.
My interest in Gorbachev is slightly different. He is an incredibly important character of the second half of the 20th century. Undeniable. Won the Nobel Prize. As you said, David, kind of ended the Cold War. But the most important thing, in my opinion, was the precursor to perestroika and why he did it. And as you said, this is a fairly ardent communist, although he had really interesting views. Like, he ran a very kind of open kind of Politburo where folks could debate. And he, promoted a lot of young people from within. All of these interesting things. But the most important thing, and he's written about this a lot, is the reason that he embarked on perestroika was because USSR at the time had an incredibly poor work ethic, terrible productivity, and horrible quality goods. And I think that there's something to be learned by them. Because at the tail end of communism, essentially where you had central planning, central imposed economic principles, what happened? People did not feel that they had any ownership in the outcome.
No agency.
No agency
buy-in
whatsoever. And I think that there's a really important lesson to observe there, which is that if governments get too actively involved, this doesn't just happen in Russia, it happens everywhere.
It's happening in California. We just talked about it.
It's happening where we live right now. And if you look at then what happened afterwards, it became the aristocracy that basically ruled the USSR before, and then fighting against all these folks that wanted reforms, and that created the schism, which then perverted capitalism for 7 or 8 years through Yeltsin until Putin got there. And that's what created the oligarch class and really exacerbated a bunch of wealth capture by a handful of folks that may or may not have deserved it, and I'm not going to judge that. But I just think it's really important to understand that he was forced to embark on this because of all of these state central planning policies. And so it's just an important lesson for Americans in democracy, which is
be careful if you want more government.
You're,
nanny states don't work, guys. Nanny
you're
states
exactly
do not work.
right. The Soviet Union, their economy used to run on what they called 5-year plans. It was incredibly centralized. It was all run by the government. And this was communism. And in the 20th century, the second half of it especially, was a giant battle of systems, not just of countries, not just the Western Bloc, led by the U.S., the free world versus the Soviet Union, the Warsaw Pact. It was also a battle of philosophies and systems. It was the philosophy of state control versus freedom, and a free economy. And freedom won. The free economy won in that battle. And the crazy thing is, 30 years later, we're talking about socialism being a viable doctrine. You have politicians basically saying that they are socialists, but 30 years ago, you would have been like, that was unelectable.
And the point is, example after example, empirical evidence, well documented, of just how it doesn't work. And I guess the thing is, we all say, like, you just have to learn it for yourself. Like, you'll tell your kids to to not do something ad infinitum.
They gotta touch the stove.
They gotta touch the stove themselves and get burned. We are about to go do that in California.
Can you imagine if, like, people who want to be socialists here who find us, if they had to be in a food line or have rations? Literally, Russia had food lines and they were rationing food in the 1980s. Like,
well,
that's how dysfunctional it got.
A large driver of Gorbachev basically negotiating these peace settlements with, with Reagan and this nuclear, demilitarization, was in part because he knew he couldn't fight, right?
Yeah.
It was this realization
was collapsing. That centralized system was collapsing. Yeah, they could not keep up. Reagan began an arms buildup, and there was an arms race, and they were losing.
They were losing. Again, this is why, like, people should not misunderstand what Gorbachev was. He was not necessarily some democratic freedom fighter. He was a person who was observing the on-the-ground conditions of a socialist system decay their ability to compete, and so he had to capitulate before it was forced upon him.
Right.
Meanwhile, the United.
Right. This is why I don't think he deserves as much credit as Ronald Reagan, is because at the end of the day, Gorbachev would have kept communism going if he could have.
If he could have.
He wanted the Soviet Union to stick together. I mean,
that's right. But I think, to his credit, when the things started to collapse, he didn't use violence and repression to try and hold it together. So, he was a reformer. He was a liberalizer.
Pragmatist, maybe.
And a pragmatist, and didn't use violence. And ultimately, he was a partner for Ronald Reagan. Remember, Ronald Reagan began this gigantic arms buildup. He was denounced as a cowboy who would get us in World War III. But when he had the chance to negotiate a deal with Gorbachev, he took it. And they basically got arms control.
And it was because Reagan was able to sit on top of an extremely productive capitalist system that allowed him to make those investments that made that capitulation basically a fait accompli. And I think that that's another thing for a lot of us to understand, which is free market capitalism, removing these degrees of decision making, give us degrees of freedom. And I've said this before on the last pod. The great thing about the IRA and what Chuck Schumer did is actually will be written in 10 or 15 years from now, because when we get to energy independence, when every home is resilient, the national security calculus in America changes wholeheartedly overnight.
Yeah, I mean, think about our relationship
2 years ago.
Right, but
Biden canceled it.
Okay, well, listen.
No, it's true. If you're willing to use natural gas and fracking, America is one of the richest energy countries in the world.
Oh, we produce a lot of oil too. Yeah. I mean, listen, it will change everything if we can really go all in on all of the categories: nuclear.
It's just to remind you guys that if you let the capital markets do and the free markets do what they're meant to do, they will empower the government to do great things for all of you, all citizens.
Yes, I agree with that 100%.
And the reason we want to stop it is because we have a couple of examples of extreme wealth, and I think that's something we have to think about. Is like, is the extreme wealth created for a certain class enough to stop the prosperity train that we actually have in America?
Listen, Jason, the politicians in California think they can run fast food businesses better than the people who own those those restaurants.
We have-
It's
These
insane.
people have never worked a day in their lives.
No,
I mean,
we have the
if
great
they could
thing
work,
is
they wouldn't. Yeah.
the great thing is we have a running A/B test which will show whether this state central planning can work or not. And again, if we refuse to want to listen to the examples of Russia or all of these other countries that have tried this, then so be it. We will know in the next 3 to 5 years that these policies actually don't work, and actually that it actually accelerates the exact hellscape that they think they're trying to avoid.
But not only to my point about foreign policy, not only are we forgetting the lessons of this Cold War, the economic lessons, that a free enterprise system generates more wealth and prosperity and more national greatness, more ability to fund a defense budget, create a better economy. Not only does it do all those things, not only have we forgotten that, but also we have ended every single defense control and arms control treaty with the Russians that Reagan and Gorbachev signed. Why? Why did we do that? Now our nuclear missiles are pointing at each other again. And you know what? Russia's a much poorer country than the U.S. We're actually 15 times richer than them. During the Cold War, at their peak, we were only 3 times richer than them. But we're 15 times richer, but they still got over 6,000 nukes. Why did we get rid of all those arms control treaties? Why have we basically alienated them?
Yeah, we said it before. Like you're dealing with a pragmatist and Putin's KGB agent. Slightly different.
Maybe you feel like Putin isn't someone we can deal with now, but he was someone we could have dealt with 10 years ago, 20 years ago.
I mean,
we missed the opportunity to deal with him, Jason.
If he was a rational actor, we would be able to deal with him. I think the only way he's actually going to be, the only way we'll be able to deal with him is if he doesn't have the oil market he has. Like he just has too much power from that oil. And over time, that's the solution. We have to be energy independent. I think Europe has learned that lesson harder than we have.
Gorbachev was a communist. He was an heir to Stalin, and yet Reagan could still do business with him and sign an arms control treaty so that we could end the risk of mutually assured destruction. You do not have to believe that Putin is a good guy in order for us to avoid getting back into a Cold War, which is the situation we find ourselves in now. How does it benefit us to have Russian nukes once again pointed at our heads?
Yeah, I mean,
and the reason why we alienated him, Jason, has nothing to do with him being a madman or whatever. It is because we brought NATO, which he views as a hostile military alliance, right up to his border. And by the way, listen to this video from Gorbachev. Gorbachev was asked about NATO expansion in front of the U.S. Congress. He was giving a talk to them, and they asked him, Gorbachev, what do you think about NATO? And what did he say? He said that you cannot humiliate a country this way and expect there to be no consequences. Gorbachev was against NATO expansion. When basically George Herbert Walker Bush and the Secretary of State James Baker went to Gorbachev to argue on behalf of German reunification, this is basically in 1990, Baker made the promise to Gorbachev not 1 inch eastward. Gorbachev said, yes, okay, they can reunify, but we do not want NATO moving up to our border. Baker made that promise. We have brought NATO up to their border. That is why Putin regards us with hostility.
Yeah, and I think Europe regards him with hostility, and they're scared of him because he keeps invading countries. So, yeah, it takes 2 to tango, but hey, this has been episode 94.
It does take 2 to tango, but you have to ask, has the U.S. foreign policy over the last 30 years that's gotten us in a new Cold War with Russia, has that been a successful foreign policy? They have undermined all the good work that Ronald Reagan and Gorbachev did together to end the Cold War. We are back in a new Cold War. And
you need to find Reagan.
Putin,
just need to find a new Reagan.
Putin has some blame, but so does the U.S. State Department. So does the U.S. State Department.
And Europe. Europe has a big part of the blame too here because he's their neighbor. Yeah. For the Sultan of Science, the Rain Man, and Reagan Library Chairman. Are you the chairman of the Reagan Library? Let me ask you this. When you were a kid, did you have a Reagan poster in your room? Have you ever owned a Reagan poster?
I'm sure I've definitely owned a picture of Reagan, and look, I'm a fan. Ronald Reagan. Listen, Jason.
Did you ever hang a Ronald Reagan poster or a picture in your dorm at Stanford? Yes or no?
Listen, Ronald Reagan.
That's a yes.
Hold on a second. Ronald Reagan won the Cold War without firing a shot. He gave us the greatest economy the U.S. has ever had. He ended the inflation and stagflation of the 1970s. And again, he avoided getting us into any of these major wars. Tell me the politician who
if you could have lunch with anybody
who's
in
the
history.
Politician who you revere who has a track record like that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess one would say Bill Clinton, would be the closest, great president of our lifetimes, right? You would agree with that?
I think he was a good president, especially on
He'd be
the
number two
domestic,
behind
but-
Reagan in our
But
lifetime.
remember, he benefited from the economy that Reagan
For whatever
created.
reason, you would agree with me, Clinton is right behind Reagan.
Reagan and Clinton, since like 1950 something, easily top two.
Yeah, I mean,
easily.
It's hard for Sachs to say this.
Well,
but
Eisenhower was very good. Listen,
yeah,
I mean,
but head and shoulders, I think, like for practically
right,
what they
here
dealt
we
with
go.
at their point in time, amazing.
All right, listen, Sachs, I know you love Reagan.
Reagan
I
and
think
Clinton,
that's
we
what you
have
should put. You should put
Republican
Reagan
and
and Nixon. Reagan and Bill Clinton, one on each side of you for next week. Will you do that for us?
I gotta go, guys.
I gotta go too. All right, love you, Saxy Poo.
I
We'll
love
see
you,
you all
Saxy
next
Poo.
time. Bye
Love you,
bye.
Jacob.
Love you too. Happy birthday, Jimmy.
Thanks, bro.
Let your winners ride.
Rain Man David Sack. We open source it to the fans, and they've just gone crazy with it. Love you, Wes. Queen of Quinoa. Besties are called 13. That's my dog thinking I noticed your driveway setbacks. We should all just get a room and just have one big huge orgy because they're all just useless. It's like this sexual tension that they just need to release somehow.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Sunday. You made it to Sunday. First up, VC Sunday School. We're going to talk about your ownership percentage and why certain VCs say, in order to do this deal, we need a certain ownership percentage or else we're out. And then Molly has an amazing interview.
I do have an amazing interview. I interviewed Dana Gibber, the CEO of Flow Carbon, the one that is associated with Adam and Rebecca Newman, but they're doing some really cool stuff. It's a great conversation. It's going to be a great episode.
Stick with us.
This Week in Startups is brought to you by OpenPhone. As a startup founder, a lot of mistakes are easy to roll back, but using your personal cell phone number as your company number isn't one of them. OpenPhone makes it easy to get business phone numbers for you and your team right on top of your existing devices. Visit openphone.com/twist to get 20% off your first 6 months. Snack Magic and Swag Magic are global gifting platforms and the most stress-free and customizable way to delight employees or customers. Get 10% cash back up to $1,000 until October 15th with code HOLIDAY. See more at snackmagic.com/twist. And MicroAcquire, the startup acquisition marketplace. Start the right acquisition conversations at your own pace. Get free and instant access to over 100,000 trusted buyers with total anonymity. Say goodbye to brokers and meet your ideal buyer today. Go to try.microacquire.com/twist.
Okay, Molly, it's Sunday. Welcome everybody to Sunday. Hope you're having a relaxing weekend. And now, just to increase the relaxation and adding a little namaste to your day, let's do some freaking math.
Let's do some math. Let's get some
Let's do some math.
spreadsheets up in here, bees.
Let's go. All right, now you had a question. I think that came up. So you were talking to some people, some randos. I don't know.
I was talking to other investors in the climate
said
space. You meet
randos.
investors of various stripes and approaches.
Yeah.
And I was talking to one investor about this idea of minimum target ownership percentage. And the question was posed like, should VCs even have that? Is there a situation in which you were like, we're going to get a 500x return, but we're only going to own 1%, so we're out? Was part of that question. Is there a deal you wouldn't do because of minimum ownership percentage? And as a general rule, should VCs have that, and why or why not?
Yeah,
which I
there's
thought
a
was
lot
super
to
interesting
unpack
because
there.
yes,
Lot to
totally.
unpack. So, as a general rule in venture capital, there is the power law, right? Your top investments pay for all the other investments that either fail, go to zero, or return, some small amount of capital back. So we all understand the power law. You can look up the power law. Some people call this like the 80-20 rule, whatever. 80% of your value comes from the top 20%. It's even more pronounced in venture. So let's all acknowledge that the power law exists. So now, if the power law exists, if you know you have a winning company, you want to own enough of it so that you can maximize returns for your LPs, your limited partners as a venture capitalist. And you only have a certain amount of time as a venture capitalist. Most people would say, old school VC firms, they raise this $300 or $400 million firm, you got 5 VCs in it, they're doing Series A investments, or if maybe 4 partners, okay, they each have to deploy 300 divided by 5, 300 divided by 4, $60 to $75 million. So you're making maybe a dozen investments each. Let's just use the number 10. Okay, so if you can only make 10 investments, that's going to be, let's just say, we'll pick a number, 5 million each, and then a little bit to go on top if you have a couple of winners, right? So 5 million in each, you got 25 million left over to go into the winners. Maybe the top 2 winners get the extra 25. So if you were to say, you know what, I want to own half as much, and let's say that 5 million bought you, I don't know how much in a Series A, but let's just say 10% or 20%. Okay, let's say they only take 2 million of your dollars, you only own 4%. You're now going to be on twice as many boards. You got to have twice as many companies, and let's say you're stacking funds. So every year you go through every 3 years you go through a fund. Over 10 years you got 3 funds deployed. Now instead of having just 10 companies, instead of having 10 per fund, you have 30 as a partner. Now you got 60, it becomes overwhelming. Now of course some are going to die over that time period and shut down, but this is why VCs and their time becomes the issue.
Okay.
So there is a time issue here. If I'm going to join the board, I'm going to do it. I'm not going to do it if I only have 2 or 3% ownership. It's not enough because I only have a certain amount of time to give to companies. But so that's one reason. That makes sense, right?
Yes, definitely. Before we get to the math, is there a reason that you wouldn't do a small percentage deal though? There must be something. There must be some deals that come along where you're like, yeah, it's worth it to have 1 or 2, like a bite of this.
Part of this is posturing. So you want to have the position, we're not going to do this deal unless we can get 10% minimum.
Okay.
So that the founder doesn't say, well, I want Sequoia and Kleiner to do the Series A of Google. You can take it or you can leave it. Either you split it or you don't. And that was famously what happened with Google. If you remember from Sebastian's book, The Power Law, he recounts this. Very well known in Silicon Valley. That Sergey and Larry said, split it, and if either one of you doesn't want to split it, too bad, you're out. And so VCs will take this position, we want the whole thing. If they can't, they'll fall back. So they just keep that posturing up. So there's a reality to it, but then there's posturing. So, hey, if Elon's starting a new company, or I don't know, Travis is starting a new company, they would get to dictate. They would tell people, here's what you can have, and all of a sudden that rule would magically disappear. Now that rule would appear for a first-time founder and be like, we're set in our ways. So there is some flexibility there.
Okay. All right,
but
so that's rule number 1.
Yeah, I'd say that's the number 1 reason, the VC's time. Now, some VCs take the approach, we don't want board seats, and they can take a more, an approach of having 3, 4, 5% of a larger number of companies, right? So instead of having 10 companies with 10% ownership in each, they could have 30 companies with 3, 4% ownership in each. You could take that approach as well.
Right.
And then look for the winners, and you'd have more diversification, right? But you don't have board seats, which creates a whole nother set of problems. And you might, since you own a small percentage, not have what's called major investor rights. Major investors get pro rata, they get to sign off on a sale, they just have more what they call protective provisions, control provisions. So if you start to own under 5%, you have less ownership. This means you lose this collection of protective provisions like preferred shares, pari passu, the ability to buy secondary shares first if they become available in the market, all of these collection of things, and you just basically don't have a seat at the table.
All right, so that makes sense. Some of it is, so it's information, it's the right to keep investing, it's time, it's a little bit of control or insight into the company. And it sounds like there are firms that, obviously, there are firms that have different approaches that do more of a scattershot or even like a Moneyball approach, as opposed to...
By definition, you have Moneyball in a fund, right? 4 partners, 5 partners. doing in a traditional venture firm where it's the 5 partner structure and the same 5 dudes do a fund every 3 years, and that's what we saw in Silicon Valley, and widely criticized for a number of reasons, but also unbelievably effective because you're dealing with a human dynamic, right? Each individual is making these bets. Each individual is responsible for their book, but you have 5 individuals who balance each other out. So if 1 or 2 of them are screw ups and 1 or 2 of them are high performers, so you have like 2 layers of diversification. You have the 5 diversification of partners. So if 2 of the partners are like living in the old paradigm and there's 2 new ones in the new paradigm, 1 person's a screw up, maybe the fund can withstand that, right?
Yeah.
Because you have people aging out. So you might have somebody who's a 60-year-old VC who just doesn't understand, Web 2.0, or they don't understand the mobile revolution or whatever. So there's like that diversification, hopefully of ideas, thoughts, whatever, and paradigms. And then you have this diversification with 10 companies. So you should have both those things working there. But losing those rights, and then if you're a good picker, if you are too diversified, well, then you have to hit a higher multiple to hit the power law. So there is some optimization around there. And that's where, it's instructive to maybe look at how a percentage ownership gets diluted over time. All right, everybody, on the phone today is Open Phones founder Darina Kuya. Welcome to the program, Darina.
Thanks, Jason. Great to be here.
Now, what mistakes do most founders make with phone numbers in their startups?
Great question. First one is they use their personal phone number for their business, and it's an easy mistake to make because you don't necessarily think about it much. You incorporate your company, you put your phone number, there's all these forms you fill out. It very quickly goes from being your personal number to being the number for the company, and when that happens, there are all these data aggregators and all kinds of services that take your number and put it everywhere.
Yeah.
Suddenly now there is this uptick in spam text messages.
It's the worst.
Yeah, and people just wonder, like, how are others getting my number? Well, let me tell you, you put it in different places, and it kind of snowballed from there. So that's the first mistake.
Yes.
The second, which is initially as a founder, you're the salesperson. You're the only sales rep. And then you hire a first sales rep. And sometimes founders let that person use their personal phone number.
Oh, no.
That number, the data, everything that happens is just fully belongs to the sales rep. And if that person leaves,
you lose the entire history with your customers.
Yeah.
And then what if that sales executive goes to a competitor?
Exactly, yep.
Okay, everybody, Twist listeners can get 20% off any plan for their first 6 months at Open Phone. Just go to openphone.com/twist. If you got an existing number, they'll port it right over for free. Head to openphone.com/twist today for 20% off. Our team made us this nice little chart, and what this shows, we have a seed round in column B here, and then we go to Series A, Series B, Series C. In this hypothetical example, then it goes to an IPO, and then we've shown here, because sometimes venture firms hold their shares after an IPO before distributing them, maybe 2 years post-IPO, what happens with the value of the company. Then we have the valuation of the company from $10 million in a seed round to $25 million in the Series A, $100 in the Series B, $1 billion in the Series C, an IPO of $5 billion, and becoming worth $10 billion in 2 years post-IPO. Let's say this is a seed firm, like ours. Let's say the seed firm had incredible conviction in this company, put $2 million into it for 20% ownership. So that's what you see in column D.
$10 million valuation, yeah.
At a $10 million valuation. So the $2 million bought you 20%. Let's say they raise another bunch of money at a Series A of $25 million, and you maintain your 20% ownership. You take your pro rata, right? We talked about that. So you put a little bit more money in, so you still own your 20%. Okay, so what's your MOIC? Your multiple on invested capital? It's 2.5. You turn $2 million into $5 million. Okay, great, looking good. Let's say you get to the Series B, your firm is fully deployed, you don't take your pro rata, and you get diluted 25%. It's a particularly onerous round. Everybody gets diluted 25%, so your 20% ownership goes down to 15%. Then let's say at $1 billion, they raise $100 million, you get diluted 10%, so minus 1.5. Then you get diluted again, they raise 20% in the IPO, you get 20% dilution, you're up to 10.8. Let's say you don't sell your shares, you're still at 10.8% by the time you IPO. So you went from 20% ownership, and at the IPO you had roughly 10%. you can start to get an idea of like what this would actually look like for a seed fund.
Right.
You know, you'd own $1 billion, right? You'd still own 10% of the company.
Right.
Even though you got diluted by half, and most people think you're getting diluted by half.
So I could imagine taking from this that a minimum target, like a percentage ownership, would be more important for a seed firm in some ways because you
For
know
any
you're going to
firm.
get
Yeah.
diluted, or is it the same?
Well, if you jumped in at the Series A, you were a Series A firm, you might not be able to own 20%. Let's say you own 10 or 15.
Right.
So you can imagine if you own 15% and then you maintained your pro rata maybe for 1 or 2 more rounds. Okay, maybe you wound up at 7% at the IPO, 8%. Whatever it is, you're going to get diluted at some amount because you're not going to be able to protect that entire position in all likelihood because most funds do not have, you know, the ability to do these giant mega late stage growth rounds.
Right.
That's one of the things that happened with Bill Gurley, and they talk about in the Power Law, and Benchmark talks about, oh my God, Masayoshi Son is coming in and taking Yahoo, is taking Uber and putting these big chunks of capital in. We're getting disrupted by these late stage investors. Yuri Milner's coming in and coming over the top of everybody. So that was, you know, part of the tension here in Silicon Valley over the last decade or two, is that those big giants, Yuri Milner making billion-dollar investments, Masayoshi Son putting in 10 or $20 billion slugs, all that.
Yeah, and a smaller firm just can't keep up, and frankly isn't expected to, right? Like there's no expectation that we would participate, for example, as a seed to Series A firm in the C or D
Probably
or E
not.
round, whatever,
Probably.
you know.
You might.
Probably not.
You might pop up an SPV and then say to all of your LPs, hey, is there any huge LP here who wants to put in a $50 million slug? Okay, so you're a $150 million firm. You obviously don't have the ability to put in a $50 million slug to defend your position, right?
Yeah.
But there might be one of your LPs who does. So in this case here with the Series C, you're getting diluted 10%. It's a $1 billion valuation. So that 10% means they put in $100 million for that $1 billion valuation, which means your 1.5 dilution, you know, to be 15, to maintain your 15%, you're going to put in that 15 million. You got to be 15% around. You might find one of your LPs wants to put that 15 million and you get carry on that. So some people will do these specific SPVs to maintain those positions at later stages.
Right.
Because you still have the right. But you
for
might
the
also
most
be
part-
selling in that round. You might also be sellers.
Yeah, true.
You know,
So
taking
there's
some
lots
chips
that
off the
can
table.
happen in the later rounds, but it seems like dilution is somewhat of a given. So would that explain,
course,
like,
yeah.
when you're fundraising, like, do LPs want you to have a target for ownership?
Yeah,
Because of this?
LPs want you to own as much as possible in the winners. Pretty obvious statement. And, you know, when they look back on my career, you know, when I was a scout, they're like, why didn't you own, you know, 5% of, or, you know, 3% of Uber? And I was like, well, because I was just doing seed investments for Sequoia. That wasn't the nature of the program. They just wanted us to do one bet, not take the pro rata, and then move on. So, you know, I did get that criticism early in my career, like, hey, why aren't you doing multiple investments? Why aren't you following on? Why don't you do more? And I corrected that in my game. Later on, I was like, yeah, let's keep investing in these companies. Let's keep putting more money in, go pro rata or even super pro rata, try to increase our position in them. Because it's very rare that a great company comes along. So if it is rare, which is the definition of the Power Law, one pays for many, they don't happen too often. Part of being a great investor is not just finding great companies, it's maintaining or increasing your ownership in great companies. That is an equal part of the game. If you were to have done, like let's say in this ownership scenario, you didn't defend your pro rata for the first round or two. Let's say you only put in 10%. All of a sudden you can see what a missed opportunity it was. And the truth is, when you're an investor in a company, you find out in the first 2 or 3 years, sometimes 4 or 5, but definitely within 5, if you got a winner or not. It's very rare that a company breaks out in year 6 or 7. Even Figma, which had a slow burn, you kind of got the sense that this was a great team, they were getting traction. Twitter had a little bit of a slow burn, but it wasn't like year 7 burn, you know, it was like year 4 burn or something, year 3. These things start to accelerate. So it's super important when you do have a winner to recognize it. And you see on our investment call, a decent portion of our time is talking about in the portfolio, did we get any updates? Is this company 3x revenue year over year? Is it growing 10% month over month, 5%? And we struggle over those metrics and getting them to make sure we understand of the existing bets we placed, how many of them are breaking out. And if they are breaking out, well, can we get more money into that company? Because we know it's a winner.
And always your question, always, every time, company after company after company in that 2-hour meeting is, what's our ownership percentage? How much do we own?
How much do we own? Hard to calculate because a lot of these things are notes. They haven't converted into equity. We've talked about this before. The convertible note, the SAFE, these are essentially, we're giving money to a company. We give them, in this case, the $2 million for 20% ownership in this scenario. That might be on a convertible note. In other words, it's a loan that converts at a $10 million cap. That's the maximum it can convert at. So you find out, oh, you own 20% at this point in time. But you might also, oh, they did 2 more notes and you got diluted another 4 or 5%. They didn't tell you about those notes and you actually don't own 20%. You own 16.5 because they raised these other notes and you didn't have pro rata on those notes. You had pro rata on the next price round. So, there could be all kinds of shenanigans that occur, different interpretations of these documents, mistakes made by attorneys or accountants. You got to stay on top of this ownership percentage. Maybe they did an employee stock option pool. Maybe they bought some shares back from an employee. Maybe they gave a contractor 5% of the company and you got diluted 5%. So your 20% went down to 19, but you're like, hey, when did this happen? So even knowing your ownership percentage can be a little bit hard. That's why cap table software that's come out since this time is become super critical for people because they can run their cap table in real time and see it. It used to have to ask your attorneys, hey, attorneys, can I get my cap table? How much do I own of my own company? And now you just press a button and, with modern cap table software, they should run this scenario for you.
So fascinating. So good. So good. So interesting. So much awesome math. But we have to call it there for VC Sunday School because we have a long and really interesting interview today. And I cannot wait for you to listen to this one.
Cannot wait for this one.
Yeah, rumors that Flow Carbon had ceased operation after one of its primary investors launched a company with a very similar name are inaccurate. All right, so I talked to the CEO of Flow Carbon, the company that was founded by Dana Gibber, who is the CEO, alongside Carolyn Klatt, Elon Stern, and Adam and Rebecca Newman.
Got it.
Flow Carbon, of course, came back into the news because there was this big, they have this new company and it makes it easier to trade carbon credits by putting them on the blockchain. And we were already like, what? Come on. And then Adam Newman comes out with this new company, Flow.
Same name.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Similar name.
And everyone goes, oh, I guess Flow Carbon is no more. But it turns out that's not true. Flow Carbon recently raised $70 million, led by A16Z's crypto arm.
Got it.
Not to be confused again with Flow, who also raised from A16Z.
Adam Newman, of course, the founder of WeWork, who then is doing this new Flow, which is going to be a lifestyle apartment brand. And there's also Flow Carbon, which is blockchain carbon. So you were talking to the latter, the carbon blockchain company today.
Exactly.
With you exclusively here on This Week in Climate Startups.
Exclusively on This Week in Climate Startups. And oh my God, 2 things happened. One, I've been a skeptic of carbon credits and offsets.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been a skeptic of putting climate solutions on the blockchain. And God help me if I didn't walk away a little bit sold on both. You're gonna love it.
Great. Let's roll the tape. I want to hear this. I'm in. Let's go. All right, listen, I want you to beat the holiday rush this year with Snack Magic and its newest partner in crime, Swag Magic. Yes, Snack Magic and Swag Magic are global gifting platforms. It's a stress-free and customizable way for you to delight not only your employees, but also your customers, huh? You want to make them feel special. It's super easy how this works. They use software to help recipients, the people you want to say thank you to, build their own snack or swag stash. All you need is the recipient's email. You don't need their shipping address, which today in the remote world, people aren't going to an office. It's typically their house. So instead of forcing them to get something at their home, making it a little awkward, you can just put their email in. They get an email where they are told, hey, you've got this gift. Go ahead and build your own gift basket at Snack Magic or pick your own swag at this website. This shows that you get it and you care about the recipient. Snack Magic is going to help you stand out from the crowd. Gifties can choose from thousands of snacks, drinks, office supplies, and of course, as I mentioned, the branded swag options. Delight your hardworking employees, reward your customers, especially the ones you want to close. Maybe you want to land and expand, whether you want to delight one person or 1,000. Snack Magic makes it so easy. You're going to get 10% cash back up to $1,000 until October 15th with the code HOLIDAY. So see more at snackmagic.com/twist, snackmagic.com/twist.
Dana Gibber is the CEO of Flow Carbon, a company we have been so curious about. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you for having me. Excited to be here.
I have to dispense up front with, so you co-founded the company alongside Carolyn Klatt, Elon Stern. Is that right?
Yep.
And Adam and Rebecca Newman. So we're just going to start with that and then move on. How did you meet, and what is the kind of level of involvement of those two with the company?
Yeah. So about 2 years ago, so very beginning of January 2020, a group of 5 of us came together. So that's when I met the Newmans for the first time. They had been quietly involved in quite extensive conservation efforts from a philanthropic standpoint. They funded a lot of conservation, and they had gotten exposure to what's called the voluntary carbon market through their conservation efforts. And essentially the voluntary carbon market, which I'm sure we will go into, is this phenomenal means of creating a market incentive for scaling projects that have real climate action, and in particular, the preservation and restoration of our natural carbon sinks, i.e. conservation in a lot of ways. And so they got exposure to this market and became, or heard about it and became excited about it, because it really is the way to scale these kinds of projects. These projects are phenomenal, but absolutely not happening at the scale that we need to see them happening. And the VCM, or the voluntary carbon market, is a market that can really, when implemented properly, can really scale these efforts. And so they wanted to dive into this market. I got a call. So Caroline and I previously co-founded a software company together. It was AI-powered chatbot technology. We sold it to a private equity fund in 2020. And we got a call from somebody at Adam's family office to ask if we wanted to do a deep dive into this market, given, relevant background that we both had, and did so. Really became fascinated by this market, both in what it could accomplish and from an impact standpoint, and also a lot of the key challenges that were preventing it from scaling and continue to prevent it from scaling, although it's been a very, very exciting and frenetic time since then in the voluntary carbon market. And so we saw a real opportunity to do good, to use technology, especially new emerging technology, blockchain in particular, to address some of the key challenges we saw in the market. And Adam's family office provided our seed check. So he's not operationally involved at all, but, we're grateful for that investment capital.
And then I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but of course, then there was this announcement that confused all of us. I think this is actually how we originally got in touch, because now there's the new residential company called Flow that Adam announced and got a bunch of funding for. And how are we cool with that? Like, I think it led a lot of people to think that maybe your company, Flow Carbon, had gone away. And so this is our chance to be like, no, right? Yeah. Both of them still are happening.
So we haven't gone away. We're more active than ever. We've done a lot of really exciting things recently. Even we announce, we make a lot of announcements quite actively. But yeah, the name thing is kind of, there's no real connection between the companies. It's just kind of a naming development that emerged. What's funny is there's also a blockchain called Flow, NBA Top Shots, which is a kind of famous crypto project, is on that blockchain. And when Adam made that real estate company announcement, I think that token, the Flow token that's associated with that blockchain, moved up by like 5 or 6%, something like that.
Right.
So
Totally.
Yeah, it's a good word. I think it works in a lot of contexts. And
it's a good word.
Yeah,
totally. But it did create, and so I'm really glad that you're here to clear this up in person, because it really did create this confusion about like, oh, is that what did Flow Carbon become Flow? And we're here to say no, absolutely not.
Two
Flow
separate
Carbon
companies.
100% its own thing. Yeah. And now, okay, great. Now that we've gotten the Newmans out of the way, to be clear, we unironically love them here at this show. True story. But now that we've gotten that out of the way, please tell us what you are still and actively doing at Flow Carbon.
Yeah, happy to. So let's talk about the market that we are in for a minute, which, like I said before, is the voluntary carbon market. So this is a market that essentially identifies projects that have a measurable carbon reduction or removal effect. So think of conservation, reforestation, afforestation, a bunch of tech projects where you're removing carbon from the atmosphere or preventing it from being emitted in the first place. Now, a lot of these projects are not financially viable. You need a revenue stream going to projects like that. And so what the voluntary carbon market is basically a global market created by a bunch of global institutions that basically provides to projects something called carbon credits in the exact amount of the carbon that the project is reducing or removing. And those credits are this, basically unit that are created by these global nonprofits who evaluate the projects, look at the measurable carbon impact, present them with these credits, and they now can sell these credits into the market. The market is basically the carbon offset market. So the buyers on the buy side are corporations predominantly who have made commitments related to their carbon emissions, which really means quantification and disclosure. So you use, a major accounting firm, you do your carbon quantification across your direct, indirect supply chain emissions. You quantify it, you publish it, you undertake reduction measures. So many of them are publicly disclosing their reduction plans, which are often phased plans. We will reduce X percentage of our emissions, until we hit a certain target. A lot of these are called net zero commitments. So they want to be net zero by 2030, 40, 50, et cetera.
Yep.
And then oftentimes the last part of this process is buying carbon offsets. So
the offsets are where the net comes in.
Exactly.
Yep.
You basically pay for carbon reduction or removal that's happening beyond your value chain, happening, in the developing world at a project that is doing this work. And what's really, really essential to know about this market is as follows. About 23% of our greenhouse gas emissions globally come from nature. It comes from basically clear cutting, slashing and burning nature for agriculture, for grazing, for timber, lumber, et cetera, right? We destroy nature at an astounding rate. The famous stat is 1 football field worth of old growth rainforest is destroyed every 6 seconds. So it's an astounding amount of nature and the biodiversity within it that we are destroying for economic reasons. And the only counterbalancing economic model that will prevent this is this market that basically provides a revenue stream for keeping these natural carbon sinks standing and restoring them. So this is a market that at its core is super, super imperative, important, and has historically had a bunch of issues. So there's a lot of criticisms leveled at this market, rightfully so.
In fact,
and
I think it would be good to sort of pause there and explain a little bit about what those are. One of those criticisms has been even just the existence of offsets as a way to get to net zero, right? That you didn't decarbonize your entire supply chain or all of your buildings, you bought offsets, and so it's criticism 1. And then criticism 2 is those offsets themselves may be of sketchy origin or hard to verify, which is where you come in.
Yeah, that's actually a really nice way of framing the issues. So one is the very existence, it's a philosophical conversation about offsets in general.
Right.
Then if you believe the threshold, that's the threshold question, right? If you get beyond that and say, yes, we believe that these instruments should exist, then it's, well, okay, let's look at how this market is being implemented and all the loopholes and shenanigans that maybe have historically gone on. And in some small way, there are remaining issues. So the threshold question is really a philosophical one. And you could have a lot of scientists. Really, science is converging around the idea that we need our natural ecosystems for a whole host of reasons, not just for carbon emissions, but for there's major impacts on water systems and food systems and local socioeconomic forces that all center around ecosystems. So we must preserve these ecosystems. And this is really the only way of doing it. So that's,
pay people to preserve them, full stop.
Yes, I'm not pretending to not have a point of view here. I very much believe in
Nor should you. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So, and when implemented correctly, about 30% of the solution to climate change can come from our natural ecosystems. And so in my view, and in the view of a lot of very smarter people than me, this market is a fundamentally essential market that has a real role to play in our overall climate impact strategy globally as a society. And it's really just about getting the implementation right. So I think let's move to that. And so for companies, I'll go back for 1 minute and say, today, with the amount of oversight on corporations, the era of greenwashing, to the extent it existed, is really a thing of the past, because you have the SEC mandating emissions-related data and climate disclosures for public companies. You have a tremendous amount of oversight in the media from watchdog entities, from stakeholders on what companies are doing. So
and
you're
from
really
consumers, even.
And for sure, from consumers.
Call-out culture has come for greenwashing.
Totally. Activist investors. I mean, we see it everywhere. So really what's happening is a responsible and very transparent effort to quantify, which is very hard. The quantification is super hard, but there's a lot of new tech innovation, software products, carbon accounting softwares that are popping up, a lot of consultancies, advisory firms specializing in this. So the quantification is one. Then you have the reduction measure. So you will not see any corporation really of any size, but certainly one that is at all relevant, putting out a plan that says we're going to quantify and then offset the entire thing, right? That would call out culture. I mean, that's a no-no. So they have a very clear phased decarbonization strategy, but there's always going to be the hard to abate or impossible to abate residual tail emissions. And that's where offsets can and should come into play. And this is all becoming much more standardized.
So first, let's start with, what are the parts about the carbon market that are voluntary? We hear this phrase, voluntary carbon market, a lot. Now we can move into sort of breaking down like the parts of the carbon market that need fixing so that it can continue to be a more and more powerful solution. So one is, what do people mean when they say voluntary carbon market?
Super, super important question. Thanks for asking it. So there's basically two types of carbon markets, a compliance market or a voluntary market. A compliance market exists because of regulation. So in Europe, and that's where you're trading allowances. So in Europe, you have the emissions trading scheme where you trade, every company is entitled a certain allowance of carbon emissions, and then they can trade to emit more, basically. And it's a very, very structured and very mature market. And we have, in the US, we have a number of them, most notably in California, where it's a compliance market.
Which we call cap and trade.
There you
go. Is the phrase people are familiar with? Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
And you have, trading desks. These are units that are traded, and it's because of regulation. So these companies have to. The voluntary market is it's some now within the market call this a misnomer, because you have so many forces converging on corporations that aren't in a cap and trade environment. So they are not required to do any of this because of global or national regulation. It's these ESG commitments that make them quantify, decarbonize, and then sometimes buy offsets. They're doing it because of pressure from investors, from consumers, from stakeholders, from peers. All kinds of pressures are converging on corporations that are leading them to be responsible with regards to their emissions. And part of that is buying offsets, but it's not to be compliant with any regulatory or legislative scheme. And so that's why it's called the voluntary market. And so when they buy offsets, it's entirely voluntary, right? If that money wasn't spent on offsets, it's voluntary. They're doing it as part of a voluntary pledge that they've made.
Got it.
Although getting less and less voluntary.
Less and less voluntary, exactly. Whether it's because of sort of social pressure, customer base, like on and on and on, local regulation.
MicroAcquire is a startup acquisition marketplace, and it cuts out everybody in the middle. This basically means they help startups get acquired quickly and at the best price, and do it efficiently. If you're a founder looking to sell your company, your project, your side hustle, MicroAcquire is free. And it's private, and it involves nobody in the middle. And in a down market like we have right now, or a little bit of turmoil, M&A activity can pick up. People might be looking to do what they call in the industry tuck-in acquisitions. They love your team, they love your revenue, the potential of your product, and you can cash in right now. MicroAcquire has helped hundreds of startups get acquired and facilitated hundreds of millions in closed deal volume. They have over 120,000 buyers on the platform. And those buyers, you're wondering like, hey, how does this work? How do they get on the platform? Well, they pay $390 a year. Now you're like, whoa, that's a lot of money. Not for an acquirer. If they're going to acquire companies, $390 is like, that's what they spend on lunch, like a nice lunch with a bottle of wine. There are thousands of vetted startups currently listed for sale on the site, and you will stay totally anonymous. On the other side of the marketplace, again, if you're a buyer, get in there. $390 a year, I pay for it. You can find really great deals. MicroAcquire, once again, helps startups find buyers. It's really that simple. Buyers can browse listings for free, and the platform is free for sellers. Sign up for premium right now, $390 a year, to access all the deal info. If you're a buyer, try.microacquire.com/twist. Once again, try.microacquire.com/twist.
Okay, so then we have the question of offsets themselves, how they're created, who verifies them, what quality they are, how old or new they are, right? Can you run us through kind of the problems that you're trying to solve with respect to offsets specifically and the quality of offsets?
Totally. And I'll try to do this efficiently while highlighting some of the sort of historical challenges in the market. So if we take the example of a conservation project, because that's an easy use case, right? Somebody will identify an opportunity to do what's called a carbon project. It's often in the developing world if it's nature-based, right? That's where we still have our old growth rainforests and the biodiversity within them. So somebody has to put down capital to secure an area of rainforest. An interesting stat is I can't stand behind it because it was told to me, but somebody smart told me that right now in the Amazonian in the Amazon, right, in the Brazilian rainforest, you can buy a hectare of land for about $200 US. The minute you slash and burn it, its value goes up to $1,200. So, but somebody, it's right. That's the economic incentives as they exist right now. So somebody will identify an area of, the Amazon and will put down capital to secure it. And in so doing, they need a revenue stream. So what they do is they will, the way the market works is they will employ an auditor, basically, a VVB, a verification body, who will review everything about the project, both the carbon measurements, what is the carbon that is preserved within this environment that they just conserved, but also what's called additionality, which means if I didn't do this project, this land was going to be slashed and burned, because look at all the surrounding plots, look at the historical deforestation rates in this area. This concept of additionality is essential for getting carbon credits issued to you. You have to show that the land was really under threat. Fine. So they will put together the whole, all the data involved in showing the carbon impact, measurements, soil samples, historical deforestation rates, a lot of national and regional level data about the area that you're in. And then we'll submit it to basically a global nonprofit. There's 4 main ones that have basically are recognized as issuing credible carbon credits. One meaning carbon credits that have credibility. It's they have the same credit. I'm using it twice. So they will submit the evidence to the standard. The standard will review the evidence, certify the project as being a project that meets the methodology, has provided all of the requisite evidence, and gets issued carbon credits in the exact amount of the metric tons of carbon that the project is either removing from the atmosphere or preventing from being emitted in the first place. Often on a schedule. So every year, that project gets issued its carbon credits commensurate with that year's impact in carbon. And then they have to sell those into the market. So what has happened historically? This was a tiny market until recently. So this was a $300 million market in 2018, which is basically not a market. That's, that's barely a market. It's a $2 billion market this year, just about, which is a very, very small market as far as markets go. So still a very small market, which meant you had very little innovation. It was the earliest innings of a market, and they were going kind of slow. So you had the opportunity for all kinds of loopholes, mainly in projects overstating the carbon impact that they were having. I'm not really conserving 100 metric tons of carbon. I'm conserving 200 metric tons of carbon. And you can fudge the data a little bit. And the standards, which are nonprofits in a tiny market, don't have, maybe that kind of thing got through. So those are called inflated baselines. That happened historically. You've had issues with double counting where a project or somebody in the middle, a broker, would sell carbon credits twice, right? And again, the standards that create the credits are also the registries that track them. And technology has gotten dramatically better, and especially technology in a booming market as opposed to a really stagnant, slow, early one, right? And so a lot of the innovation is focusing on preventing double counting, on transparency and traceability for credits, which is where blockchain comes in a big way, on measuring. Now you have, in the last few years, really the last year, you have a lot of remote sensing and IoT technology, Internet of Things technology, plus LiDAR, drones that measure tree cover, a lot of digital technologies that are going to actually oversee and verify, double checking, triple checking the measurements at the project level. So drones looking at tree cover, geospatial satellite imagery looking at tree cover, IoT devices and remote sensing that are on the ground, in the soil, all kinds of things. So a lot of the historical challenges, I would say, that have led to a lot of criticism of this market are being dramatically addressed as we speak.
Yeah. Right. Okay, so then as we kind of continue our story arc all the way to solution, there's also this question of pricing. Like, who sets the prices and what does it cost? Let's say you're buying an offset equivalent to a ton.
Yeah.
How does that pricing get set so that this is a market that really works as a real incentive?
Yeah, so this market is really at an inflection point moment. Because you have the demand finally lining up where you have corporations that are making more and more ESG commitments, which includes often net zero commitments, which often include and will include the buying of offsets. So finally, you have the capital ready on the demand side to deploy into these kinds of projects. And what you need to create is an efficient, transparent, liquid market for buying these things and making sure that they're being traced back to the source, which is the project, that the project has the integrity and the carbon impact that it says it has, but also that the market for these things is transparent and there's price transparency in particular. So right now, the way it works, this market is 80% or so over the counter through brokers. So if you're a corporate buyer, you've gone through all the steps and you're finally ready to procure some offsets as part of your overall decarbonization strategy. It is an unbelievably opaque experience and transaction. You are basically using consultants who are getting in touch with a bunch of brokers who have relationships with other intermediaries who are going to projects. The pricing is absolutely non-standardized at all. Now, it shouldn't be 100% standardized. There's different project types. A conservation project is different than a tech removals project, is different than a landfill gas project. Like there's different project types.
Right.
And there's other variables
but there's not even standardization within the project types.
Nothing.
And then isn't it the case, just to throw a quick wrinkle, isn't it the case that some of the brokers are also the verifiers? That there's some conflict of interest that occasionally happens in this industry?
So sometimes, there are project developers who do their own sales. So you're the project developer, and instead of transacting with intermediaries, you're doing your own sales, but you might also be using a broker. Like we have, as Flow Carbon, we're very active in the market as we try to, innovate in this market. Yep. And we've seen the same credits on the same day being sold by, different intermediaries at different prices, for example. And with wildly different spreads, by the way. There's the value extraction from project developer to buyer can be as high as 30%, and that's not uncommon. So the project developers who are actually doing the great work on the ground and should be able to expand their projects, invest in the local communities on the ground, they're often in the developing world, they are losing a lot of value to this web of really inefficient intermediaries until you get to a buyer. So what Flow Carbon is doing is really two things. One is what we're really known for, which is advocating that these carbon credits that reside with project developers in their registry accounts, but have to get sold to corporate buyers, that these be made into tokens. That basically a token functions as, let's call it a warehouse receipt or a depository receipt of these carbon credits that are very hard to move around and have no transparent or liquid trading environment right now. And that, once you have basically the warehouse receipt or the depository receipt, I sometimes explaining as a dry cleaning receipt for the carbon credit, but that can be grouped together with other similar dry cleaning receipts or warehouse receipts, so that you get liquidity within certain kinds of carbon that can trade at a transparent price. So you get liquidity, you get price transparency, you get the ability to access a lot of new buyers. So you, Molly, me, Dana, we are not going to buy 10 carbon credits from a broker to offset our, the flight that we took or the vacation we just took. So retail individuals have been totally, the market has been totally inaccessible to them. Same for SMBs, even mid-sized corporates have a really hard time navigating this web of intermediaries. There's, no contract standardization. There's a lot of counterparty risk. It's just a really messy market. Whereas a tokenized representation solves all of these issues because a token plugs immediately into blockchain infrastructure that hundreds of millions of people already access. So if you can go and buy one carbon credit on Coinbase, a tokenized version of a carbon credit on Coinbase or on an exchange at the same price as everybody else, all of a sudden you start to have real price transparency, liquidity, a lot more access for segments of the market that aren't participating at all. And we think will help scale the market significantly.
Amazing. Okay. Let's break that down now.
Yeah.
This is my dream conversation, by the way. We have such a logical, no pun intended, flow to.
It's a good word. I told you.
It's just it's all coming together. Okay. So in theory, a couple things here. One, I could have my warehouse receipt, my dry cleaning receipt for my mangrove preservation project.
Beautiful project type. Yes.
And then I could combine that with a bunch of other receipts for the exact same type of project, because I know that those would have similar impact and therefore pricing. And then and then that basket of tokens representing multiple mangrove preservation projects could be sold.
Exactly right.
Bundled and sold. And then a company of any size, or even me, Molly, because I'm going to fly to Europe, could buy that on an exchange that's just consumer facing, retail facing.
Exactly right. So small project developers have to sell bilaterally. It's very difficult and challenging for them. So this allows different project developers that have the same kind of project. I think the example you gave is great. Blue carbon is in very high demand in the market right now. So you could group together a bunch of blue carbon projects, maybe put some geographical constraints on it or issuance year constraints on it. Every basket or bundle gets its own design. And this is all part of Flow Carbon's token architecture. And then they all trade together. So instead of this small project developer needing to, shop his piece of paper around through a bunch of intermediaries to find some buyer on the other side and pay a lot in legal fees and lose 30%. Instead, exactly, he's accessing the market directly, he or she, I should say, is accessing the market directly through a crypto exchange that already has adoption, right? Hundreds of millions of people have access to these exchanges and have wallets where they can custody the asset.
Okay, so then is there a blockchain verification part of this? The token is a big part of what you do. Is there also validation built in?
Yeah, so this is a major movement in the voluntary carbon market as we speak.
Yeah.
Last week was Climate Week here in New York City. Flow Carbon hosted the first ever Climate Week Blockchain Summit. And then spoke at the IETA, which is the International Emissions Trading Association, had their 2-day annual Climate Week Summit, where this was a major topic at all of these things.
Yeah.
So what you're talking about is as follows: using digital means of verifying these projects as part of the certification process. Having the so basically project developer uses all these tech tools to aggregate the data about what's happening on the ground, the ones I mentioned before, satellite and drone and LiDAR and IoT and remote sensing, all of it. And this has historically been done on PDFs and Excel spreadsheets, right? So this is really new. Using these devices on the ground, having the data from them be submitted as part of or almost the entire application to the standard. These standards are, Vera is the most well-known one. The gold standard is, the other major one. This data then results in certification, right? So now the certification process is data-driven through technology as opposed to PDFs. And the carbon credit itself could be issued the way it is now, which is as a line of code that goes into this registry account, and we mint a token backed by that line of code. Or it could be issued as a token in the first instance. That's a big topic in the market right now, native tokenization at the standard level. And then those can trade, and you can trace each of these tokens back to its source carbon credit. And then from there, the data can go back to the source project. So you can see all of the data associated with the project. Where is the project? The documentation associated with it, et cetera. Is that what you were suggesting?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
So that you could say, we know this project exists. We can actually keep tabs on it, like adopt a forest. We can verify that, for example, the credit's still valid. The project, the rainforests or the mangroves have not been cut down in the interim and nobody noticed, right? Is that what we're talking about in terms of traceability?
Exactly right. Yeah.
Yep.
And it's amazing how much technology can come to bear in this market to create a really close connection between the buyer and the source project and the very credit from that source project. Now, again, it's not it's not a today thing, but incrementally, it really can be tomorrow and the next day and the next day. A lot of this is ready to deploy. And it's just a matter of the sort of governing institutions in the market getting together and creating the frameworks for doing it in a way that maintains integrity and especially environmental integrity.
So before I ask about adoption, I want to ask about retiring credits, because that's a big part of this conversation too. And I would imagine you're not building your business necessarily on the active trading of offsets in an ongoing way, right? Because it seems like there's this, it feels like when Google buys an offset, they retire that offset so that no one can keep claiming this climate benefit.
Yeah, exactly right. So one thing I want to note, I think it's important, is that Flow Carbon's tokenization protocol, which really means we can warehouse the underlying carbon credits, mint the tokens backed by those carbon credits, create the bundles that allow them to trade together with liquidity, and then plug them into an ecosystem of a lot of use cases. So we've announced a lot of partnerships with other protocols about what you can do with a tokenized carbon credit. Like, we have an EV charging company that's using it in their loyalty rewards program, offsetting transactions as part of their rewards. We have NFT platforms offsetting every drop, things like that. So all of this architecture, we don't really make money on. We charge a 2% tokenization fee to essentially cover costs. But we plan to, this is an open source protocol. Anyone can use it. There are small fees for doing transactions within it to cover the costs of maintaining it. But we plan to build businesses on top of this open protocol. So tokenizing carbon.
It is October, and the Calgary real estate market is changing. The leaves are falling and our prices dropping. Are people not moving to Calgary anymore? Well, the reality is they are. Prices are kind of staying level for the most part. And what kind of market are we walking into? Let's take a look at some news articles, some stats, and some data, and figure out what is happening in today's market. So I wanted to start off today with showing you a few articles that we've come across that are kind of showing a little bit of what the market's doing. So Zillow, which is basically a big website. A lot of people out east use this for searching for homes. It's not as popular out here. probably yet, but they did a fantastic survey across the country talking about pandemic home buying, not panic buying. Survey shows pandemic buyers have no regrets. And this has been a really interesting article that I've dove into, and there's some really good stats. And what makes it interesting is it feels like it's a real unbiased approach to kind of what happened over the last couple years. And so as we jump in, the biggest things, I just want to do some highlights in here for you, but in this story, with a recession on the horizon, home prices have already declined. Now, again, this is talking Canadian real estate market, and yes, across the whole country, across Canada, prices have dropped in a lot of areas. Regardless, 63% of Canadians would still be happy in their home, even if the real estate market drops significantly. Okay, so concerns about home buyers who moved long distances coping poorly with their new lifestyle seem to be overblown. Instead, 91% of those who moved to a new province are happy with their home purchases today. That is very interesting, and I have heard a lot of stories or news over the last, let's call it 6 months, where people are saying people are coming and then they're leaving, they're not happy with it. And this is actually what we're seeing. 91% of people who moved here are very happy with their home purchase. We have new team members on our team who are from Ontario who moved here, and all of them are like, we love it here. This is amazing. And what's interesting, many of their family members or friends are also considering moving out here, but they're waiting for one thing. They're asking them one thing. And what is that one thing? What is the winter like this winter in Calgary? And that's what they're waiting for. And so it's really interesting when we start looking at that, because there are people who are still moving here. And so what does that mean for those of you who live and born and raised? It means a lot of, I think, good things. I think there's a lot of people who are very fearful and fear-based. I don't choose to live my life out of fear. I rather look at optimism and see what the opportunities are. And I think, and I know that with people moving here who are looking for a better life, for better lifestyle, for their family, more opportunities, all of those kind of things, it is going to only add to who we are as Albertans already. So don't be afraid of it. Embrace it. These people are amazing, and they're bringing some great talents to our country, or to our province, and to our city, I should say. So a year ago, waiving conditions, financing, and inspection clauses were the normal, so not having them. But 58% of Canadians who use that tactic in their home buying journey are actually still happy with their home purchase. Now, we don't love writing offers unconditional. That is never something we start out with. And sometimes there have been situations where you need to, if this is the perfect home, right? But there are other things we can do to help you through that. The same goes for pandemic buyers who offered over the list price to win the bid for their property. Results have 84% reporting they are still happy with their purchase today. So this is like some good news. Like, this isn't a mainstream news media. This is a survey from a real estate company and basically asking questions. And this is what they're finding. And I really like this, because this article, and I'll put a link to it in the description, but this article has some great things in it. And one of the things right here is, do people who made big moves regret their decision? So don't expect the pandemic migration to reverse itself anytime soon. While some homeowners found themselves ill-prepared for a lifestyle change, our survey found that most respondents who moved provinces to buy are happy with their choice. So of all Canadians who moved over 100 kilometers but stayed within their province, 85% are satisfied with their home purchase today. And of those who moved provinces, 91% are happy. And there was this lady, Nicole Victoria. So she's an author for this More Money Now, a Millennial's Guide to Financial Freedom Security. She was interviewed in here. And she actually is someone who moved her family from Ontario, and they moved outside of Edmonton. And she said of the reasons she's incredibly happy, she cites less traffic, more affordable housing, gas and childcare, lower taxes, and the ability to achieve their financial goals faster. And this is what I like the most. She said she found that most people who regretted their decision to move to a new city prioritized affordability over their lifestyle. So this is a huge key if you are planning on making a big change. Even if you're leaving Calgary and you're moving somewhere else and you need to sell your home here and you want us to help you with that, or if you're moving here and you want us to help you find a property, lifestyle is probably the most important thing you want to look at. Don't just focus on affordability. So find somewhere that is affordable, that is going to work for you, but also find the place that fits your lifestyle. Know what you want. I've been talking to a lot of agents who are considering joining our team and making changes. And the question that I've been asking them, as well as home buyers and sellers that I've been talking to lately, is what is it that you want? Do you have a list? Write down what you want. Because if you don't know what you want, who does, right? And so this is a very important thing. And you need to know what is it that you need and want for your lifestyle when you're making a big change.
If you've been following the Calgary real estate market over the last number of months and watching our videos or going to our website, we want to tell you something special. There is a real lack of homes on the market right now, good properties that our buyers are looking for. So if you have thought about moving up, moving down, selling a rental, whatever it is, we should talk. And if you don't know already, we have already helped a family move every 14 hours so far in 2022. So go ahead, click through, and let's chat.
And so lastly, in this article, it actually has a breakdown of some of the major stats they found. So 79% of buyers used a real estate agent. 43% used a mortgage broker. Now that actually surprises me. If you are making a change, truly consider working with a mortgage broker. There are some amazing individuals at banks, but sometimes those banks can only offer you like a small amount of products. But if you go to a mortgage broker, you can have so many more products and options available to you that help you on the buying process. So that was really surprising to me. They only viewed the property in person once. And they said in person because of something else here. They viewed the property in person more than once. So that was about 39 and 40%. 28% of the buyers offered over list price. You know, those were the days. It's not anymore. We still have actually multiple offers. I mean, I can think of about 4 or 5, 3 or 4 maybe. I don't think there's 5, 3 or 4 that happened over the last week and a half that the team has told everyone about, right? So that stuff is happening. And in the higher price points too. It's not like just the average 4 and 5, 6 price points. Some of them were 8 and 9s and even over. 27% of the buyers attended an open house. 21% participated in a bidding war, so multiple offers. 20% attended a virtual viewing. So this is something we have done a lot of, and we have actually sold a whole bunch of homes where people didn't even see them until they came for possession day. Even last week, one of you who has been watching us forever was planning on moving to Calgary, reached out, we connected with you, and we found the perfect house through virtual showings. And I think you're coming out this weekend to actually do the home inspection because you were planning on coming out, but the right one was there. And so we helped you through that, and that was pretty cool. So 17% waived their inspection conditions, meaning 17% of the buyers did not have an inspection condition, and 11% did not have financing conditions. And so multiple offers, a lot of times we found that you would remove your home inspection but keep a really short financing condition. So that's why those percentages are different, I would say. But regardless, I think not having conditions is not a good thing. And we are in a market now that you can. So that's fantastic. And 8% purchase the property sight unseen. And so I would agree that we probably are close to that same percentage of the transactions we did this last year. Over the last 12 months or so are about that, where many people bought unseen until they had the keys and it was physically theirs. So the next article I want to show you is actually about affordability. And so I think this is in Yahoo News or Yahoo Finance, but this article, I think I've seen it in a couple different places, but home prices have never been so unaffordable in Canada, says RBC. Now, again, these types of headlines, I want to be very, very clear here. Headlines are made to terrify, not clarify. So if you are reading the news or watching the news and you're only listening to the headlines, your life is going to be very fearful. I promise. Read more, learn more, talk to people, dig deeper into what those headlines actually are saying, because if you read this article, you would actually see, no, it's not across Canada, it's in some areas. And it says right here, it would take 90% of the average household income to cover the home ownership costs in Vancouver and 83% in Toronto. That is staggering. 83 to 90% of your household income has to go to your household costs in some of the largest cities in our country. And home ownership costs would require only 38% and 29% in Calgary and Edmonton. There is a massive, massive difference here. And this is why we are seeing people moving to Alberta. For those that live here, for those that watch this, that are from here, who've been here a long time, we also can feel like it's becoming unaffordable. But when you actually kind of step out of the weeds, meaning if you stop looking at just what is in around us in Calgary here, and you start looking what is happening in other areas of the country that we are a part of, we are actually extremely affordable. And that is why we have such a move happening here. I want to show you a video that we found online that is talking about this exact thing. The province of Alberta is putting out ads, and you might have seen this, but this is firsthand someone in Toronto showing what is out there. Isn't that crazy? That is what is happening. This is what people are seeing in Vancouver and Toronto. The province, the government, good or bad, right or wrong, you love it, you hate it, this is what's happening because it's true. Calgary, Edmonton, Alberta, we have, I think what's different now is we are becoming more diversified in the type of economy that we have here, specifically in Calgary. And what's really cool about that is that that is going to bring more stability in the future. Not tomorrow, not next year, but maybe in 10 years. And as that affordability, all those things happen, as people realize that the winter isn't so bad and you're actually going to be okay here if you move here, that is going to be okay. And for those in Calgary, embrace these new people. These are new employees for you. These are new coworkers. These are potentially new job people that you can work with, collaborate with, create something with. So don't be a little bit kind of angry that people are moving here and they're jacking up prices, because that's not truly what's happening. These people are bringing skills. These people are coming from some of the biggest cities in our country, and they're attracted to here. I have heard of so many people moving here, and this is exciting for me because this means there's more opportunities for you, for your kids, and in the future. And whether you believe it or not, or you agree or not, that's okay. Tell me in the comments, because I know you're going to anyways, but that is truly what I believe. There are more people that we are going to be able to create a bigger and better future with because of what is happening right now. And now, the next thing I want to show you is this right here. And this is actually talking about this exact thing. More Ontarios are leaving for Alberta, Stats Canada data show. And I'll link both to these two articles as well in the notes, but I don't want to dive into this too much. But what I actually want to show you, so Alberta is calling, which you saw all the ads, and Canadian and other provinces appear to be listening. So right here, Ontario was the biggest driver of Alberta's net population gain of 6,200 people in the second quarter. That's up from the same quarter last year when Alberta had a net gain of only 281. At the same time, Ontario reported the largest outflow of people since tracking the data. About 28,000 people moved into Ontario from other provinces, when nearly 40 or 49,000 people moved out. And right here, I skipped over this, but the data released on Wednesday showed that 10,000 people moved from other provinces to Alberta, and this is the largest net gain for the province since 2014, more than double in the same period last year. So if you look at the data and you look at the stats, so I went to Stats Can, pulled the information, and this is what it came out with. Hopefully you can read this and see this, but what this is Q2 2021, and this is Q2 2022. So I just grabbed this numbers, the basic numbers of in-migration and out-migration for Alberta, and we were in a loss in Q2 of 2021, but then ever since Q3 2021, there has been these gains. And so if you actually look at only the gain quarters, I should say, not months, which is now a full year, we have a 21,660 net gain growth here in Alberta. 72,000 people left, and 93 or almost 94,000 moved to Alberta. And so this is what is happening. You can't stop it. People are looking for affordability tied with a good lifestyle, and those are the buyers that are happening. And I think that's super, super important to remember, because it's not just affordability, it's lifestyle. Those that are looking for a better lifestyle or tied with affordability are going to be very happy and are going to stay here long term. So don't be fully afraid that everyone's going to just jet out of here in the next 2 years because they moved here. I don't think that's going to be the case. Hopefully it's not. Maybe I'm wrong. All right, so let's jump into numbers. Let's talk about what's happening in the market, what we're seeing, what's going on. And 164% of all the homes listed have sold in the last 3 months. So remember, this is 90-day data, which is a lot longer than just the last month. The city of Calgary is currently sitting at 1.83 months of inventory, which you can see. Yeah, 1.83 months of inventory, with a total of 3,700 homes in the market and 6,100 homes sold in the last 3 days. 3,700 homes in the market. That is nothing. I'll show you more on that shortly. Months of inventory. So you can see this is kind of that whole buyer's balance, seller's market. So again, you can go to chamberlaingroup.ca/Calgary market, find this and dig in, look at the data. I'll put a link in the description as well. But jump in and look. If there's areas that you're considering buying or trying to figure out your price point, so you know that you're approved or willing to look around the 7 to 900, well, these are the average prices. These are the communities that have those average prices. It doesn't mean that there's not other options, but it's a great place to start looking, right? And then reach out to us. You can see the little bubble down here, this little enter your message. This actually is, sometimes I jump on and I'm answering some of these messages, but between myself, a couple of our team, we're jumping in there, we're talking to guys who are on our website. So come there, chat with us, and let us help you with that. You can go through, there's a lot of information in here, but what I would rather show you is this. So this is the data. This is some stats. This is what's happening in the market. Sales versus new listings in Calgary. And so with that, you can see some of this is the most recent information right here. And so what's interesting is there has been a trend where the number of sales have been increasing, right? And with that, so has the number of new listings come. Now the number of new listings has been dropping quite a bit. It feels a little bit abnormal because if we were walking into a market where prices are going to go up, inventory needs to go up. It's all about what? Supply and demand. So if the supply is increasing and demand is decreasing, prices will drop. But that is not what's happening. Demand has not dropped, demand has less urgency. Let's put it that way. There's still a strong demand for Calgary, but there's not an urgent we jump in, you can kind of see that. I will zoom in. So this is actually, I'm going to give you a little bit of history. January 13th, so 2013, and this is now 2022. So you can see we were sitting in kind of a balanced market back in 2013, 2014. This is when we kind of saw prices the last time go up a little bit. And for the longest time, we have been sitting in a very, sometimes very strong buyer's market around the city. So now, all of a sudden, when we start seeing our market changing and people interested in us, it's very confusing for those that are from here, because we remember this, where nobody out east or from out west remembers that, right? And so when they're looking at our market, all they're seeing is this, and it's affordable, and actually it's a great place to live, so why wouldn't we live here? And so it's interesting to see. My personal, what I think will happen is we will probably stay within this balance. It might do this, but we're going to stay within that balanced market for a little bit until we see next spring. And why I say next spring is because we could see another kind of push of coming here, because we're going to go, the winter wasn't that bad. So we'll see what happens. This here is the benchmark price. So it kind of just shows you the benchmark price in Calgary. When prices are increasing, it's in a positive percentage. When they're kind of just floating or decreasing, you see a lot more down than up inside this section. And then we saw some big pushes, and right now we've seen some little decreases over the last couple of months, which is okay. This happens. If you have a property and you've lived here for a while, your home's value is higher than it was before. And so making that change and moving up to another house, finding more space, whatever it is you need to do, make adjustments, pay off debts, whatever it is, there's more options now. We haven't had that for a while. Here shows the inventory tied with benchmark price. So you can see the prices that have gone up since 2012 right here. And we've also seen basically a downward trend of inventory. And this here, this is kind of interesting because, again, inventory has been dropping. It's not going the other way like it is in other cities. Here again is just benchmark prices. So you can see average prices. So average and medium prices both increased over this last month, where the benchmark price just dropped a ton. And so average and medium will always swing. The benchmark price kind of is more true. Now this I find very interesting. I'm going to adjust this. All right. This is the blue line on the top of each of these charts is active listings. The red line is the sales that happened over the last 30 days, so the total number on a 30-day rolling. And the yellow is the number of additional homes, again, a 30-day number. So there's a couple things here. I'm going to start in the top left. So this one here, the actives have kind of been staying fairly straightforward, but had a drop here. Now this one, their sales have been dropping with the inventory kind of staying the same. This one down on the top right, their inventory has been increasing and their sales have slightly been dropping. Not slightly, I should say. That's a lot of the sales back here. And that's 50 there. So they've dropped maybe 25% or 10 to 25%. This one down here on the bottom left, this one has stayed fairly consistent, but their sales right around somewhere in August kind of took a big drop. And this one here, inventory has been slowly declining, which is almost the exact same slope as the sales. So what is interesting about this is one of these charts is Calgary, one of these charts is Airdrie, one is Cochrane, and one is Okotoks. I'm going to show you which ones are which. First thing I'm going to show you is, maybe if you could guess, I don't know what you would say, but this one down here is Calgary, okay? Up here, this is Airdrie. This one over here is Cochrane, and this one over here is Okotoks. So what is very interesting, and I've always said this before, is when Calgary's market, when we're seeing when we're seeing things starting to slowly show, what happens is it's almost like a ring. So what this means is you have Cochrane over here, you have Airdrie up here, you have Okotoks down here, and then there is two other little on the east side, two other smaller areas, one called Chestermere, one called Strathmore, and then High River's down here. So these are some of the bedroom outside cities or towns of Calgary that people will commute in, they'll live in, with great options, and fantastic little areas. Now, what happens is, this is downtown Calgary, and the market is dropping a little bit. It usually starts out here, on the outside of this circle, and moves its way in. This is what I've seen over the last 18 years because our market does go up and down. It's not just this straight shoot like a lot of other cities in the country. So as the market has been shifting, this is kind of what happens in our market. And so it starts on the outside and moves its way in. And then when the market's increasing, it usually starts on the in and moves its way out. So it's kind of this reverse wave, right? So if you go back to this chart, this is kind of what's happening. So a place like Cochrane, which is out here, which is here on this one, their inventory has been increasing while their sales are decreasing. For Airdrie, their inventory has pretty much stayed the same. It's dropped a little bit, but their sales have been up. Okay? So the sales out there, so the inventory staying the same, but just there's not as many people buying. Okotoks, you have, again, since August, you have this section right here of when the market has started to shift a little bit and things are slowing down. But what's different about Calgary is if we're going to follow suit, we should see something where these sales start dropping off, that there's a big drop off. And if we see that, then we know that that wave is kind of to be seen too. But right here, I mean, our number of actors are also decreasing. So that says to me, supply and demand. That's all this is. There's still people moving, there's still people making decisions. The inventory is dropping or adjusting the same as the sales, right? Which is an okay thing in my books. And so, yeah. So if you find this interesting and you want more information, head on over to our Instagram page where we actually talk about some pricing so you can see some of that, what's happening there, just at Chamberlain Group on Instagram, or go watch this video. This video here is talking about some of the worst walkable neighborhoods in Calgary. And if you are moving here or you're planning on making a change inside the city, if you want to be able to walk into your community and have amenities as tied to that, then these are some of the areas you may want to go. So go over there, watch that, and we'll see you guys. Sorry, that's wrong. It was a little bit better. And the thing is, Calgary real estate market is changing. Market. Okay. So I wanted today. Yeah, here we go. So it's almost like. Wait, I forgot that I was making this. Have you ever been thinking?
Having a suit. You know what that means. Today, I'm ranking watch brands again. For the third year in a row. Now, that's for the second year in a row, but the first one, then we done it a year later, and we done it. Effectively, it's 2 years, but then this is the third. I think we're going to have some surprises. We're going to have some changes.
That tastes like promotion!
I haven't seen which brands you put in. Now you've put every brand in there, right?
Every brand that I gave is in there.
Guys, I'm not responsible for this. I don't do the technical things and stuff and preparing this. I do control of my life. It's Johnny that's responsible for the list. So if there's a brand that's missing, don't comment to me that I forgot a brand. Just comment Johnny. Johnny forgot a brand. You're saying that when this video is dropping, we could have 1 million subscribers. Yeah. So that means 1 million people have seen value in this channel. 1 million people. Before we get started, if you want to buy or sell your watch, go to brightopinion.com. This is really weird. I'm on the right side of the table with the camera there. That's up. Normally I'm in the middle, but it's for you to put the tier list here, isn't it? Yeah. right? Let her have it! Let's get stuck in Cartier! This year, Cartier has showed the world how to make watches. Cartier is like this kid at school, right? That always shows off, but just always has it right. It's fucking ridiculous. Most people don't even know this, but Cartier is like the number 2 in watch sales in the world. Rolex is number 1, and then it's Cartier. So Cartier is like the daddy. They're unbelievable. But Cartier is not the first watch brand you think of when you think about a watch brand. You think about Cartier as a jewelry brand. And to be honest, they are a jewelry brand, but then all of a sudden they show the world how to make watches again. Cartier made a complete movement inside a router. You know a router? That thing that spins for an automatic watch, right? They actually made a movement inside that router. Like, how the do you even think about that? I'm making a full car inside a wheel. It's crazy. Cartier is absolutely class. I have no idea where I've been in the last couple of years. I would always buy Cartier. For me, Cartier belongs to the class category. But Cartier is class. Well done if you bought a Cartier. Jacob & Co. You know what Jacob & Co's done this year? Absolutely all. Producing the same same bullshit with the same backstory. It's useless. We just put that in the shite category. I think it's been always in the shite category in every theater video. Bulova. Yeah, no, put that in the shite category. Bulova doesn't do anything. Genuinely, a rich history as a watch brand, like, right? They were actually founded in America and are currently owned by Citizen. The funny fact, they're older than Rolex, so they've been making watches longer than Rolex. Like, I mean, rich history, but today, Citizen is just making dog shite of it. Like, honestly, they're making dog shite of Bulova. It's ridiculous. Dog shit. Bulgari! I think I always put Bulgari in the would buy category. I would say I would buy. It's not about what I put it in, it's about where I would put it today. Although I absolutely celebrate the engineering of the Octo Finissimo and the whole Octo line, including the Octo Roma, etc. By the way, that blue dial, and I think I spoke about this in the past, unbelievable, but it just doesn't fit me. It doesn't suit me. I've tried. I had an Octo Finissimo for a week on my wrist, and it feels like it's an incredible watch, but I just don't have a connection with it. So, as a watch brand goes, 100% would buy. But this is my personal taste, and I can do what the I want to do, and I wouldn't buy a Bulgari anymore, so I'm not going to put it in a would buy category. But if you want to buy a Bulgari, there's nothing wrong with that. I would put it in the category. I'm pretty sure we demoted Bulgari. Roger Dubois. I have nothing nice to say about Roger Dubois, and if you have nothing nice to say nothing at all. Shite. Versace is not a watch brand. It's dog shit. Right, this whole shite category is getting a bit too full now, and we've only done like 5 brands. Audemars Piguet. I love it, you dirty whore. Oh, I love it. I've been obsessed with AP this year. They have knocked it out of the park. Where were they previously? Oh, no, they're class. They're still class. A good year doesn't mean you get upgraded to God tier. For God tier, you need to have a lifelong standing thing where you make a change in the watch world. Right? They need to do this for another 10 years before I promote them. Have you seen that DJ watch? Mate, I'm obsessed with that watch. Now the thing is, if I buy an AP from AP, they'll look at me and like, you sell that blah, blah, blah. It's a bit difficult for me to buy a watch. But the funny thing is, any watch I've ever bought at an AP, I have never sold. Period. There's several variations of this watch. I think in 37 mil and in 43 mil. There's also ones with gem set, and I think they're white gold, and there's a full blacked out one. All I want, and I want this for Christmas, right? I want this on my Christmas list, and I don't want it for free. I just want to pay for it. But I want to finally buy a watch from AP again. Bought my last watch at AP in 2019. Reference number 15600 Ti. It's a full titanium royal. Love that watch. That is my goal for this year. I'll let you know if it happens. We put AP in the class category. Elon and Sona. Again this year, mate. Elon and Sona. They haven't given me a boner yet. You see what I mean? Again this year. They haven't given me a boner at all. Like a big hard on, like what AP has done. Like bring out a watch and I'm just sitting there looking at it without boner. I am a horolosexual, right? I get boners from watches, right? Fact. But this year, Elon and Sona hasn't given me a boner again. Let me clarify this, right? Probably best in the industry, finish-wise, mainstream. Not to finish. They don't make me finish. Oh, no. I'm putting them in the. Why did you put Fossil in this? The Fossil group actually owns a lot of fashion watch brands. Like they own Michael Kors and shit like that. One watch brand that I do really like, they're really, really thin. They're called Skagen, and I think they're Swedish or they're Finnish. No, they're not Finnish. They're Danish. Either they're from that part of the world, the cold part. Yeah, I do like that, but Fossil itself, they're dog shit. I don't know why you put this on here. It's not even Daniel Wellington. Can we just straight put that on dog shit? Orient. Alright, this is like the whole dog shit category. Can we put a new one, like shit category, but also dog shit category? That's next year. We'll put next year the dog shit. Orient. No shit. No, they're not shit. They're good as a starter, but they're a bit Orient is like this moment at 3 a.m. in a club, right? You haven't pulled yet. You really want to pull. The two prospects are both below average, and you do go for it, right? That's Orient. We'll put it in the category because it's a bit Bell and Ross. Yeah, Bell and Ross. You know what? The guys at Bell and Ross are actually quite friendly. Send me emails and asking if I want to review something. I want to pee. Can I pee? Can you put a piss break on? No? Yeah. I am going for a pee. Oh, that was good. Bell and Ross. Honestly, I have nothing to say about Bell and Ross. They're kind of sending me emails and stuff, but no, for me, shite. Balmerche. Yeah, I have nothing nice to say about that either. No, you know what? I'm just gonna piss off so many people. You know what? F it. I don't give a shit. I don't like it. There's not a watch that makes me wet, hard, or in any way, shape, or form enthusiastic. Baume Mercier this year has done all. Shite category. The whole shite category is full. What the f? Blancpain. Blancpain is the oldest watch brand in the world. You know who revived Blancpain? No, it's not. Jean-Claude Vivet, right? He revived Blancpain. You could revive it. He bought the name for like $25,000 and then built an entire company around it, which is very complicated. And he sold the company for like a lot of $1 million and made good money out of it. You know that Blancpain never made a quartz movement ever. And I do like the 50 Phantoms. That's the OG of the dive watches. Earlier, actually, than the Rolex Submariner. Like it, but Blancpain I still put it. I would put it in the category, right? In the mur. In the mur. Oh, Tudor. Disclaimer: I haven't got a boner from Tudor yet. They just make all-round incredible watches, and this year they knocked it out of the park again, and they do it every year with the Black Bay Pro. What an incredible watch! Then they made the Root Beer. Just randomly came out of the blue with the new Pelagos 39, a full titanium 39mm dive watch. I rather buy a Tudor than a Rolex. Tudor, class again. Frank Muller, you know about my guilty pleasure with that brand. That one guilty pleasure. Frank Muller makes a watch called the Las Vegas, right? That has a roulette dial. It means you can push a button and the roulette thing spins. Now, as you know, I'm a gambling addict, right? And I really want to own one of those, to then go to the casino and play the number that comes up on the watch. I want to experience that feeling. You'll probably be disappointed because then I look at the dial, it's Frank Muller. But that's not the point, right? I really love that. That's my guilty pleasure. But Frank Muller, to be honest, this year, I don't know if they actually sell watches. Who buys that shit? They've done nothing. They don't add value anymore. They have added value in the past, by the way, because with the no shade of the Frank Muller, they were the first. So Frank Muller, unfortunately, your history is not strong enough to keep you alive. I don't know why you're still alive. I have a story to tell. Ulysses Nardin are disrespectful idiots. Next to that, they created this freak. Right? It's called the Ulysses Nardin freak. They created this years ago. Looks absolutely horrible. Hublot could have made it. So we were at Watches and Wonders. The only thing they could talk about at Ulysses Nardin is the freak. I have never heard anyone that have bought a freak. So they spent millions upon millions to have a stand in Watches and Wonders to promote the freak. I don't get it. For the first time in my life, I get a watch brand DMing me, Ulysses Nardin, we have a watch show on the 29th of August, blah, 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 blah. Do you want to come? And I'm like, f***ing right, let her have it. I want to come. And I reply very kindly, yes, of course, thank you so much for the invitation. They left me on red. And then I replied, I haven't heard anything from you. Left me on red. I'm like, guys, hello, what's going on? Read it again. Left me on red. Again, you invite someone and you ignore them. That's not how you treat people, man. For that and your freak, I will put you in the Hublot category. You're dog shit. Treat people with respect and start making nice watches again, because your history is there. But the last couple of years you've done all. Right, Montblanc's also shit. I still have nothing in the Roubaix category. Breguet, what has Breguet done since 1795? Oh, put them in the category. Oh, Richard Mille has been doing so well the last last 3 years, and the last year, incredible. I like Richard Mille, I'm sorry. I think from the first tier list video to this one, Richard Mille made a really, really steady upgrade to Richard Mille. I'll put them in the category, class category. I think it's class. There's one thing that really, really pissed me off, right? I'm a big Ferrari fan. I'm not ashamed to say it. I'm a Richard Mille fanboy. And then they come together, right? This one force. And then they produce a watch together. Boom! A watch! Boom! Dog shit. Richard Mille UP01. Okay, it's the thinnest movement ever created in a watch. 1.75 millimeters. Engineering, incredible. What it looks fine. Finally! Casio's been going steady. Have you seen the Casio oak versions in full steel? Oh man, I love it. I get really dirty with that. I love it. Casio is God tier. Will always be God tier unless they f it up. But this year they haven't f it up. We finally have a brand in the God tier category. By the way, the God tier category this year is gonna be different. You know the YouTube channel, Theo and Harris. Big inspiration for me back in the day. They recently made a video about Brettling's story. I highly recommend you to watch that video, by the way. What George Kern has done with Breitling this year, again, knocked it out of the park. But I do have to agree with Christian of Theo and Harris with what they said. They don't use their rich story. Breitling has so many stories to tell. You just don't talk about it. It's a missed opportunity, and for that, I'm sad. But Breitling has done so incredibly well this year, and I'm going to put them in the goodbye category. Because yes, I would buy a Breitling today. Bremen, British watch brand. Bremen invited me over to come to an event actually, and probably in a week's time or something. But it's a black tie event, and there's a bit of a problem. I'm a fat right, and I do have a black tie. I do have a tuxedo, right? But at the moment, that tuxedo doesn't fit me because I blew up like a balloon, right? I have too much air inside me. Now I need to let it out, right? I just need to lose weight. And for that event, I'm not gonna buy a tuxedo. So I think I'm just not gonna go because I don't want to come like, you know what I mean? But I really appreciate Bremen and their team. They've been super kind, super friendly. When we're not talking about their team, I just want to understand more and speak more with Bremen about their future and what they want to do. They're starting to make movements in-house. They're making real effort to bring British watchmaking back. But today I'm still not really convinced about designs, etc. But the benefit of the doubt. Put them in the Merc category. That's not a bad row, you know. Bulgari, Elan and Söhne, Orient, Blancpain, Breguet, and Bremen. It's going to be controversial. Can I just move this as last? I have a really important story to tell. So I just moved Rolex to the last brand I'm going to put into the list. Do you want me to go quickly through this or what? Speed round, right. Zenith is goodbye. Chopard is I don't get Chopard anymore, you know. Vacheron Constantin, class. What they've done with that 222, unbelievable. What they've done with the overseas, a skeletonized perpetual calendar overseas. Bizarre! Mate, I saw that watch and wonders. I literally got a I want that watch. Right, controversial one. Omega, what do you think of my Seamaster? You know what? I thought blue on blue, right? Absolutely nice watch. What has Omega done this year? There's not really anything special, is there? I made a comment about this, and I think I called Omega entry-level luxury, which they still are, but consistent. You can't fault that. Omega is just goodbye. Omega is good. You can't go wrong with Omega. This is an Omega Seamaster 300M, which you can get at prideandpinion.com. If you actually want to buy any of these brands, go to prideandpinion.com. Simple. There's one brand we don't sell. Oris. I like Oris. What Oris has done is hard. What they've done with the 55 in general, unbelievable. What an incredibly beautiful watch. What they've done with the Aquas as well. I love Oris. Oris is making big steps, you know. Oris should be in the would buy category. That's value for money. Genuinely value for money. Well, Seiko, Scheid or Merc. I don't know where I put them previously, but I'm going to put them in the Merc category now. They're not really dog shit because they're actually good. And some of their dials are unbelievable. But 95% of their catalog is Gucci, any Gucci brand. Why do you put that shit on anyway? There's no need for that. Like, you want speed round, right? You want me to be faster. Thankfully, Class, Hamilton, goodbye. Value for money. Unbelievable. Don't want to talk about it, Hugo. F off. Tech Heuer, I'll put them in the Merc category. Don't know where I put them in previously, but I do really like the new Altavia line, and I do really like the new chronographs from Carrera. But they also brought out some weird line that really awfully looks like this. But for that, I still will put them in the Merc category. It's just expensive fashion watch. It's not a watch brand. Filippo Hublot category. Why do you put that on? H. Moser, yeah. I have been a big fan of H. Moser last couple of years. This year, however, I'm going to change my mind. I spoke with H. Moser, I've engaged with H. Moser. One of their directors texted me last week saying, why can you not speak like Andrew Morgan? Andrew, big shout out. You know who Andrew Morgan is, right? Yeah. Voice of Watch fan. Why can you not speak like him? What the I am real. I'm as real as they get. That's chosen exposure, same as 99% of the other brands. I have no idea who their customers are. You can say what you want about Tech Heuer and Omega, but they damn well know what their customers are. I am as real as they get, and I will always speak the truth. Take it or leave it. What you've done this year hasn't been spectacular either. Get your shit together, because you have the potential to really, really make an impact in the watch world. I don't know where I put them before, but I'll put them in the category. Timex, let her have it. Goodbye. Yes, I put Timex in the same category as Zenith, Breitling, Oris, and whatever the f*** is on that list. Because Timex is good value for money, cheapest mechanical movement you can buy. This is where every watch guy has to start. Timex. Panerai, don't even want to talk about it. Shite category. Paneristi, respect to use, unbelievable. IWC. I love what IWC has done this year. And I love what IWC has done the last couple of years. I love IWC. Making them look at details and slightly smaller, that was achievement. Love it. The young professional, IWC is the brand. I would buy IWC over Omega under there. Glass, or I would buy them. Hard one. Would buy category because I bought them. You need 2 more solid years to go in the glass category. Victor, dog shit. Jacques Dreux, should we stop talking about that? I need to be more respectful. Because they make some insane watches, but it's just not to my taste. At all. I put them in the shite category. Gerard Perigot, would buy category. I love the Lorietto. I love it. It's one of the first ever steel sports watches produced. It was produced before the Nautilus. Keep in mind, before the Nautilus in 1975. Rich history. But as a brand, they also make dog shit. So I can't put them in the glass category, but I would put them in the buy category. Gégère and Lecoultre. What an incredible brand on the new glass. Unbelievable. I do really, really like them, but I wouldn't put them in the glass category, but I would put them in the buy. Hermes. I think I put Hermes in the shite category previously, but Hermes is getting seriously into watchmaking, you know. Started to make some really, really quirky stuff. Yeah, I mean, most of it is still dog shit. Massively overpriced, may I add. So Hermes still belongs in the shite category, but if they head the same direction they're heading right now, then they could potentially make an upgrade next year. If not, if Longines standard, by Piaget shite, movement shite, FP Jour, unbelievable class, Emporio Armani, why the f*** do you put this on there? Shite, Vincero, shite, Citizen. Citizen makes some good shit. They own a few good watch brands, they own a few good shit things. Tissot would buy, and then last but not least, right? We need a conversation, ladies and gentlemen. First, before I put Rolex in the category, I just want to summarize this list. So I have put Breitling above Elan and Cerner. I put Timex above Elan and Cerner. Yes, I have. All joking aside, I want to have a conversation about Rolex. Rolex has disappointed me this year again. Rolex has been a disappointment for the last 3 years in a row, to be completely honest. They don't do anything innovative, they don't do anything new. They just do the same trick, but they do it a little bit different every time. They have new GMT with a crown on the other side. You're just bringing another waiting list. Their customers want a precious metal window on the shelf. Their customers want oyster flexibility. Rolex doesn't give a shit about their customers. That makes me sad, because Rolex for me is the reason why I'm obsessed with watches today. Rolex is my most favorite watch brand in the whole world. But seeing Rolex not giving a shit about their customers, seeing Rolex treating their customers the way they currently do is a disgrace. I shouldn't be grateful spending the hard-earned money with you. Don't forget that. Rolex, unfortunately, you're not on top of the game anymore. Other brands are catching up. AP is heading towards a direction where they're going to be more popular than Rolex. As a Rolex fanboy, I wouldn't like that to happen. I am very sad to say I'm going to demote Rolex. Looking at the tier list, I'm quite happy with this year. Yeah, I think I'll get some steak for the fact that I put Breitling above Elan and Cerner and put Casio above FP Jour. I think it could be more accurate, you know. Very happy with it. Let's see what happens next year. I hope Rolex get their shit together. Today I'm reacting to Kevin Hart's updated watch collection. So I already reacted to Kevin Hart. So basically what this means, we ran out of celebrities, so now we circle back to the old celebrities. Yeah, you need to catch up with things like that. So who's next? Mark Wahlberg. And the funny bit as well, I've seen Kevin Hart in Belfast. So Kevin Hart was shooting a movie in Belfast, and he was here for like 2-3 months. It was good crack. He never really took the time and effort to do it. But before we get into the video, please make sure you subscribe to the channel now, as we have nearly 1 million subscribers. That is some god-tier army we created here. And if you want to buy or sell your watch, go, like everyone else, to brideandpinion.com now. Go watch the video first. So not now.
And also we're going to do some stuff on the second channel called Nico Reacts. Not sure what we're going to do. Johnny knows. Johnny, what I'm going to do? Makes sense. Non-watch related stuff. Can we do Pornhub? No, I am a Pornhub expert.
So here's how it works. I'm going to ask you a question. You can either choose to answer it or sample one of the foods in front of us. Okay, you ready? Oh, God. Kevin.
That's my brother. That's James. James Van der Horst. That's James Van der Horst. You know the people comment on every video. You look like James Gordon. You're the James Gordon of watches. What's going on there? You tell you one thing, there's absolutely nothing going on there.
How much did you get paid for Jumanji: The Next Level?
If I can do a rough guess, see, I'm a back-end player, so it's not about what you take up front. I don't want upfront money for the movie, so I took less money in hopes that the movie would find amazing success, because I'm a good partner.
Because I think it made $800 million.
I don't know.
$800 million. No surprise. You buys a watch every day.
I don't know, probably like, between 25 to 30, I would say.
$1 million.
Between 25 and 30 million. Fair play, mate. This is actually a true story. One of his people reached out to me, as Kevin always buys a watch with every movie he makes. But he was inquiring about 5711 Rose, some really massive hype pieces. And my advice was not to buy them grey market. Reason for this is I saw that the market was going down. I didn't want to have that responsibility on my back, that he would lose 50 to 100 grand on a watch. I didn't want that responsibility. So I said, not to go ahead. So I got the seal myself. You could have bought a watch from us. Listen.
Incredible watch in every way possible, but I actually think we could get Kevin to get a retail and stay instead of paying over yards.
Did you get that? So he came, his people came to me, and I said, I don't think it's the right idea to buy it from us. I really thought, but the watch he's wearing there, like, that's kind of the bollocks, right? That's an ultra-thin Royal Oak Tourbillon. And the ultra-thin was first introduced in 2012. Now, not this model was first introduced in 2012, but the ultra-thin was introduced in 2012. And that was to celebrate the 40th anniversary of the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak. The specific model that Kevin is wearing here is reference number 26513BA. Solid yellow gold, ultra-thin tourbillon. A watch that is actually extremely rare and currently carries a value between $500,000 and $550,000. So can you put that on, please, for sake? So this is just going to be, again, money flowing everywhere. I hope money counter will be breaking.
You know, you're in the movie Meantime. I think your co-star has arrived.
I arrived.
There it is. What's going on, man?
I text you.
Yeah, I said wait for you. You always say you're late.
I said wait for me.
Oh, sorry. We were waiting.
Yeah, we got to it.
Some shit.
Let's see, man. I remember.
By the way, he is shorter than me. Now that claim to fame, Kevin is shorter than me.
But Kevin, what were some of the tactics that you employed when you were selling sneakers? Selling shoes?
I can already tell you it's probably a lot better than mine.
Really?
Yeah, more personal.
Okay.
More of a people person.
But he's funny as right? He's funny as listen, I don't give a shit about his sneakers, right? But what he's wearing here is actually really insane. If this is the watch I think it is, it's the absolute daddy of the daddies.
That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
You have the daddy, and then you have the upper daddy. The granddaddy daddy is the god-tier daddy, right? That watch is the daddy of the daddy. I'm 99% sure this is the Audemars Piguet Joule reference number 26356PT, a full platinum jump hour minute repeater. Have you ever heard of a minute repeater? What is a minute repeater? Right. Do you want me to give you some history lessons or what? Daddy, I get stroke because of this watch. I get stroke by daddy. No. But this watch is genuinely insane, right? It's maybe not the best looking watch in the world. I acknowledge that, but I look at this from an engineering point of view. What you literally see here is the most complicated movement ever in the world created. A minute repeater gives you the time on demand using noise. You have a granddad or a grandparent. Have you ever had them? No? Yeah? Alright. Have you ever been in their house and there's a clock that made noise every time? It's similar to this, but then in a really, really small watch. The minute repeater changes the time. Using the lever on the left side of the watch, you start the mechanics of the minute repeater. You know who invented the minute repeater? In the pocket watch, right? It's of course British, which we spoke about, and the Queen's video called Thomas Watch. The minute repeater and pocket watches really started around 1750. The reason the minute repeater existed is that there wasn't light switches, right? You could switch on the switch and you could see what time it is, right? That wasn't possible. Timekeeping devices were able to change. These were really expensive timekeeping devices. Only the richest people in the world had minute repeaters, right? Or had pocket watches in general. So for them to see the time at night, they pulled the lever and it changed the time.
Now, I always say there's no day quite like delivery day, but in this scenario, delivery day is going to be a little bit more special. So I've been hyping this car for the last 6 weeks. I bought this car out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. It's from 1974. This car is the oldest car I've ever had, almost 40 years old. And what makes this delivery so special, I've never sat in one of these cars. I've never driven one of these cars. Most of you guys have never heard of this car. It's going to be here in 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the channel, and welcome back to the vlog. Now, usually when we take delivery of a car, I already know you guys are going to like it. You guys are going to think the car is cool. This car is weird. This car is an oddity. Most of you guys are going to give me the biggest eye. You're going to be so confused. You're not going to understand this purchase. When I was a little kid, I had this awe fascination with this particular car. The color combination is simply out of this world. I bought this car sight unseen. I didn't get a PPI on it, a pre-purchase inspection. I have no idea of the condition of it. It's going to be a surprise for me, just like this for you guys, except I know what it is and you don't, and when you see it, yeah, it's a special car. I've only been in the house for 5 days, and we are really putting the neighbors through their paces. 18-wheeler arrived right on time. So future note to self, 18-wheeler on the cul-de-sac might not be the best idea. Also, Clayton's here. I've seen some impressive maneuvers on the channel, but that right there, that was like legit a 19-point maneuver around here. You didn't hit any trees, get on your property. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. You didn't expect, I'm just kidding, it's not my car. They got to unload this type S, this brand new, accurate type S, all of the plastic wrap and everything before I get my car, which is right over there. We're not going to show it. Yep, right there. That's good. I'm trying to figure out the most profound way to announce this car on the channel. You guys are going to be so confused. None of you guys have even heard of this car. There she is right in there. A 1974 Lamborghini Espada Series 3. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is finished in pink. I already know most of you guys have never heard of this car. This car was built before the Countach. This car before the Countach. Obviously, we have the Miura as well. So this car was built during the same time period as the Miura. There's like fewer than 1,300 in the world. It's front engine, V12, manual transmission, and yes, it's a 4-seater Lamborghini. I know what you guys are thinking. I have the pink Aventador, I have the pink Veyron, and now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the pink Espada. This is not planned. I wasn't planning to build the pink Army, but one thing led to another. So it's an aftermarket paint job, but it was painted 40 years ago, and yes, it has white interior. And out of absolutely nowhere, ladies and gentlemen, straight off the plane from Hawaii, Mr. Clayton Stark. Dude, the spot, can you believe this? It's so cool, it's so cool. I know, we don't have to do anything to this. Don't worry, this car is staying this way. We're never gonna wrap it, we're never gonna change it up. This car's never gonna be modified. Maybe an exhaust, probably. Please start, baby, come on. All she wants to do, we might be pushing. I think this is why you're here, Clayton. You've been working out. We might be pushing the Espada. So the funniest thing about this car, usually when I buy a car, I see it, I think about it, I think about it some more, and I think about it some more. This car, I saw it, I bought it immediately. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, Clayton Stark. We gotta get out of here. As much fun as that is. And you guys wonder why I'm so dumb. It's because of all the carbon monoxide poisoning. Okay. Honestly, she is so much better looking than I imagined. This car is an absolute lanyard as well. She is so long. And for the very first time, possibly in Utah State history, the Lamborghini Espada has arrived. That big of the Utah sun and that white interior looks so cool. I wasn't entirely sure what to expect with this Espada body sight unseen, but this car is in phenomenal condition. The paint looks absolutely brand new. And the interior, it almost looks like nobody has ever used it. The white looks so crazy. The dash looks brand new. This thing is so sick. I can't believe we own the Espada. I had so many people who were making fun of me when I You probably could. Okay, so maybe somebody of Clayton's stature should not be sitting in the back of the Espada. Yeah, of course, yeah. Safety is a priority. Come on, Clayton. We got kids watching this video. And of course, the window. That's such a cool mechanism. That's why I love classic cars, though. It's so much better. Yeah, you're fine. You can ride in that. If you had to. If you had to, you could. Yeah, technically. Technically speaking, yes. It's speeder action. That's right now. Okay, so technically speaking, maybe not. Oh my gosh. Perfect. Josh's Lamborghini design, right? Modern solution. Absolutely. There's just certain moments in your life where you feel like you can predict the future. Wait, no, we're good. I thought it was going to stop. Okay, stop. No. Come on, come on. Let's go. This thing sounds so godless too. I used to like V12 Lamborghini sounding absolutely insane. There's obviously no power steering either. Between this and the Countach, my forearms are going to be jacked. We're going to take her for a quick spin here shortly, but I got to get this seat cover off somehow. Yo, don't let us fall aside. That's so insane. Now I can drive nice. No. That's okay. We have a red flashing light right there. I mean, smoothly off. Yeah, smoothly on. What does that mean? You want wheels? Wheels off? I literally don't know the sound of this car. This is the parking brake right there. Drop it down, and then we're good. We're good. I don't know what this flashing orange thing is. So we determined that that button right there, now it flashes orange. Different color. If anybody specializes in Clayton, don't break anything. So there's a couple things I figured out. I said this car was 40 years old. It's actually 48 years old. But check this out. We have power windows. Look at that. 48 years old. We got power windows. And the button just has a little arrow. Did you break the thing? Clayton, sorry. We are going to break everything. I have no idea who's going to fix this car. Honestly, I have no idea. Another key detail, odometer on this, 98,832 miles. It's been sitting like that for like 20 years. I have no idea how many miles this car has on it. We're going to drive this car all the time now. It's so much fun. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to 1974. Shout out to all the Espada owners watching today's video. I'm pretty sure there's not another Espada in here. I could be wrong. There might be, and if there is, let's clap. And this is maximum acceleration of Lamborghini. Hold on, thing. Hold on. That was 0 to 60. We're still actually at 45 miles an hour. I'm pretty sure 0 to 60 on this thing. It's probably like 15 seconds, but it don't matter. So what I'm about to do is going to trigger a lot of purists, but it doesn't matter because honestly, I'm never going to sell this car. For a multitude of reasons, this seat cover, if I can get it on, is absolutely perfect. That's a good view. That's a good. Before anybody gets triggered, this car has such a cool story. So this car was owned by a lady named Mrs. Stern. She had it for 40 years, and she took the car everywhere with all her grandchildren. Not only grandchildren, I don't have a wife, I don't have any kids. I want to share this car with what I do have, which just so happens to be Oscar Marshall. This is Oscar's first time ever riding in a Lamborghini. He's been in the Ferrari 4, well, he was in the Aventador in his kennel and got pulled over by the police to like properly riding a Lamborghini. This is the first time now he's in Oz. So the lady who owned this, I mentioned her earlier, Mrs. Stern, she had it for 40 years, and there's a really cool article in the New York Times. I'm going to link it below. I'm going to put it right here. If you guys have a chance, go read it. This car is one of the coolest stories. One thing I've discovered driving these vintage Lamborghinis, the mirrors are completely useless. Like, the side mirrors are completely non-functional. The rear mirror on this car is actually very functional on the Countach. Like, nothing is functional on the Countach. The power steering, though, and the brakes are absolute nonsense. The brakes in this car, they may as well not exist. Look at him. Yeah, bud, it's cool. Did you buy an Oscar Lamborghini? I did. He had to have one. He's been asking for it. Every night he's like, when am I getting a Lambo? What is it? It's an Espada. Yeah, what is it? Espada. In Italian or Spanish, it means sword. Look at the logo. Espada, it's got a sword in it. Isn't that cool, Henry? Espada. Can you say Espada? Espada. Let's go, let's go. You're not even holding on. You got dramatized, sensationalized for me. I'm worried about your left leg. My left leg is fine. My calf is clear. It is, but I got it. We got a 5-speed manual. There's two kinds of people in this world. There's guys who drive Teslas like that, and then there are people like Burlack and I who are classy and sophisticated, and we drive around in pink, Barbie pink, Lamborghini Espadas. I'm a Barbie boy. I No. This car is vintage, okay? This car is class. Couple cool details. We have the fuel gauge right here, and then we have our windshield wipers. Look at those. They don't get the window at all. Okay, that's going to break. We're going to turn that off. We have washer fluid. Look at that. Look at the washer fluid. Turn the windshield wipers on. Boom. Are you impressed? There? It's okay. You know one of the coolest things is about the Espada? Pick a side. It don't matter. Now you're probably wondering, where's the gas cap on a Lamborghini Espada? It's right here, but it's also right here. Another thing I'll say about this car, you're not going to lose anything because finding parts like this gas cap, I can't even imagine how hard this would be to find. How much gas this car takes, and if the gauge works, honestly, I have absolutely no idea. I'm really at a loss for words. I don't know what else to say. Ladies and gentlemen, we have added a 1974 Lamborghini Espada Series 3 to the channel. There's only 1,200 Espadas in the world. Roughly 15% of those have probably bitten the dust. There's probably fewer than 1,000 of these worldwide. That's more rare than a Ferrari F40 and a Carrera GT and a Shelby GT350. Let that sink in for one single moment. Also, Stradburn's looking sick.
You're welcome. You know who's really gonna love this car? Who? My great-great-great-great-great-grandpa.
Yes, he is. The one thing that's so hard to capture on the spot is how low this car is, but with a massive behemoth of a man standing next to it. Bro, the car's like a little toy car next to you. So Berlacher, we've never actually verified this. He says he's 6'6", but we actually have no reference point whatsoever. He could be lying about that, just like how I always say I'm 5'11" and 3/4, but in actuality, I am 6 feet tall. I've been lying this whole I'm just kidding. I would never lie to you guys. And of course, in Lamborghini fashion, check this out. I love how the hood opens that way. We got 6 carburetors, a V12, and look, the horns are even painted to sample. Is that not cool? This car could be a mechanical nightmare, but Berlacher, you guys don't know this, he's a big carburetor guy. He tunes carburetors in his pastime. I'm just a fan. Yeah, big time, big time. You look majestic. You look so good. I'm a Barbie boy, and I had to do it. Goodness. All the young bucks don't even know what Berlacher's doing. There's no backup camera, and the mirrors are absolute trash, absolute garbage. Your forearms, your thighs are stuck between the center console and the steering wheel. But the two cars next to each other, they're legit matching specs. It's so crazy. Obviously, the peaks are very different. You got the matching white interiors. That's why as soon as I saw this car, I've always dreamed of an Espada. I had to buy it because those two together, it doesn't get any better. Plenty of room, plenty of room, plenty of room. Keep her coming, keep her coming. Stop, stop, stop. I always do that.
One of these days, it's gonna backfire.
Turn her off, shut her down before we get carbon monoxide poisoning. I have been imagining this moment for so long. The two cars together, like, that's why I had to buy the Espada, because it is a matching spec, 1974, 2016. The funniest part, though, the CO2 monitor, we are at 23.6 with the Espada with the garage door open. We were having such an incredible day, and all of a sudden, Berlacher, I don't know, we're has to ruin it. Do you want to say it on camera? Do you want to announce it to the world? Oh. Oil?
You got a leak.
What kind of, okay. Wow, okay, now we know. What is it, though? Is that power steering fluid? Is that motor oil? What is that? As far as the two-car combo, that duo is so sick. The matching interiors, both being painted. Also, the garage floor is not done, so there's a lot of work to do here in the garage. Berlacher, though, just enjoying life. Crushing life.
Kudos to you.
Thank you, thank you. I'm so excited to have the car. Battery's flashing red, so on that bombshell, yep, today's video. I literally just lost 5 years from my life. Are you kidding me? How could you do me dirt? I was terrified. Legitimately, I thought you were gonna kill me. Wow. Okay. Today's video is over. You might never see me again. But the old saying always is, if you don't turn and look at the car you parked, you bought the wrong car. I'm walking backwards staring at it. Okay, it's not that bad. It's in the line. It's totally fine. Wow. Are we going to Cipriani's or not? Cipriani's. Capriati. How do you do that?
I'm hungry. That's how I do it. Oh boy. You look right here. I want to get a full mullet. George, take the filter off. So weird that it would happen on startup after it cooled off. I ran my fingernail across the surface right there. Oh, seal busted? Oh.
Busted in 2 places. So,
you know what that means? Whew, that was either a $50,000 issue or a $5 issue. Shoo! Hell yeah, brother. You're on the Please Speak For on YouTube channel. Buenos Alright guys, back at FL2K today, we got some big plans. The El Camino's got a hot tune-up in it. Ruby is sitting in the second fastest class, right where we wanted her to be. The Blazer is running right on that 950 number, which it needs to run a little bit closer to this. We went 956 last night. We're hoping for like a 952 today in qualifying before we send the Blazer down the track for eliminations in the 950 class. Total of 2 more hits today for all the cars the rest of the day. And Jackson brought the Nova back. 240 was done. So James had the Nova. We're gonna turn Ruby up a little bit faster, trying to go like an 8.2, because that's where the class has moved to. The El Camino started leaking oil like crazy last night. The oil filter sealed loose, so we got an oil filter, and we're gonna try that out. Hopefully we don't have a leak. You were forward the whole run. Look at how aggressive, the timing's so aggressive right here. See how the RPM almost can't even rise. Like it can't even accelerate. So this moment right here is where it picks up the tire and drops it back on the ground. So I think we go from that moment when the tire touches the ground, we just add in 3 degrees of timing from there on. And that should, maybe even 2 degrees of timing. That'll go from a, whatever, 956 maybe, right down to that 950 mark. We can go on the shy side of it and make sure you get a run. If you go at 949, it doesn't count at all. Right. So like, we have 2 runs today. We might as well take the more conservative side. Yeah, for sure. Like a degree and a half. This the timing ramp is insane. Like this is by far the most timing I've ever pulled out of a vehicle. 19 degrees. So the tire is replanted by here, so we can just make this like more of a give it a little more juice. And then when you run the streetcar class, because you're also entering that, we could just, once it puts the tire down, just put it all back. Yep. But we could also put the big one or the small one. We have some decisions to make. So we have 950 qualifying here in a bit, and then George's in the streetcar now too. So Blazer's double entered. We're gonna try and win the slow class and the streetcar class as well. So we got a lot of work to do today.
Well, you guys know it's the morning before some races, so we gotta do a 2-step check. Let's go. 950 index qualifier. And I feel like our tune-up is right where it needs to be. Wow, his burnouts are looking way better. Oh, little bit too much timing. That's perfect though.
Oh, dang it! You went at 948.
Well, crap.
Well, a little bit much.
That ain't too bad.
It's a good place. I literally just said the same exact thing. It's a good place to be.
We got
so
it.
I can drive it, but yeah.
All right. We need that 950. That's all we need.
All right, first ride of the day. Spicy tune-up and mullet. All right, here goes Bleeder up here in mullet. Hopefully the fastest rip yet. Woo! 693, 210, baby, okay. That's what I like to see right there. Let's go!
That's my boy Mullet, heat of the day. Ripping. That felt pretty fast, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I don't know if the lockup worked. I didn't feel the lockup come on. I honestly couldn't tell. It was going so freaking fast. Oh my God, if that was a 7.0, I'm putting the car on eBay for $10 tonight. Hey, 693! Woohoo! 210, baby! Oh, let's go! All right, 461 in the 8th at 167. 122.60 foot. 313 to the 330. 461 in the 8th at 167 and a 693 at 210. Our quickest, fastest pass ever. Let's go!
Dude, how did that feel?
Bro, clean.
It looks so smooth.
So smooth. I don't know if the traction control kicked on or anything, but it was just so smooth.
And this is a hot spot in the day.
Shout out to Rick Prospero and Pete Harrell, you know, freaking and Rick's boy right here. What's up? Look good. Look good. Made it work, dude. Feels so good to be back in the sixes.
Dude,
now
we got to get an 80.
We got to go 680s now.
All right, Ruby. Woo, big Ruby burnout. All right, Ruby getting in the beams. $814, 161. Okay.
What'd you go?
814.
That's perfect. What a great couple of passes. Q1, dude, let's go. First qualifier of the day, we got exactly what we wanted for Ruby, almost what we wanted for the Blazer, and exactly what we wanted for this. So, love that. I'm thinking about buying an Extreme 28 tech card.
Double enter that dog.
Do a double enter. Otherwise, we'd only have one other qualifier, but Extreme 28 is not for like another hour, so I get another tech card. We could make 3 more hits today. If we're feeling spicy.
You just need to make one in Extreme 28.
Yeah.
You know.
I might do it just for fun. Yeah. What do you think about that slow 330? Was it 313?
313.
We've been at 3.08.
What did we go with the LS in the 8? 455?
458, I think, or 457.
Yeah, so if we did that, I mean, it would be 680 just if we can get it back to there.
Yeah, we got plenty of back half.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
210, boy.
122.60 foot, I think we went, 117, 116 when we had the LS.
Yeah, so the 122.60, but it's slow, but it worked in the heat of the day today.
For that, in the heat, good. When it track tightens up later on when the sun goes down.
Let's go. Let's go.
Spice it.
Blazer. Street car qualifier. Pulling up, going for faster than a 950. But we did not change the pulley, so it's still pretty low boost, like 12 PSI. Burn out. Burnouts are looking real good. Yeah. Dude, he got the tree on that one.
Yeah, he did.
He did.
084.
It was literally perfect. Yes.
About time he did something.
That
amount of wheelie is perfect.
That amount of wheelie is money. We might need to put the other pulley on it, give it some boost for the street car class. So.
Yeah, but then it's gonna mess up the other one.
Yeah, but we'll switch it back. 6 bolts.
That's on y'all.
Need a little more boost, I think.
Let's go!
That was like perfect. What's the 60 foot? Dude, that's gotta be up there with the fastest ever, right?
We're gonna be going
So we need to leave it like this though for the next round of the 950 class, and then before the streetcar class, you'll have to swap your pulley. Because look, you're gonna be racing these guys on 9.0s. Look at the tree, 084. That's what I'm talking about.
Hey, I gotta tell you guys something. I hit the scales on the way back.
Oh yeah?
With myself in it. 35-25.
Hey, about the same as Bullets. Guys, got a little problem here on Bullets tune-up. See this green line? That's oil pressure. Making like 90 through here, and then it tanks. So you just hit that oil change. It might just need a quart or two to fix that. But dude, we only pulled 2.05 Gs. We've been what, 2.25? So she wasn't even pulling as hard as she has before.
That last deal, we were getting after the short track a lot harder.
Yeah.
So now we just work on this. We got the back half.
We got the back half. 210.
We did a little bit of the 60 foot.
We're good now.
And then after 60, after between 60 to 330, that's where it's going to go.
All right. So guys, we're gonna turn on the actual full lock of the converter. The soft lock was on, but it didn't make a huge difference. We're putting on, it's got two different type of lockups. We're putting on the full lock this time. It should be spicy. You should hear it sound like another shift in the car. Like it's got another fourth gear. Like it's got a fourth gear. Let's see what happens. Got some fresh spark plugs. Yeah, buddy. All right, Dave, read this tune. It's got for Pete.
Big spicy.
That's all I have to see. That's all I like to see. That's a little spicy. See if she holds, brother. That's why he named it a tune-up, and it almost matches Pete's exactly. So we're on the same page. Suspension-wise, you think we're good? Okay, guys, we added 1 degree back to the Blazer to try and get that 950 instead of that 948 for the 950 class. Right when Jordan gets back, we're gonna pull this big pulley off, put the semi-smaller one on that you put a 9.1 with earlier. Right? Or even smaller. Yeah. And then he's gonna go over streetcar right after and try and make a good leg. Because right now he's not even in the slow class. He's a little too slow for the slow class. So we really need to be going like an 890. We'll get there. We'll figure it out. Alright, so this was the pulley we had on it when we went to 9.1. We got a little bit smaller. That should be good. So it'll be a 1-to-1 ratio. It's gonna be good. I don't know, man. There is a 43 tooth there, though.
I know, I didn't want to get in trouble. I was gonna open that one.
Let me see how big this is.
Alright, we got the big spicy tune up in it, and we are in the lanes. I actually entered Mullet into the Extreme 28 class, which has some like 670 cars in it. But I was like, hey, we get more runs today versus just a normal 2 qualifier, so we're double entered. So this will be our first qualifier in Extreme 28, so technically we could make this and then 2 more runs today if we wanted to. 1 more in street car, and 1 more qualifier in Extreme 28, so track's good, man. I want to take advantage of it, so we're just gonna run the wheels off this thing. That 6 just got me so fired up. I'm like, I gotta run this thing some more.
Hi guys, welcome back to my channel. So I finally found a place to put some new shoes on my P1. I'm gonna put some comp tools on there at a place is called FSE, 10 minutes away. So I'm lucky, we have enough gas to make it over there, but let's put some shoes on my baby. Oh, I got with the F40. Oh, 40. 4GT. You can tell F40's been on mine. 10. I love that car. You go butt in. Next. Now, one thing with a P1, then keep the key very close to the ignition. Otherwise, you won't recognize it. It's kind of sad not seeing my other Bugatti Veyron here, but if you haven't watched my last video, you may want to watch it because it's a goodbye video, my Veyron. Alright, so go put some shoes on my P1. Alright, let's warm up some tires. These tires in desperate need of warming. 8 years old. Holy God, I forgot how good this car is. This feels great. FSE were kind enough to find us. What? What? Good.
I don't remember it like this.
Me neither.
And that was your DRS, right?
Oh my God, that's normal. Nothing. No DRS, nothing. No salsa, nothing. Just plain old E1. Tell you, this is my favorite car. Every time I drive it, it's a confirmation. I need to buy another one. Why do I have a multiple? The guy is like 20 pounds. Talking about P1, that 4-inch P1 that got copied, American Eye. Oh, that was sad to see. And never seen a P1 floating around. Check back with you later. Interesting. Alright, let's see what these guys are all about. Nice shot. That is huge. I see a lot of go-karts, man. Yes, we have. Yeah, you got a big one going. Wow. Very cool. Wow, awesome. So I'm in the right place to get some good grip on my shoes, right?
We have many.
Yeah.
That's our master pack. Also certified, actually P1 certified.
No way.
So we have the current factory computer, the MBS, to work on this one.
Nice.
Yes, that's
Okay.
the right place.
Very good. Put some shoes on it and look under the hood.
These are 8-year dual these are original tires, so they're pretty hard. Yeah, 8 years.
Yeah, I wonder, is there any value keeping it?
It is actually other country it is a lot of value keeping the original set of tires.
Really?
When it's fresh. So
Oh.
they took it off, so it's really fresh, and then put it on when it's not.
Really?
That's fun.
You know what should have done with it? With a wire.
Yeah.
You know, with the special wire tire?
Well, they're too late for that, but alright. Well, it's all yours. Well, it's going to over go-kart. So now by PTR Racing.
What about 86 go-kart? Phil Gibbler himself, it's a lot of racing check. So he's giving them C.
Wow.
Also, IndyCar driver.
These are the same parts you use when you repair.
Really?
Yeah.
And we have our Salvage car.
Wow.
We have Leno Morris's EPK.
Come on.
Yes.
Dude.
Jason Butler's person is also
Wow. Well, I may have to take some lessons from you guys at the track to improve my skills.
Maybe one of these.
Oh my God.
DJ US back over the four customer specific one in this wrap, so we do it. And then we have the European movement four
That is
where
so
we
cool.
keep them running the European movement four in this state. And we actually got a whole team, we bought the whole team from Dubai. So this car actually air freighted from Dubai. Wow. So Dubai spec, very good California's super hot sun.
Yeah.
This car can actually drive as long as like
Right,
driving
any
in. Yes, yes, because it's made for Dubai.
Wow.
So it got extra into it and radiator. The car will last a long time to ride. We actually never have a overheating issue.
Awesome. What's the top speed on something?
Top speed is gear limited because there's only six
Yeah,
speed. So on this set of gear, 135 miles, and then we'll hit the gear limit.
Yeah.
0 to 60 still is 2.8, but this car is more about
Yeah, of course.
lifetime experience. Right?
Jeez. How many G's?
We'll have to check the data. It depends on the setup and tires and track. Yes. Car with the driver. Yes. 1200 pounds. With the driver. Wow. With the driver.
Wow,
So
the
it's
cockpit
pretty light.
reminds me of my Solus GT when I was getting fit. That's about the same size of a cockpit.
Yes, you have to do custom fitting in the seat. It really is for that driver.
Of course, yeah, custom.
We have the injection seat molding, which is the latest generation where injection seat molding.
I may bring my Solus GT here to get a second seat.
Okay, yes.
If I gain weight. Well, this is awesome. Thank you so much for giving me the tour.
No problem.
Really cool operation.
Yeah.
Well, here it is. I had to try it.
We already tasted the food.
Yeah, thank you so much. Try it. Thank you, thank you.
How back to space? And for the motor, does get weaker all the time because it's right above the engine, the heat. The motor gets weaker and weaker. So next time this does happen, we'll change it off the module. This module is right above the engine, it's in the middle. Okay. So if you drive hard, drive fast, okay. So far, deal. Thank you again.
All right, hop in. Let's go see what these shoes are made of. Oh, we gotta warm up the tires again. These are brand new shoes. Well, it's not as bouncy. Yeah, it is. Yeah. My bounciness is gone. Oh yeah! Oh my God! Yeah. These are much better. And the tires aren't even that warm yet. The cool part is these tires will take less time to warm up. So, it's actually in heaven. Oh yeah, oh yeah. They're definitely better. Oh! Oh! Somebody slapped me silly. Oh. No! This is so much fun! Oh my God, we got new shoes. It almost feels like a new car. I feel so much safer driving it, and it takes less time to warm up. So thank you, FSE. And be safe, people, and I'll see you guys next week. So I sold this for $40.7 million 2 years ago, so I made about close to $12 million.
Residential investors work longer hours for lower returns compared to commercial real estate investors. Contrarian Academy helped residential investors successfully acquire their first commercial property in 6 months or less. There's a lot of pockets of opportunity with real estate that's located in good location and good purposes. While one state, for example, Houston, has heavily invested in oil and gas industry, is experiencing a recession, you may have another state like California experiencing an economic boom. You don't really have to wait for a global economic recession to jump out and invest your money in real estate. Apply now by clicking the link below.
In today's episode, I'm going to show you the craziest car collection I've ever seen. We're in Manicosh Springs, Mankato.
This is Jimmy Darts.
This is for you, $500. This is $1,000 for you. If either of you give me $5, you can have whatever's on this cowboy hat. You're gonna do it? All right, how much you got? You won $500.
He's accumulated 12 million followers in the last 2 years by surprising strangers with large amounts of money ranging from $100 to $100,000, and he continues to up the ante, having recently collaborated with Mr. Beast by giving away even more money.
Would you rather have $1,000 in cash right now, or? Well, there you go.
Today we'll break down the genius business behind one of the fastest growing creators on TikTok. How he's able to give away so much money, where it all comes from, and why it's always a good idea to buy the mystery box. On this episode of I Finally Went to the Gym. And of course, if you enjoy episodes like this, make sure to subscribe, hit the like button for the YouTube algorithm, comment down below because we read pretty much all of them. And now with that said, we gotta thank our sponsor and then we'll start. But first, we gotta thank our sponsor, FTX US. Some of you have seen, they've been one of the biggest supporters of our channel, and we really owe so much of what we have to them. They're one of the largest US regulated cryptocurrency exchanges in the world, with millions of users who buy, sell, track, and trade both crypto and NFTs, all in one place with fees that are up to 85% lower than top competitors.
And yeah, we know crypto's been down recently, but that could pose as a very interesting opportunity to buy. And
FTX is an amazing place to do so.
They also allow you to do an automatic recurring deposit so that you could dollar cost average into the markets on a regular basis. All you got to do, Jack, by the way, is just type in what you want, how much you want to buy, how often you want to buy it, and then swipe right and you're done.
And they're giving you some free crypto too, right?
All the way up to $100.
Also, guys, they're soon launching FTX stocks, so you'll be able to trade stocks, crypto, and NFTs all in the same place within the same app. It's going to be amazing. Definitely check them out with that link down below in the description.
And like we mentioned, they've been a huge help for us on the channel, and if we could give them anything back, it would mean a lot to us if you use the link down below in the description. Sign up, get some free crypto. You may as well. It would help us out a ton. Thank you so much, and now
back
let's
to
get back
the
to the podcast.
My name is Jimmy Darts.
So far, the podcast has been
$278,000.34.
Let's see that's
That's an
pretty close.
incredible guess.
Wow, really?
Yeah, it's
Just off the cuff. Did you watch any of this?
I saw an episode probably from 2-3 weeks ago or something like that.
That's pretty good. 266.
Oh, I'm a little high.
I mean,
Maybe
that's
after
still
this.
really impressive.
Maybe after this, yeah.
So I figure a good way to start this would be how this all happened from the start. It was interesting because we were at Mr. Beast's warehouse, and I went to go use the restroom, and on my way to the bathroom, I kind of lock eyes with you for a second, and I was like, oh my gosh, that's Jimmy Darts.
I said, oh my gosh, that's Jack.
By coincidence,
Nice
Jack.
cocktail, number
I was
one
just
podcast
Jack.
in the world.
But yeah, I was just walking in the bathroom and I saw you. I was like, oh my gosh, this is Jimmy. What a coincidence. I was not expecting to see you here because I've seen you on my TikTok For You page, on YouTube. You've been blowing up recently. Crazy views, unprecedented views. And I was like, okay, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to bother him. He's probably busy. And I kind of like stop there for a second and slow down. Then I start walking back to the bathroom. Someone comes up to me and they're like, hey, have you met Jimmy Darts? And I said, no. I said, come meet him. Nicest guy ever. You're a very nice guy. You're just the same as you are on camera as in person.
Yeah, you are so friendly, by the way.
Yeah.
Just like really nice and just like happy all the time.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it was super random running into you guys, and I loved it because I don't know if I'd ever run into you guys because I'm not in the YouTube finance kind of space and stuff. And I have friends that are friends with a lot of creators, but I don't know anyone that knew you guys personally. So to run into you guys, I was like, what the hell?
It's been really cool too because I've seen your videos and I've heard your voice before. It's always the voice. I've never put the face to the voice. But I remember scrolling TikToks and seeing your videos come up, and the one that really stands out the most was a lady in the electric wheelchair with the black eyes.
Yeah.
And she took a fall and you gave her money.
Yes.
And that video got how many views?
Yeah,
is that?
that was crazy. That got like, I don't know, 35 million or 38 million on TikTok.
Yeah.
I don't know, like maybe 15 million on YouTube. I don't know exact numbers, but it went crazy.
Yeah.
And that was wild. That was actually, so I live in California. I live in LA in that area now. And I'm from Minnesota though, a small town with like 900 people. So I decided to go back home this summer. And I was super worried. I was like, how am I gonna make videos here? Everyone knows who I am. But there's a little town that's like 40 minutes away that has a Walmart. My town is a Walmart. So I go to this little town there and I'm like, all right, can I make content in a town this small, you know? And I go in there and the first thought I had was, I was like, let's get a piggy bank, fill it with money and a hammer, and walk around and smash it open for the first person that gives me $5 to guess what's inside, you know? So I was like, give me $5, what's in here? It could be a cent, it could be $1,000. And I'm walking around Walmart and everyone's just staring at me because they see a hammer and people walking around like this. And sure enough, I go up to this lady and she didn't have $5, but my heart broke. It's like this 80-some-year-old, 70-some-year-old lady in this electric wheelchair, and her eyes all black. She had just like fallen on the pavement. She's like, how much should I give you the money for it? But I'm broke right now. And I was like, all right, why don't you just have it? And so I go to give it to her, and then the Walmart like manager comes and kicks me out of the store with the piggy bank and all this. So he kicks us out, and I go wait for her outside, and then she ends up coming after she shops and comes outside. She's like, I didn't think you'd wait for me. She thought I was gonna leave. And so I stay there, wait for her, give her the piggy bank for free. She smashes it open, out comes $500, and she starts freaking out, crying. She just explains that they're going through a hard time financially. It was wild. And basically after that happened, I was like, dang, let's try to go the extra mile with this lady and see if we can help her and her husband. So I just made a GoFundMe that night, posted the video, and I didn't know if people would donate, you know, maybe $1,000, $2,000. Well, it ended up being like, I think over $90,000 came in for her. Yeah, it was in the news, like the newspaper, everything, and it was crazy. Then I go back to that Walmart a few days later, and I shot a video in there again. I'm pulling out, and the Walmart like manager comes chasing after me. I'm like, oh no, I was about to hit the gas. You know, I was like, I don't want to get yelled at right now. So I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna stop. Let's just confront the situation. And he goes, wait, 1 second. He goes, I am so sorry for kicking you out. I had no idea who you are, what you guys are doing. Come to my store anytime. So it was a good redemption moment.
That is so cool. Where did you get the idea to start doing this?
Yeah, I mean, I've always kind of, ever since I was a little kid, my parents for Christmas would give us $200. They'd say 100 is for you, $100 is to give away to somebody. So right then I just became comfortable living on the streets with strangers, just hearing their story, giving them money, kind of doing that. And then the first time I really realized the power of the internet, you know, to be able to crowdfund stuff was I was in Miami on the beach. There was this homeless guy living in a tent. And I go up to him, I say, hey bro, do you want to be best friends for the day and have some fun? And he's like, sure. And so we basically go rollerblading, play basketball, do some fun stuff like this. And on the way home, I'm making a TikTok of this. And he starts like kind of tearing up. And he goes, dang bro, like I was planning on committing suicide and just like changed my whole perspective on life. I was like, oh my gosh, like I had no idea. I was just having a good time, like having fun with you. And I was like, dang, like I'm gonna see if I can raise some money for you, bro, like to help you get off the street. Like this is crazy. So I made a GoFundMe for him. And back then I didn't even really have that many followers. And sure enough, overnight, I didn't almost delete the video, but the video I posted it, it was like one of the worst performing videos ever. And I was like, dang it, man, I wanted this to go viral to raise some money for this guy. But then I wake up the next morning, it's got like 15 million views, and he had raised like over 20-some, 30,000-ish for him. So yeah, he just changed his life. He went and like toured South America and stuff, and it was just powerful what can happen when you show. There's a lot of people that want to donate, they just don't always know how or where to give, you know?
Well,
So
what gave you that idea to go up to that guy in particular, film it, put it on TikTok? Where did you get the inspiration
So,
for that?
he was just chilling on the beach. He was just having a good time hanging out there, so he just like an approachable guy. But back to your main question, kind of how I came up with this idea to have people pass a kindness test, and that's kind of what I do now is I was in California walking, and I was like, man, instead of just giving people money or doing something like that, like what if I asked for help first? And so there was this awesome family coming across the crosswalk. There was like 4 kids, mom and dad. And I said, hey, do you guys have any money for food? I'm really hungry right now. I just don't have any cash. And they go, sure. And they come out, they give me a couple dollars, and they give me a burrito out of the backpack. And I was like, actually, I was just seeing the first person to help me. Here's $100. That's all I was doing at the time. I was like, here's $100 toward your kindness. And he starts freaking out, like tearing up, and he just like rocked their life. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is such a cool way to not only bless awesome people and go to areas where there's people in need, but also to find people that have probably been generous their whole life. That's the thing. With these people that I find, it's not like they just happen to help me that day. They've probably been pulling money out of their pocket for 50 years, you know, helping people, never got recognized for it, never got rewarded for it. And so that's my favorite part about it. It's like, man, can you reward someone that's probably going to try and make their life.
What were you doing before this?
I mean, I've been making videos ever since I was a kid. I was always doing videos, just whatever I could. It was baby Jesus in the manger when I was like 6 years old. I had to play with the Legos or whatever. I was always doing just different videos. And then when I was 17, 18, I kind of started partying a lot. And I didn't really get into drugs or alcohol. That kind of always scared me. But I would just do wild stuff, you know, like, I don't know, make out with a girl, or, you know, I'd get drunk maybe 3-4 times, stuff like this. But I'd always love to do crazy stuff, like just run through a wall, or like, I don't know, yeah, like Steve-O type stuff. You know?
Wait, have you ran through a wall?
Yeah, I mean, I've done I used to
Does that hurt?
I used to go to parties, and every time I was at a party, I would start punching myself in the face till I was covered in blood. My nose used to bleed easily, and I'd be covered in blood, and everyone at the party would freak out. I just love adrenaline and hype. I love hype and adrenaline and all that stuff, right? And I just love crazy stuff. And long story short, when I was 18 years old, I went to this party in Minnesota, out in the middle of the woods. You know, it's super cold out there, so they have fires, you know, bonfires, hang out in the woods. I go out there with these Jesus socks on. I had like a little Jesus on, Urban Outfitters, like a little statue on the side. And I'm out there, and I'm just messing around, being stupid, whatever, and jumping over the fire, like showing off, just doing dumb stuff. And on the way home that night, I was like, oh crap, my socks have holes in them. My parents are gonna find out I've been partying. Like, they don't know that I live this lifestyle. Like, they think I'm like this kind of perfect kid. I was so freaked out, and so I sneak up to my room, and I'm like, if I throw my socks away, my mom does the laundry, she'll know there's something missing. I have to think fast. And And I don't know why I thought of it, but I literally take my socks off. I'm like, I wasn't drunk or had any drugs that night, nothing. Just completely clear mind, just didn't want her to know I was living that kind of rebellious lifestyle. It's like, Jesus, please help my socks, like heal my socks. I hide them in the back of my underwear drawer. Go to bed. Next morning I wake up before my mom comes upstairs to the laundry, grab the socks and they're brand new. Same spot as the left, no holes in them. And I freak out and I'm like, oh my gosh, like the first thought that came to my mind is I thought God would have been mad at me, wanted me to get caught, wanted me to get in trouble. But as soon as I grabbed those socks, I just felt him speak to me. He's like, actually, Jimmy, I want to be your friend above everything else. Like, I want to be your friend before anything. And that really impacted me and it really changed my life.
First, I want to thank our sponsor, Rome. Graham, did you mean to wear that today? I did. Did you mean to wear that? I did. I think you knew I was wearing this one in the match. This is a mess. We gotta fix it.
There we go. See, that's better. As someone who works from home and is constantly hopping on and off Zoom calls, it's difficult to find a balance between looking professional and also being in your pajamas. That was the case, however, before I found Rome.
When Ron first sent us their commuter shirt, I honestly could not believe how breathable it was for a dress shirt.
Yeah, it's actually really unusual to find a shirt that you can look professional in and then immediately after go and run a marathon.
My favorite part about Rhone is that they use wrinkle release technology, so all wrinkles will just disappear as you stretch and wear the shirt, which is perfect for me considering I don't even own an iron.
Plus, with their Gold Fusion anti-odor technology, you'll smell fresh and clean all day long, regardless of how sweaty you are. Sponsorship aside, it's incredibly comfy. I was surprised when I put this on that it feels like silk.
That was the first thing you said.
I did. Yeah. There you go, guys. Honest review from me. It feels incredible.
Rhone is 100% machine washable, so no more expensive and time-consuming trips to the dry cleaners. The commuter shirt can get you through any workday and straight into whatever comes next.
So head to Rhone.com/icedcoffee to get 20% off your entire order with the code ICEDCOFFEE.
That's 20% off your entire order when you head to rhone.com/icedcoffee and use code ICEDCOFFEE at checkout.
It's that easy. Enjoy. Thank you guys so much. And now, back to the podcast.
A few months after that, my entire life I had horrible scoliosis. My spine was very crooked. My left leg was this much shorter than my right leg. I used to walk like this. People would make fun of me and stuff. And so after high school, you know, from
We are here with Diane Hendrick. She's a woman of many titles. She's an active owner of ABC Supply, and she is one of America's richest self-made women and on this year's Gift Aid. Diane, thank you so much for having us.
Thank you for having me.
I want to start. You have such a fascinating story, including you grew up on a dairy farm, and you previously told Forbes that growing up on this farm, you were not allowed to milk a cow or drive a tractor. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Why is that?
Well, I'm one of 9 girls, and my father, I just think, felt that it was safer. He was always worried about us kids, girls being in the farm. I think he always wanted boys, probably would have stopped at 2, but went on to have 9 girls. He just had us do little tasks. Large tasks were for the men. In the end, men that we were hired to do the hard work on the farm.
But you learned hard work growing up on this farm.
I learned to work, but I didn't work on a machine. It's just the way he was. He was a man's man, and he didn't say that women belonged in the house, but he also didn't encourage getting into business like men.
What do you think
He
you
never
would say of your
encouraged.
business right now?
My father actually was very proud of me. He passed about 20 years ago. But he knew of our successes, Ken's and mine, with ABC and other businesses. And he quietly was very proud, very, very proud.
Now, you've also said that you grew up very quickly. What does that mean to you, and why do you say that?
I got pregnant when I was just about 17 years old. And my parents encouraged me, basically told me, you need to marry your father, your son, my baby at the time. And I did, even though it was not it was puppy love and not love. He was a good man, and it only lasted for 3 years. And that's when I really started to look at a career. And a career I had always dreamt of having, which was being in business since I wasn't allowed to be on the farm. but to be engaged in something that I wanted to, and I was picturing myself in a blue suit and having a nice car and being independent.
So what was your first job?
Oh my goodness, I had a few little jobs. I worked at Parker Pen a little bit for like 3 months. And then the real job that I really decided this is going to be my future is I started to get involved in real estate. And before I was 21 years old. And you could actually sit in a model home. You could sell real estate off from a set of prints. It wasn't really real estate because it wasn't really dirt. It was a spec on a piece of paper, so you sold it. So I got involved in that, and then eventually I got my real estate license. And I met Ken, and he bought a couple of houses, 2 houses for $7,000. And I did the work, cleaned them and rented them, and that started a relationship of buying real estate in Beloit, Wisconsin. And that's how it all started. I was divorced and lived in a little apartment and sold real estate. I was a Playboy bunny. I don't hide the fact it's a glorified waitress, and it helped me to be able to pursue my career, which was real estate. And I was a good for about a year. And making enough money to raise a son. You do what you gotta do. And I didn't ask my parents. My parents gave me $200 and I paid them back in 90 days. I'm independent, and I'm proud of what I worked for and I earned. And I still have those same values. I pass them on to my children. They've all worked. My grandchildren. They know I'm not happy unless they got a job. I think there's no better feeling than earning. Working and earning is a feeling of satisfaction, and I've pursued that my whole life.
Well, you and Ken were business partners and life partners, but let's talk about building a business together. When did ABC Supply begin and how?
Ken and I were together for like 15 years. He was a roofing contractor, and I really was I was the real estate person. And we owned a lot of homes in Beloit. And that is the city that really gave us our start. Ken had lived in Janesville and had a piece of real estate and called himself an entrepreneur, which was a word that now is used in everyday language for years. And they asked Ken if he knew what an entrepreneur was. And it was kind of a funny conversation because he said it's a risk taker and we don't do business with risk takers. And so that kind of halted his banking in Janesville. And we started the bank, and it was Beloit Savings Bank at the time, and they gave us a start. And it truly is the city that made all the difference to Ken and I. They were giving communities, and I still call it home. And I've done a lot to help the community, and it's really important to give back because they gave us that chance.
You never forget.
You don't. You really don't. You really don't.
I want to talk to you about building this business.
Mm-hmm.
Built ABC Supply with Ken in 2007.
Right. Ken was a roofer when I met him. He had a roofing contracting firm that was local in Madison and in the Janesville area. And probably 5 years after I knew Ken, he started doing government for the military. Many nights with big prints laying all over, trying to determine what we were going to do to get one of those jobs. And they were large contracts. And I would say we either made money on it or we lost. And it was an open bid process. And if you were a low bidder and you were really low, you worried a lot. And so we did that for quite a long time. We realized the need in our industry, the roofing industry, but the manufacturers, each of them, they were the manufacturers of it, but they were also the distributors. If you wanted that kind of shingles, you bought it from the manufacturer. There was no distribution chain across the nation, so there was little pockets where the products were manufactured, and you generally bought from the manufacturer that was in your area. And as we were roofing contractors in the military, they would spec products that you couldn't get in the areas where they were building, where they were asking you to provide product. And you just start looking at the need, and over the course of 5-10 years, we realized that there needed to be a distribution chain to be able to offer to the customer, us, the contractor, the selection of various manufacturing products across the nation. And so we pursued that and finally put together a plan. I remember it took us like 2 years to put together the plan and how do we start? Where do we begin to be a distributor of roofing products? And so we practiced on a wholesale store that sold products for real estate people, just to see what it was like. And from there, we decided we were ready a couple years later, and we opened up store one for ABC Supply with products that we brought in, shingles from different manufacturers. We were in business for about 3 years, just buying lumber yards, a couple here, a couple there. And when we heard that GAF was going to sell off their roofing division, and I know Ken and I were on vacation, we flew home and went up and met with GAF and 2 young people that had never been to New York and negotiated to buy 13 of their stores. And we accomplished that.
It feels like you and Ken really identified an opening in the market. How did you do that? What were you seeing?
Because there was no distribution for contractors, and we had been on contract for years, and it was just, we need to have a distribution chain to carry all the products, and we wanted to bring professionalism to the industry that we had come out of as a contractor. And it was, we felt we weren't being treated with respect. We were ruthless. And that was part of our goal, was to build a company that would take the guy in the pickup and provide service and respect to all of them. And we built that, our model, on growing ABC, and we finally laid it out. And that's when we started to buy, we built one, and then we bought 2, and then we started to grow. But it was always carry those products that would make it easy across the nation, but would also, we would be giving that contractor the respect that he needed, and we would give him, we were their bank. We would set up terms, which they never had before, so they could grow. So we did everything that we could to make the contractor have what we hadn't been provided for as contractors.
So that was then, and then I know your business has grown quite a bit in the last 2 to 3 years. What's been the catalyst for that growth, do you think?
We've been in acquisitions. We continue to grow by that. We do greenfields also, but we grow by acquisition. We've been the largest in the nation. And the company's 40 years old now. 40 years old is ABC. So it's always about, is there a need, where do you put a store? It's always about the need, how you fill a need. And we get 17,000 people working for ABC. And we give them opportunity to go up the ladder also. It's not just come here and this is what you have to do. We've got management, sales, and we built a big little outfit. The other companies, we have those same goals and opportunities. We've got 3,500 employees that work for manufacturing, for construction, all of the other 16 companies that we own. And good management, and it really boils down to having the right people in the right positions so that they can lead. It's such an important part of running a company and multiple companies. It's how the right people and some people miss them.
You've been smart with your acquisitions. I want to jump ahead.
Go ahead.
I think that was a savvy strategy you employed during the 2008 financial crisis. Obviously, not a good time for housing, the housing market, the market that depends on the goods that you sell. Can you
But you could feel that recession coming on. It was very scary, very, very scary. So it really became evident that we were in a recession in late 2008, 2009. And we had about 250 locations at that time. But the recession was, you just buckle down, really buckle down. And even in the recession, you cut back on this, cut back on that. But there was an acquisition that came available, and it was Bradco. And there was no way I could oversee that acquisition at that time. I had to take on a partner, an investment partner, and I had to give up 40-some% of my shares. And we've always owned everything, but this one was one that I knew the company, and it had to be done. And it really is painful to give up control and to bring in investment bankers. But we structured it that if I could give them a return, like they always want a return in 5 years, I would buy the shares back. Yes. We went back in 3.5 years. And I said these shares enough. Because I felt I had risked the company that I wanted my children to run when we're not here. You know, it's not a company that's ever going to be for sale. It's a strong company. We changed the industry. The whole nation now has a distributor in between. You can buy any product any place in the nation. Manufacturers aren't running, the regional distribution of materials. And it makes the choice and the contract, everything better. It really, really was an amazing thing that we did by starting out with 2 stores and 3 stores and distributing various manufactured products. That's what made ABC so powerful. But to make that acquisition at that time during a recession, I just felt like I was risking it all. But I knew that it was a good company to buy, and it's proven to be one of the best acquisitions we ever did. But you can't see into the future. You can't see that far into the future. So it was difficult, but great team. I had a great team. Had a great team then, and everybody believed that we could get it done. And you have to trust your experts within the companies that we have. You take risks, but you take calculated risks. I say you don't take risks that you can afford to lose yourself. You don't want to have somebody else in the risk-taking that you take. And I've never let anybody down. I'm not. My risk is going to hurt me, and I'll figure out how to. Don't take more risk than you can afford to pay back yourself. So if that was to fail, that's one of those scary situations, but we had built a strong enough company that I knew that we could. We did.
How many stores do you have today? Or how big
Almost 900.
And if you had to summarize what has made the company so successful, we've talked about acquisition, following your intuition. What do you think the secret to your success has been?
Hiring great people, surrounding myself with integrity, knowing the need of the different businesses that I've invested in. It's all people. We did it because we knew there was a need in the industry, but we also knew that we had to build the best company with the best people we could find, and we did. And we still have the best company in America, I think, because of people that make it up. People, they make all the difference in our life.
You and Ken seem to have a real, true partnership in every sense of the word. And I recognize that, but I'm also curious, because this business has so many elements to it, and you've also made investments in Beloit, what's your baby? What's Diane's best idea?
Well, ABC will always be what we call our lead, and it's by far the biggest company. And, but we were in construction, still had the same company. He started buying real estate. It is my passion. We have development across the nation now. Beloit, you know, it's, for me, in the last 15 years, it's like give back to Beloit what they gave Ken and I, which was opportunity to be able to, you know, bank for us. Our banks in Beloit gave us that chance. The people in Beloit, you know, they supported our growth. It's just a great community, and so I just have found it very rewarding to be able to help Beloit be the city we always wanted to be. It was made up of great people, but it was always a foundry city that lost a lot of its companies in the last 30 years, and they were always struggling. And it's really my turn, my time, to be able to develop it into a city that's a little jewel. It's not philanthropy. A couple of things are, but basically it's putting revival back in a tired town that got left behind when industries changed and manufacturing left. And it was difficult to watch the city I love, which is only 35,000 people, you know, really start to suffer.
I know there's been manufacturing investments that you made in schools, but more recently there's the Lincoln School. Can you tell me about it?
Our public school system across the nation has major problems, and especially in Beloit, they've suffered in the school system. The numbers that children are graduating, their ability to get on with their life. It's very difficult, very difficult. So it got to the point that the only way that we could really help is to put competition in the city and to actually start a school, build a school, and embrace educating the children so that they don't just graduate, they graduate with knowledge. And they're 1 year old. And in math, we doubled what they had been, 200% in 1 year. So the school in 3 years will be from K4 all the way to 12. And so we'll get to having a full school. It's built for all of the children. And we will, right now we're 530 children in the school. Huge waiting line to get in. Sad. I wish I could go it faster. But, you know, you've got to hire the teachers, you've got to, and the curriculum, we're teaching the basics. And
yeah, hire the right people.
Hire the right people, and make sure you teach them what they need to know. So the mission for our school is that you will graduate and you will already know a career, maybe nursing, because we do a lot of vocational training and teaching. The whole lower level is all about vocational. And it's a forgotten need in our nation. Educating kids how to be contractors, how to, you know, be in the electronic world. I mean, we're bringing it all in. It's fabulous what we're doing with the kids. We've got to have a future, and we build futures for children. And we talk about it when they're 4 years old. We already talked about it. What are you doing about it? What do you think you want to be when you grow up?
What did you want to be when you grew up? I mean, we're talking here for the 50 over 50, and I love asking people, did you ever imagine your over 50 career when you were a teen or in your 20s? I tell this story as I remember the day I stood at the window in the farmhouse and thought, I don't want to be a farmer. I don't want to marry a farmer. I was 10, and I dreamed about wearing that blue suit and going to the city. I lived in Osseo, Wisconsin. The city I wanted to go to was Minneapolis because it was the biggest city close by. And my two older sisters, I was working there already. So I'm 1 of 9, so I was in the middle. So what number are you?
I'm number 4.
My dad is 4 of 9.
4 of 9, yeah. So it's, you know, there's a lot of us in the middle. But it's all good, but you do dream. If you don't dream, you don't have a goal. You don't know where you're going to go. You have to think about your future. And I think thinking about your future, the younger you are, the more you start looking at those careers, you just notice what's going on in life. You're exposed to it. I knew I didn't want to do it. And here I live now, in the country. I have horses. I have all the things I said I wasn't going to do. I don't milk cows, but I do love nature. I love nature. I love being outside. So you can, the old saying, you can take the drill out of the country, you can't take the country out of the drill. And I'm living proof of that.
Is there a moment as you look at your career that you think you almost gave up? You wanted to just throw
No
in?
way.
No. Oh. All
Never.
right.
I've got, I think, 3 signs in my office that tell me never to quit. You quit, you're done. Doesn't matter what it is. I don't believe in quitting. Now I'm facing, life. Life on this earth is, I'm not done. That's the most frustrating part, I think, of getting old, is, golly, there's still so much to do.
What do you want to do?
More education, more for the school, more for the people that have helped me, just give back in many ways. I can't change the world, but there's so many things I can do with medicine. I'm really involved in a company called North Star. I've been involved in it for 15 years. And it's just coming to its own. I'm in a cure for cancer. And I can actually see it. I can see it. It's all about isotopes and new medicine. It's good stuff. I want to be there.
Is being over 50 an advantage or disadvantage in your line of work?
I think so. It was not an experience that I didn't learn something from.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's good. I enjoy being under 50. I was working when I was 21. I was working when I was 20. I just think there's a lot you can learn in life, and I have learned a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't go to college. I had to learn what I know. Whether it be hard knocks or by mistake, but you learn and you carry that knowledge with you.
Speaking of experience, you have seen your business through a number of different economic times. And we are talking in a moment where it was just reported that new home sales fell in July to a 6.5-year low. There's a lot of uncertainty out there in the market. I first want to ask you about the business. How are you feeling about, I know you have different lines of business, but given the broader economic environment, what's your outlook?
Definitely, we're going into a recession. We're probably already there. Whoever keeps score on that. From what I'm hearing, it's not going to be as hard as the recession of 8, 9, 10. That was long and that was hard. I'm hoping that we don't have to go through that it won't be as hard. Are we preparing for it? Absolutely.
I was going to ask, what's your advice for female entrepreneurs or just younger women in general who are seeing this economic uncertainty and feeling that uncertainty in their own career?
It's hard for me to separate myself by gender. My saying is when I go to work, I just park my gender at the door. Almost all the businesses I'm involved in are more male industries. Mm-hmm. Manufacturing, and extruding, and they're all, I don't have any industry. North Star has a lot of females. That's a high-tech industry, and there's no gender specific there. And the reason I qualify that is I can do any job I want, but don't expect me, I'm not strong. I'm different, so I separate it by, physical type. So, there's limitations. So we employ a lot of men in the industries that we have. So your question was, how do I see it for women? It's hard for me to look through that lens. It's going to hurt everybody. Everybody. mean, recession is never good. But honestly, I can't separate the genders on how this recession is going to hit.
That's fair.
I just can't. I can't do that. Can't do that.
Well, I will ask you another gender question.
Okay.
We have called you the richest self-made, one of the richest self-made women in America. What does that mean to you? What does it feel like to be among that rarefied group?
Well, I never quit. I work hard. I get asked all the time, why do you still go to work? You're ancient. My kids. and you know, like, Mom, you know, why are you still going to work? You're 75 years old. It's like I'm healthy. I love what I do. I'm still growing companies. Why would I quit? Why would I not be there? I like it. I like business. I know there's more I can do. Like everybody, the clock is ticking. I gotta hurry up and get it done. So I'm working at it. I think doing things for mankind, like the North Star business, it's important. Really important. I ran in and put on my tin on my suit because I love this country. An opportunity is here. And I'm just so blessed and born by that. And I never had a door that didn't open for me. I never thought about being a female and not being able to do what I do. I don't give advice usually. People have to figure things out themselves. But I tell my children, just, you know, if you want to do that, just do it. You know, don't think about it with your margin that. The other thing that'll hold you back is if you're not physically strong enough to do certain tasks. And that stops me from, I never wanted to be a shingler. I didn't want to apply the roofing. It way too much work for me. So I think, you know, so much of our choices as females is, go in and you want to be a doctor, be a doctor. You want to run North Star or nuclear pharmacy company? This is just the intelligence and the ability and your drive as an individual to pursue your dreams. I learned industries that I never thought I would be involved in. I love construction. But I'm not a contractor. But do I want that company to survive? Do we have women that are actually, I've got women that enjoy being in the construction arena. That's fabulous. That's fabulous. You know, they can supervise a big job. They're doing great. So, I mean, I think the sky's the limit for women.
This has been so insightful, Diane. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Pat. Appreciate it.
We're thrilled to be joined by one of the world's most successful investors and entrepreneurs, Reid Hoffman. You're co-founder of LinkedIn, partner at Greylock, and on the founding board member of PayPal and on the board of Microsoft, in addition to the author of the #1 New York Times bestseller, The Startup Review. Reid, thank you so much for joining us.
It's a pleasure to be talking to you.
Awesome. So I would love to start up with this book, and that's the reason why you're here in New York today. You first wrote The Startup Review over a decade ago. Tell us about that aha moment where you went from your personal evolution as a multi-stage entrepreneur, then to a seed angel investor, then to a venture capitalist, and now to an author. What made you decide to write the book?
So my high school, which is not too far from the public school in Vermont, generates, educators, artists, other folks. So they asked me to do this message. And I was like, well, I'm a very odd person. I think I know in the entire history of Putney alumni that are totally good at anything at all. And so I was like, okay, I'll do it. But, what can I possibly say from my experience to a very different walk of life? And what I realized is the world is changed. Not that we should all be entrepreneurs, some of us should be entrepreneurs.
speech, I circulated it to some friends, and they said, you need to write a book. I said, a book? I'm like, okay, I guess I'll do that. Had known, I told other friends, some other contacts, talked to them about it, and we did it. And all the advice that an entrepreneur would give, not just starting companies, although you can use it for that, but for kind of being smart about this modern world and how you navigate the progress of your career.
And looking back to the original release of the book, I was going back and watching some of the content from there. What I found fascinating was this video that you guys made, this 8-minute video talking about, thinking about yourself like you're running a business as an entrepreneur. And what are some of the key takeaways that you think
what motivates you? And by the way, that's important. Of course you should, because if I hate that, then it's probably not going to be good at it. Certainly going to be miserable. Right? So passion is important. But like when you think about it from a business entrepreneur's perspective, it's like, well, what are your product and services? What are your skills? What are your offerings? Well, what does the market want? Well, maybe you say, look, I'm really, really good at writing, but actually speaking on video I'm pretty good at, and that's actually what I'm good at. Right? And so there's what the market looks like is the competition, right? So like, well, what are my competitive edges? What is the thing that I have that fewer other people have? And that also helps you with your time market. And then how do you think about investing in yourself? Like you say, okay, I suppose this term stuff you like. Thinking about it like, there's investing in a storefront, some chairs, maybe tires or something, or something else. Well, how do you do that in a way to make yourself better and help progress? And that's, of course, the 50,000. But then you go down into the details. It's like, well, how do you network with your research? Smart is useful. Figuring out how to kind of make decisions around how you use social media, or all of these modern tools, which of course you probably know come to people. Because with that one, wasn't so much on social media. Right, or gig work, or any of this other stuff. So okay, let's make sure all of those are covered, because those are part of the
modern economy and what work looks like today. And we were speaking before the interview started, and I think, I'm still of the generation that, our parents taught us that you need to stay in the same place for a long time, if not, the majority of your career. It was a prideful moment if somebody stayed at the same company for 10, 15, 20 years. I stayed at my previous employer over a decade. But that's not the norm now, and that's actually not the best route to be successful. And part of that video that I watched was like, is it the company's responsibility to promote you? Is it your educational institution's responsibility to educate you enough for the rest of your career? No, it's ours. And so I think, people feel like they're a bit confused, especially post-pandemic. We've seen this huge surge in entrepreneurship that we haven't seen in 40 years, according to the census. And at the same time, it's the resignation economy. People are shifting jobs faster than ever. So for this new post-pandemic environment, what are some key guidance or advice that you've noticed that can help people succeed?
So I think part of what you need to do is say, how do you convert the challenge into opportunities? So like, okay, pandemic, economic asteroid, a lot of industries, a lot of careers, a lot of people doing this location. That means there's a shakeup. It also is, by the way, part of the reason I'm thinking about how an entrepreneur is. So an entrepreneur says, oh, the market's changing, there's new technology, the internet's coming, there's something I can do. So it's the same thing for you and your career and your jobs as what you're doing. So the first thing you want to do is say, okay, well, given these changes, shake the hope what's now possible. Then you need to network, right? You call smart people, maybe go out to lunch with someone that you know, and go out to lunch, hey, what's going on? Which industries are growing and thriving and covering, which ones are a good fit. It may not even be, you shouldn't necessarily just be doing that because you're looking for a job this week, next week, obviously super important, that's what you're doing. But that general kind of awareness. How about helping me with the weather? It's like, what you're doing, and I said, oh, actually, in fact, addition to doing a podcast, maybe I should do a YouTube thing. Maybe I should do a TikTok thing. Maybe I should be one of the earliest journalists doing TikTok. Well, and it's like, okay, that's an experiment, right? Like try things. Like, well, maybe that is. Maybe there's something interesting. Maybe someone can do all and talk to them and then see what's happening. And that's bringing the entrepreneurial mindset to the current time. I want to just give an update to the presentation because you obviously are talking to it. But we also, we didn't talk about social media as much. So like having followers, like why everyone might think about, like I think that if I'm going and sharing content and I'm going and kind of saying something about.
Log has asked for help guarding the weapons transaction in Alaska. Says he's not expecting trouble, but wants some reliable security just in case. Looks like it might be an easy payday if you can put up with the cold.
What you're doing, and that can be actually also help working on it. And then of course we have the economy and the creator economy, and those are all relevant to you or things that possibly do as part of how you do.
And so this all naturally feeds into the future of work, something that is emerged as a huge, huge topic as companies are still trying to figure out return to the office, a hybrid work model, a full back to the office. There's some industries like Wall Street want everyone back in the office and have been back for over a year. Others, like media companies, ours included, are more flexible. What do you foresee as what the future of work will really look and feel like in the next couple of years?
So, people tend to talk about oh, it's going to roll back to what it is exactly. We change it. Oh, they go, and now it's all distributed and it's all going to change. And the truth of the matter is it's going to not be what it was, but also eventually key things are persistent learning. But what's going to happen now is the same folks go back to the office, work together. There's going to be like element headquarters will be abandoned and so on. But now, we have a whole set of tools to actually make the street work a lot better. So, voting in DC is about to commence. Where you right way, you can help. You have an admirable record today. Places where they say, well, actually, the smaller office, people will be moving between them. Maybe that person who generally does a lot of great work and moves out of state comes in and does that. And that now works as a pattern because it gives companies a broader range of talent, gives people a broader range of options, but it will be very idiosyncratic. The reason why there isn't one simple thing is because the tool set has definitely expanded. And all of the internet data connectivity.
This job is about deposit boxes. You need to get in there and drill that vault. Case the bank first. They're wired up the ass with security cameras, trigger-happy guards. Get the vault open with a thermal drill, then get the safe.
And so that will persist.
One of the things you talk about in the book, and you've spoken about before, is flexible persistence. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Yep. So one of the things that comes to mind is kind of being a combination of two things. And so,
I'll start her up.
Advice, you go have a vision. You go there no matter what. Pound your head through the wall and change the system and challenge and work your way through adversity. On the other hand, well, learn. Figure out a product market fit. Change. Adapt. Get intelligence. It's not that plan this one. Persistence and flexibility. And the answer is you have to put both of them together. Because you have to be making these judgments about, well, actually, in fact, if I'm pounding my head on this wall, I will get through it. Like, it isn't a 20-foot thick brick wall. It's a 1-foot thick brick wall, and I can get through it. And on the other hand, like, learn that, well, actually, that is too difficult. Or, my vision, this doesn't work. That's not interesting. My theory about what I was doing wouldn't work. And so you should always be listening and learning. You're in permanent beta, as you know, for doing this. And you bring those two things together. And that's the most important thing for careers. Because the question is, like, huge. There'll be more than ever in the world.
Another thing that you talk a lot about is the power of your network. But what about your strategy for how to use the network most efficiently.
Thank you for having us. Right. Yeah, so there's kind of your allies, your strong allies. Those are people who put a lot of their sweat to help them. Very close loyalties. It could be from close friends, it could be close colleagues, it could be family members, it could be any number of things. And those people will do very key things. They'll sit down with you and they'll tell you what's not,
Mine does.
yes, right. Et cetera, et cetera. Then there's your friends. Those people that you like each other, you may have met at a conference, maybe at breakfast or coffee sometime. You sort of remember, you like, hey, we talked about this or something. That is a much broader range with sociological weekly time because that'll have a broader rate of most likely your allies, your close enough, you can have a piece of advice that we've already given us. And looking up and saying, how's the world changing? What's going on? Your friends are a very good way of doing it. And that's one of the reasons why the lunch, staying in touch, that kind of thing is important to do every so often. And then your followers, right? The people that you may be like, some people don't realize how many ways you use LinkedIn or Twitter or Instagram to actually even having a small following to be able to because it's a following and something you're doing. So actually about my expertise is thinking about how social media that my expertise is like my hobby is taking pictures of birds. Well, you have a lot of people go, ooh, I love birds too. And that's something I do. And that can be a connection through your followership. It can also be used at a broader range of media networks. And so it's really important to have the skills, it's really important to do the work, it's really important to have achievement, but it's important to amplify with these layers in it.
Layering in that perspective can prove invaluable and get you where you want to go.
100%. But part of it is you can be intentional about networking. You know that, right? You can be intentional about networking across schools. People isn't the answer to you. It's not, you're part of my network. I know your business cards. No, we're allies. We're doing this together. It's been very good. And you can still be conscious about it. It's like, man, we're going to grab coffee this morning.
Gas time. Back in.
What do you think is some of the hardest advice to take or implement or that something that people might misunderstand?
Probably is thinking this most people.
Okay, enough. Or you can stay for more.
Do it. And be willing to fail. Not part of because when you take risks, take risks and you have opportunities to take risks, you start to stop yourself. And so figure out how to take small risks, intelligent life risks, allies, friends, evaluate the risk, navigate it, make it lesser, recover from it easily. But that's
So I want to shift gears a little bit. You are also releasing an award-winning podcast, Masters of Scale. You are personal friends and have had incredible guests on the show, ranging from Elon Musk, Ryan Tuskey, Melody Hobson, Jack Williams, you name it. What are some of the lessons or observations that maybe you found from some of those individuals and other entrepreneurs that you mentored or yourself to the advice that you give it that could translate into a broader audience and people could kind of implement?
So what's the life of but also I get to learn something. I get to sit down and pass along that and so and also by the way we only do these things this is something I learned from this something literally all of this
I'd say, you know, kind of personal kind of things, great things is I interviewed Franklin Leonard from the Lactus, and part of it was realizing the systems thinking is technology, but he also does it with content generation, Hollywood, and how it all works. So a lesson is say you can actually apply these kinds of lessons. You wouldn't necessarily think, oh, the person who goes in a Hollywood prescription and reading, but when he just read all these scripts, you know, like how the best scripts that you saw that you're never gonna make, and then that all iterates into blackness, right? That's a yeah, exactly. Or very early, Marion DC, and this is part of like the life. She was given this T.com, and the parent had bought a key for their daughter, and she was trying to negotiate the purchase for it. Parents are well young to negotiate with my daughter, so she, you know, negotiated a 5 year, which is what's the life story. But the thing that she realized, she gave the kid a lot of money. That wasn't a closed deal. The closed deal was the trip to Disney.
Oh wow, that's a good one.
Right. So things like that, and that's being experimental, trying new things that we haven't before. Because it was like, it's supposed to be, no, I'm gonna send the lawyers. It's like, oh, I'm gonna go do it myself. And that's among the things.
So no, the word no is something that you hear a lot as an entrepreneur, and I'm sure you've heard it many times in your career, and it's something that people also face whenever they're trying to push the envelope within a company or corporation. What are some lessons that you can get from hearing the word no?
So you're proving that you're very well read, because I'm certain you've also picked that up from our Masters of Skill book. And part of the thing that people normally go, and we try to,
Of course, we'll slow them down.
Boys and girls. Boys. How do you have those?
They had no chance at all. I don't think the National Guard could have stopped you.
I'm sure you have had some pretty annoying entrepreneurs be like, I don't take no for an answer.
That's not good. Right? It's people interacting. So what we do is say, okay, what can I learn? Right? So like, if you're pitching a business and someone says no, so, okay, please tell me why. Right? Because I might learn something. I might learn something on how to pitch. I might learn something on how to refine the idea. I might learn something network intelligence, like very early in LinkedIn, what everyone was telling me is it's a network product. You know, first person of value, second person of value, third person of value. You have to get hundreds of thousands of people before it's valuable. Oh, that's useful to I should stream into that. I should figure out how to solve that in order to build that, because that's network intelligence, what you're doing. So when you get no's, think about how can I learn, how can I adjust. Don't treat it as a soul crushing moment or a shrink moment. Treat it as a learning moment, as a way to accelerate how you're going forward.
Mm-hmm. So you've been investing since when? The late 90s, the mid 90s?
I would say probably late 90s, because, you know, in some sense I put a little bit of money into PayPal, and I started my first investment there.
Very lucky. Well, no, very smart. I mean, I actually wrote a book proposal based on the untold story of PayPal, so I actually know a lot about that. And you did a lot of key fundamental work there. So, how do you figure out which ideas are worth investing in?
So, there's different patterns of investment. One of the things that you should certainly, if you are doing investment, have a theory about why you have a massive competitive differentiation and have expertise. It's a little bit like in a poker game. If you look around the table and you can't spot the sucker, you can love the sucker. So similarly, we got to say, okay, why am I differentiated? Investing is one of those things. People can do it, but you need to have it. So for me, and there's, by the way, investors do other kinds of things, other industries, other things that are expert about, and always, you know, well, not amazing. It's about investing in money. So what I do is, I look at a very early stage technology, a Yeah, for what they can do. And there may be some real risks, like Airbnb, all kinds of things that go on. You look at all that and you say, if it goes right, it'll be huge. Okay, what's the chance it'll go right? What's the theory of the case? What are the risks? How do you navigate them? Can these people do it? Can I help them do it? And that's the kind of investment. That's my core investment.
What's one big investment regret that you had? One big opportunity like Airbnb that you said no to? Maybe it's Uber.
It's a long list.
Yeah, well, tell us a few, and why, you know, that if it makes it big, it'll be huge. Wasn't enough to seal the deal.
Well,
gold is golden. You're going to have to work hard on this one. Get into the bank, control the room, open the bank vault with a thermal drill. I'll try to have my guy drop it off for you. Then, get the gold out. It's heavy, so bring strong people. Get the loot to the escape van. At least as much as you think you can. Good luck.
And I just didn't think it could be big enough. I didn't understand. And I just, like, oops, right? And so that was kind of the misestimation of, oh, that's not that. I didn't see how to do it. That's one of the things. Actually, it was a funny thing where, someone I knew, they told me, a year later, because I was having a conversation, I love couch surfing, right? Because it's all the weaknesses of the weirdness of the shared space and all the rest. We're not glory, easy, my partner, or running a, all the other things. Some people, the transactions are in house, that's understandable. And so even though Brian emailed me earlier, it's like, oh, I'm too busy. And it took a year to come back to, and then literally in the first 2 minutes where Brian, Joe, and Nick, I'm going to make your offer yes. Put the picture aside, let's make this work. What are you working on? What are the challenges? What do you think the next problem is? Why is that? Let's do that. I don't need to see the rest of it. I already know.
Gold is gold. You're going to have to work hard on this one. Get into the bank. Control the room. Open the bank vault with a thermal drill. I'll try to...
There's been a lot of attention being paid to one of your buddies from the PayPal days, Elon Musk, purchasing Twitter. What are your thoughts on that?
So Elon's obviously one of maybe the most storied ever in life. The time for action. Let's revolutionize the space industry. Let's revolutionize the car industry. Oh, this AI thing's important. Let's do this Neuralink thing. All of these things. I have yet to be involved. And so I think that and I think Twitter's been slow. So I think that bringing a great innovator into this new zone is going to be a very interesting thing. I also think that his stated idea of doing more validation, let's be careful about where this plays out to activists and oppressive countries or this will keep you in the fight. Minorities within Gulf democracy, make sure that you're protected that. But I think human identity validation is very good in terms of trying to make sure everyone has is there as I'm confident. This is really my profile, who I am. And so I think that's all a very good thing. And look, I think it's Elon always thinks that violence is always an option. Prosecuting cultural conflict in society, freedom of speech issues, how do you balance freedom of speech with a not a society that is counter, like a little bit more building bridges versus burning them. How do you sort all that out? Very difficult journey. Elon has a lot of that's.
So I remember you had said that I think you were his second call on SpaceX, right? Excellent. So are there any calls that you can share for other investments or deals that he's making?
Okay.
Well, Elon and I are friends and know each other well, so I do say calls. One of the reasons is to talk.
Right, it makes sense. Well,
security and a lot of customers. You're gonna have to work hard to keep this from turning ugly. Drill the vault. The floor plan stays around back. Bag up the loot. Gold is heavy, remember? And wait for me to send the escape car. Clear? Oh, my guy left the thermal drill to get into the vault out back. Let's roll.
I also have this really interesting idea around not doing
Okay, the vault's got the gold. That's them. They were here. Just like Mike said. Tie them up and leave them by the van. We'll take care of the scum when we get back.
There's obviously a specific idea, unfortunately, not ready to share, but let's do that. And I said, okay, well, I'll fund it for it. I said, well, right. I think it's important those concepts.
So I can come to you with my important idea, and you might co-found it with me.
Well, I certainly wouldn't want to call out an advertisement for that, but if it has to be.
And yeah, there goes the alarm.
Well, Reed, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure.
Always a pleasure.
Like I said, this is a bank job for gold. Got a lot of security and a lot of customers. You're gonna have to work hard to keep this from turning ugly. Drill the vault. Before
proper planning prevents piss poor.
What better way to get started than under 37 than having two 40-year-olds talk to you? Right? But in fact, Peter was once one of you guys. It was, I don't know, how old were you when you co-founded PayPal? 30, 31. Didn't quite make the cut. But not made the cut. Changed money with PayPal. Was the first outside investor in Facebook, which changed the world. Back Palantir, which is, I believe they helped find Osama bin Laden as a big data play. And
okay, the vault's got the gold.
That could change the universe. My first question to you, though, and this ties into the ideas in the book, which is very much about thinking differently, is what's the one thing they shouldn't listen to you about? I think you have this great question in the book. What is the one thing that you know to be true that most people will disagree with you with? So what is that?
I'm sure there's a lot of things that people should listen to you about. People listen to me about fashion advice, or people listen about all sorts of things that I don't know that much about.
They were here, just like Mike said. Tie them up and leave them by the van. We'll take care of the scum when we get back. No! Damn it, gang! Wade wanted to take care of them himself. You really had it in for these bastards. I guess you'll have to be content with the idea of them dead.
Not much in the way of happening.
What I always push back on really strongly is that there's some kind of straightforward formula. We're always looking for some sort of pseudo-scientific formula. And science starts with formula too. Things that are sort of experimentally repeatable, but great businesses are 0 to 1. It's always 1 of a kind. So there is always this anti-formulation called, and that's why I don't have a lot of specific things you can't give advice on. The one theme that I always come back to that comes out of this anti-formula
else in the country, people are starting restaurants and starting, warehouse companies, distribution companies that aren't going to be multi-billion-dollar companies, but they're really, for those people, it's their passion, they're excited about it. So the idea, how do you make sure the ideas in your book don't discourage them from at least having some economic income like they're doing?
Well, I actually think it should be twice before starting certain types of businesses. So I think there are probably too many bad businesses that have started. And that's kind of, I don't think there's anything about entrepreneurship per se that is good. When I was trying one of my friends a few years ago, I was asking, what do you want to be doing in 5 or 10 years? So it's really clear I want to be an entrepreneur. That's like saying I want to be rich, I want to be famous. And I don't think
Those are good things, being rich and famous.
they're not good as direct goals. But if you have that as your sole goal, you're unlikely to really succeed. And so I think you become an entrepreneur because you're working on a problem nobody else is working on. I think you should start a business if you have something that if you're working on a problem that otherwise would not get solved.
Without having a lot of world experience, how do you identify that which needs to be done?
It's certainly one claim that I think there are many of these sort of problems that can be solved and then also solved again. Ideas that just sort of at the boundaries. I think there are a lot of these that exist. And I think it's always some combination of something that's an important problem, and often there's some reason people have a one product angle or aren't thinking about it. I think it's always much better on both the foundation level and the
If I could compel anybody or everybody here to take a real step back and understand this most important part. The people that amassed 10 million followers on TikTok 2 years ago, today would only amass 300,000. Attention on the internet is like the real estate business. The first movers get the best real estate. Even though every day people continue to not take full advantage of this, every day many others do, and the supply and demand of content versus the attention on the other side continues to shift. The single biggest way for anybody in this room to double the size of their business, no question, given the makeup of this industry, is through a significant content strategy on LinkedIn. Good afternoon. Very excited and humbled to be here. Really nice to be with you. So let's go into the 2 frameworks of what I'd like to talk about this afternoon. One is the marketing variable of 2023 and beyond in a B2B environment in a service business. And 2, the elephant in the room of where we are in managing people in a 2023 world around the framework of their opportunities and alternatives. Instead of working for us, working for themselves and finding other variables. For me, when I understand the makeup of this room, where I'm always passionate to go in a talk like this is operational practicality. I grew up in a family business. Everything was very business oriented. And the reality is when it comes both to marketing and when it goes to people management, there's a lot of pontification, a lot of sizzle, a lot of fluff, and at the end of the day, not a lot of actual action around those 2 categories, when, in my opinion, for a staggering amount of the people in this room, they are the 2 largest variables of where the business is going and what the opportunities / vulnerabilities are within our businesses. So I currently run a service-based business. I have about 1,200 employees globally. We run a very large marketing agency. And what's been really fascinating about my transition in my career from building my dad's liquor store through marketing and operations and then being an early investor in Silicon Valley startups like Facebook, Twitter, and Tumblr, to then going into client service, both with VaynerMedia, which is Fortune 500 companies in the B2B and B2C space, but also a company called the Sasha Group, which is named after my dad, that really services businesses that are doing between $1 and $10 million in revenue is the framework of where I want to go with my talk. So, first and foremost, what's crazy in the excitement I have to deliver is the opportunity that is LinkedIn today for a lot of people in this room. So, I'm sure this is going to make sense for a lot of you because a lot of you have watched this navigation happen. LinkedIn, over the last 15 years, has gone from a place where it was all about just recruiting and HR and hiring to over the last 5 to 7 years, and really in the last 3 years, a very heavy content platform where people are consuming a lot more content on the platform. I would argue today that LinkedIn in 2022 is more similar to where Facebook was 7 or 8 years ago than what we all grew up with LinkedIn looking like 10 years ago. What I mean by that is there is not a single day that goes by that I don't get at least 3 to 5 messages on my LinkedIn or my email that I don't get a message from a small business owner that has just landed their first sales opportunity or their biggest client through a single piece of content on LinkedIn, inspired by a piece of content I created on LinkedIn that made them actually make it. When I think about what could I bring in value to this talk today, no question, the biggest impact, in my opinion, is around the concept of how do I get people in this room who have very little motivation to believe in organic content on LinkedIn as a business driver to understand how outrageous organic content on LinkedIn is a business driver. What's fascinating about B2B businesses, I'm 46 years old, so I think this will make sense to a lot of people in this room. So many of my friends and contemporaries, especially engineer-based friends, really ended up in the seats in this audience. If you're of this age, there was so much opportunity in the late 90s, early 2000s, beginning half of 2000s to stumble into this industry, going from helping friends and family to starting your own shop. And so what's really obvious to me is that this industry at this scale is incredibly predicated on word of mouth, predicated on the luck of the draw on SEO, the occasional thoughtful B2C level execution on SEM and Google Ads, but is non-existent in the world that has developed in the last 5 years of a deep social media creative and media strategy to drive business results. What's most fun about what I just said, if you followed along at home, is the reality of how little friction there is for this to be a meaningful impact on the business, other than, and I'm incredibly empathetic to this, a deep lack of perspective of how real it is. So, for so many, the thought of producing 1-2 pieces of content a day for LinkedIn is incredibly foreign. And what do I post? What will it lead to? Yet, for all of you that have kids that are deep into TikTok consumption, you're probably quite aware of how much consumption they're doing in a TikTok world. And the reason that's happening is TikTok is based on people's interest, not based on who people follow. So TikTok's big explosion in the last half decade has been completely predicated on the fact that they realized the social graph, aka who you follow, is important and was a beacon of the last decade. But the interest graph, the stuff you're actually into of the moment, is a dramatically bigger platform. That was the thesis that led me to investing in Tumblr 15 years ago, and I had a nice exit to Yahoo. But they've expanded on it dramatically, and now all of the social networks, from Twitter to Meta's, Facebook and Instagram to Snap, will very much chase this because it's just the reality of human behavior. Why do I bring this up to all of you?
Well, you heard Hector. No
It's
time to piss
to
around.
give you
We're going to the
courage,
math lab and secure the
permission,
goods.
or at
I'm
least
sure we don't have
strategy
long before the law
to
shows either.
understand that
We're just in
you
keeping
could
with
go
the
from being in
spectacular
this
run
room
of
right
bad luck
now
we've been having.
and never posting once in your entire life on LinkedIn and using it as a platform, to posting a piece of video, written word, audio, about a how-to, about a did you know, why privacy matters to the client, or 800 other variables that you want people to know. The same shit that you would tell them if you were in a sales call, or if somebody referred them to you and you got on the phone with them. And that LinkedIn is also working on that same algorithm, and you can go from 0 followers and no presence. You might not even have an account, or you might have an account that you don't have your profile picture in it right now, and your first piece of content has the potential to get actual, what I would call micro-virality, and begin the process of the hypothesis that I come up with, which is, I've done in the last 15 years of my speaking career, plenty of talks. I'm talking backstage, I do a lot of consumer stuff, lots of brands you know, but the work you do with Chase or GTAV or all the other B2B entities that we work with is always dramatically more interesting. At a conference like this versus people that are at the forefront of social is more interesting as a deal, because I know how big the opportunity is in the marketplace because of how few people are actually doing it. And the people that are doing it are doing it atrociously. The reality of the majority of LinkedIn content always goes, actually, by show of hands, raise your hand please, appease me. How many people here consume content on LinkedIn? LinkedIn are active, raise your hand. Alright, so this is way fucking better than I thought. So the far majority of this room understands, at least from a personal PhD standpoint, that they're consuming information on LinkedIn, which then renders all of you to completely follow what I'm saying, which is 98% of life is garbage. And it's garbage because almost every single person that creates LinkedIn content comes from the perspective of sales growth. They're posting something that is fundamentally 100,000% in their own best interest. They would like to post something that makes all the other people on the other side higher value. In reality, if you leave with anything from this conference, you are doing this actually. How many people here are producing at least a single piece of content a day to post organically on LinkedIn? Don't raise your hand if you're lying, because I'm going to check and call you out on LinkedIn. So raise your hand if you're doing it. 11. 12. All right. So what excites me about that is just how substantial the upside is. What also excites me is how many people will bring in as consumers, thus easily creating a connection point that I'm desperate to have. One more time, LinkedIn, like every other social network, is forced by an obnoxious success has caused all of social media to change in the way that all of us grew up with it, if you grew up with it professionally over the last 15 years. No longer is it overly required for you to spend years announcing followers like an email service to get the content that you make to actually be seen. LinkedIn, more than any other platform besides TikTok, roasting phenomenally rewards content that people actually want to see. Literally, many in this room get motivated by this. And I'm a realist. I know it's less than 5% of people are going to actually go home and make anything. But of that 5%, 5% of that 5% first place, never having anyone to do anything for them, will get tens, if not hundreds of thousands of becomes your business development. That is no question, in my opinion, more than direct mail, more than spending more on Google AdWords. If you're not spending Google AdWords, you're spending in the game. The amount of people that buy booths at conferences, market the same value as people that do last year.
Back it up and let's do another round.
Everybody here knows how shitty and how bad marketing is if you do client service businesses. LinkedIn came along and gave you something that doesn't charge you other than your time and your effort and the cost you put into the content. And an outrageous opportunity for virality. As if you went on CNBC and yet every day, every hour, every minute, people are not taking advantage of it. Alex Shearer, philosophical ideology, and talking about the understanding of religion, concept of faith, and statement, they are laziness or sheer non-interest to invest a couple dollars back into their business. And all of those things are incredibly valuable. I don't come to DC and fire you up to grow your business. I genuinely don't care. Right? I really don't. I mean, I do. I would love nothing more. Actually, one of the things that continues to drive me through this is an email 18 months later saying I can't believe I never thought of it. I never wanted to do it. I thought it was but I did it. But the reality is, it's not my business. It can only do so much. On the flip side, it is literally an enormous opportunity. And so, when you get to Q&A, or if you want to hit me up, if you want me to like details of what you should look at and what you should read, if I can tell anybody or everybody here to take a real step back and understand this most important part. The people that amass 10 million followers on TikTok, today you only amass 300,000. The people that amass 5 million followers on Twitter in 2010, 11, 12, today you can see that they 5,000. Attention on platforms that have attention is like the real estate. Everything I'm talking about today, if you go and do this, years from now, this is the moment, you'll have disproportionate returns because even though every day people continue to not take full advantage of this, every day many others do, and the supply and demand of content is the attention on the other side, and it needs to shift. The single biggest way for anyone in this room to double the size of their business, no problem, even if you need to help this event, is to a significant content strategy. How you get that content is a worthwhile conversation for a few minutes at a time. One, a lot of people just don't want to know camera, and I respect that to no end. The way you decide your strategy on the content is completely predicated on self-awareness. Everybody in this room needs to really decide, are they good at writing? Are they willing to do video? Or are they different gab and they can record it? And once you hear it, you record the audio and then you have to post the audio. You know what the option is video or written record? not a sales funnel, but being a source of information, you will be downright shocked on the actual impact of business. Every day of my life, I get emails from people who followed it, who bought it from people owned. I'm incredibly empathetic for what may be going through business owners' minds around the values and position of business. So it is incredibly hard to be doing business because most people don't understand what it is. Most people dismiss it because they have ideological points of view about it. That's what they do. And I go to small groups that are able to say, I'm not right, and be a business person. It's incredibly difficult to use it. You have to be good at it. People every day in meetings like this, or conferences like this, raise their hand and say, Gary, I did what it did. It didn't work. I say to them, and they say to me, well, what's the ROI? And I ask them, well, what's the ROI of fasting? And they're confused. And then I say, what's the ROI of fasting? And they're confused. And then I say, the ROI of basketball from LeBron James was greater than Dykes. The ROI of basketball for me was negative 8,000. I say to them, So I come here this afternoon as a very frustrated user. I've been doing this a long time, and I beg, because I want the karma points, for everyone to deeply understand what I'm talking about. It's not fairy tale or fun. I can give a crap about LinkedIn or Facebook or Snapchat or TikTok. I just get that where customers' attention is. I go to my daddy's liquor store and go back and mail it over. But when the internet came along, I decided to set up my Google admin for 5 cents. I did that. On social media, it's destroyed by PR, retweeted, and then it's coming to someone else, I'll be ready. And so I highly recommend all of you that you take your emotions and you set them out the door. This is a business person. I assume you're at a conference.
The process is done. Back it up and let's split it around.
Middle of the day, sitting here, you have an agenda and a vision that I'm going to take that assumption that you decide to be here and say that you want something good to happen to your family and business. I'm going to ask you to remind yourself that the way you do not peace morning today is that you feel the work. Often people are very passionate about putting in the work of their craft, but they don't want to put in the work of their understand. I'm incredibly aware that marketing is a very different skill set than real craft that is considered easy. I also want to remind everybody that marketing is a good driver. It is a and sales is the reason I love being sales. But sales is just that. Marketing is just no simple thing. Thank you. I was playing my office side job. I really think we can do it. I even think more coolly, for like 20 or 30 people here, people are very good at that. All the emails I get about this is good, and I'm like, the ones that really start are the ones that say, I started doing this, but I like the video content so much, I didn't do this. And I was only doing this because it's how I made my money, but I didn't love it. Just so you know the future, I'm quietly aware that there's a lot of people sitting here today that don't love what they do. They do it because it's their great best and they're serious about it. One of the great side effects of following the model I'm telling you is that they think about happy with doing it. I'm very aware that many people here would rather subsidize how much money they make in their business right now and they can save time by living on or hunting. Or for me, New York Jets. Pisses me off in LA. Let's connect afterwards. I'm really fucking pissed out here with us. Anyway. I really, really believe in this. I know it's true. I see it every day. And I really over the last 2 years, there's been a phenomenon of not being talked about. We're talking about the Great Resignation, and I'm realizing we're talking about the majority of artists. But I really want to put this on the radar for a lot of people who are really good about it. As scary as some people as is the Great Resignation, I am mad I'm more concerned about the great never lives. We, in this state, are incredibly good at shitting on Gen Z and young millennials. It's one of our great talents. How many people here over 40? Raise your hand. One of the best things you do is that. Who's over 50? Raise your hand. This group is the most fun because you guys fucking created it. All my friends that have one, like, literally just populate that world with the shit that all the different bands. So, instead of literally entire businesses that are shitting on their kids, and then I remind them, maybe you should be differently to the kids. Anyway, this incredible phenomenon of modern parenting has led to incredibly unmessed we use fear or tolerate. It's hard. I get it. It's hard, but it is real. And we like to brag on them, right? The reason it's because they can make $100K in brand deals on TikTok like that. And I'm not talking about Charlie Murray or William Paul. I'm talking the millions, and we say it slow, for Carl in the back. The millions of people that are making $6, $7, $8, $120,000 a year. Use that brand deals on TikTok and on flipping stuff. And so, I know and many here would mean the same thing. We just had something Nintendo and a Walkman. These businesses, especially all these that put up, they buy a new one. Now there's a serious setback, and we're saying go big businesses. I'm telling you right now, you have an entire generation. I mean, predominantly West-based, all my international friends, this is happening. Even places that are having recessions and economic crises. The fragmentation of opportunity because of the internet and the the internet is now on shore, and humans have uncomfortable levels of options. When I was doing whitelibrary.com, everybody in the business in New Jersey laughed at me and said, who's going to buy one of the liquor stores? And I told when I tell you every 13-year-old in America and most places in the world understand their options and have no interest in what you're offering, we must figure this out now, yesterday, and we need to be thoughtful about this. We need to value our employees more. That's not, I'm not looking for inflation trophies, I just mentioned that. I'm not saying Ricardo. I'm saying, how many people here have under 20 employees? Raise your hand. Under 20. For all of you, I have 1,200. I spend probably an hour and a half a day as a CEO speaking to individual employees for 15 and 10 and 5-minute pockets. I have so many friends who own businesses that have 25 employees, and they don't talk at all 80% of their employees in any meaningful, real way as a human being. We must bring humanity to the workplace, not overpower. We must bring humanity to the workplace. We're going to really focus on retention this next decade, and just throwing money at the problem is not going to be enough. So I ask for all the people that have that emotional intelligence to take a step back and lean into it. If you're not selling business in retirement in the next 5 to 7 years, it's something that we just talked about, it's about becoming a deal, and I highly recommend you give it some real thought. somebody who really knows what's going on in that anywhere. You?
Okay, folks, I spoke to Hector. The Mendoza higher-ups are fleeing the country, but Hector isn't quite ready to let them leave. He wants to know where they're headed. A rat in their midst has sold them out to the Cobra Street gang. Business prints that even Hector's people don't deal with, which is where you come in. Trade the myth with them for the info.
Way too short term. Way too it's not in the deck. Not in the sizzle. It's the gold rush.
Gangsters should be waiting up ahead. Keep your fingers off the triggers unless you want this to get messy. Keep your eyes open for anything suspicious.
The problem is it's not going to work out. Like, you gotta do the real stuff.
Okay, time to give him the myth.
You might not. Or you can get lucky and somebody that influences sales doesn't.
Alright. Sounds good. We'll bring up some more.
I don't think you should, by the way, you should definitely not hide as a secret.
I'm not hiding as a secret.
You could, just because you can
Go to the apartment and get what we came here for. Goddamn backstabbers. Make them regret the decision to find information. Look for safes. Get your band-aid here. There's a first aid kit there. Get your band-aid here.
Hello. Oh, there you are. All right, it moves around every time. So when we started, you remember playing lacrosse with Banger Sports.
The info they have.
Oh my gosh, we started that back in 2012 based on your.
The gangsters should be waiting up ahead. Keep your fingers off the triggers unless you want this to get messy. Keep your eyes open for anything suspicious.
We sell a couple thousand bottles of barbecue sauce a year. Nothing crazy. Then we started a YouTube channel, and my wife started it. How to.
Okay, time to give him the myth.
Right? How to do this, how to do that. And then to make a long story short, I started vlogging, and the family, everything.
Go to the apartment and get what we came here for.
24/7. And that's what we do now. We have 2 barns, 4 cameras. It's all ridiculous, pretty much, but it's 2 live videos all the time. 1 stay still all the time.
Okay, we got what we need. Time to get out of there. Anyone who needs it. First aid kit.
So then the first part, well, the part we realized.
Your band-aid here. First aid kit here. Anyone who needs it. Get your band-aid here.
How close they've gotten us. Half this stuff.
First aid kit.
And
Get your band-aid here.
because I'm a DNF student, I'm gonna let my wife.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. No, I mean, it really
Back to off right there. There's a first aid kit here. Anyone who needs it. Right there. There's a first aid kit here. I guess they cared more about their fix than the information. Well, turns out the FBI are escorting the Mendozas out of the country. Maybe they have a deal, maybe they don't. Frankly, I don't give a crap whether they're renditioning them or whatever. All the heads are on that bus, money and all. Get the money, eliminate the Mendoza top guys, and end this story. We'll go in by chopper. The convoy has stopped. Move towards the bus. Remember, we're after the rat. Head for the bus, keep your heads low, and move from cover to cover.
Stay down!
I hear the cop radio. All forces are on the way. They arrive in 30 seconds. Cops and SWATs have arrived. Be careful.
Medic back!
They're deploying SWAT units. Get ready to face some heavy firepower. I'm sending a chopper in for you guys to unload the loot. It's close by. Shouldn't take too long. Stay tight. That's a clean sweep. All the Mendozas are history. Get to the chopper. We're good for the money they got on that bus. Get the loot out of there.
By letting the person that could do the execution.
You got it.
Yeah, the biggest mistake. Because you may reach second. inflation. You know, like I think the reality is that when you're in a cash flow crunch, outlaying money is always a bad idea. And what you could have done is created perceived value. How much are you selling the stuffed animal for?
That's gonna go for 40.
Great. So you could have sold it for 36 on pre-sale and $44.99 when it got you, which would have created urgency and savings.
Yeah. That just comes down to the logistics. We tried to pre-sale once before. Shopify was a mess. You're like, oh my gosh, sales need more. So that just might
That's
be
an
hard.
ideological mistake. Like maybe there's been technology advancements, maybe there's a new Shopify plugin you know, like you made an ideological claim. And what you've done is you've created a financial cash flow crunch, which is the number one rule of your business, and the number 2 and 3 rule is manage your cash flow when you're small.
Which if we managed it or pre-sold those, or we even have a book we just launched that happened to show up about a week before we thought it was going to. So we
What is
launched
that?
it. What's that?
What, is that bad or?
No, that was good. We more cash flow.
Yeah, you guys basically need to do 80% of the thing that's working, maximize the fuck out of it. Sounds like you just did with raising the prices. 80% of your energy needs to go there, and you guys are such entrepreneurs and creatives that you're getting caught up in other stuff, which is amazing. But when you do that stuff, max 30% of your energy. My preference 20% of your energy. Every time you do a fucking book or a stuffed animal or whatever the fuck else you're gonna come up with in a week, you always pre-sell. You don't go rabbit community that trusts you.
Right. So we have other products we want to launch to.
Good news. All this creative entrepreneur juice you have and DNF student DNA, you
Yeah.
launch them all, but I want to pre-sell every one of them.
Should I Kickstarter them?
No.
Because we thought of that too. You know, just
That's just a tactical slight difference. That doesn't mean anything. You need to, it sounds like you need to Google if there's a better plugin for pre-sale than Shopify.
I do, and you know what? And to your point, it was short term. We needed that cash.
You made a strategic decision to make something, and you needed this strategy right before it even happened.
Right.
You have to.
Anybody can watch. It's free. Anybody can log in to watch.
I got it. Nothing. It's a very aggressive ask.
It is. And we set it only at $1.99. To your point, it's still like, why am I gonna pay the check? Yeah, and the only reason we did that is because the trolls and because we're live 24/7, we can't watch it 24/7, and people are coming in and talking. It's just not up.
I understand, but it's hurting you more than you think.
Yeah. From a financial side, it's hurting, but
No, from a brand perception, it seems like you're trying to monetize it more than trying to go on runs. That's a very aggressive ask.
yeah.
I really believe that. It works. It can work, and we want to make that real.
Yeah.
But it did help us with
I understand that. You could also ban.
No, we have about 4,000 banned already. Yeah.
You also, you get that many banned, I'm also curious what you ban.
Well, we had a distrust in our moderators is what happened. So we had to instead of just getting rid of one, we get rid of them all, and then create a new model. And that's what we actually went dark for 48 hours and got paid mail because we shut it down to try to solve all this.
Yeah, I understand again, I think that business is about strategy. you know, whatever drama was going on with your mods, I love the idea of cleaning the deck, but you can also build back. I mean, now that you have paid people, you've got perfect people to decide who need the mods.
Yeah.
You know, that's,
We actually put that idea out there that, like, we might go back to moderators.
I think you should. I don't like, for the wholesomeness of what you're doing, the $1.99 talk thing is going to be sense. I get the value, that.
So I'll shift gears while you look at it, the question. Back to your TikTok. Please don't look at it. Yeah, well, it's that push-up thing. I do it every other day or every once in a while. But really, I'm trying to document to create model on TikTok. It doesn't seem to be working.
Good. So, it's the most important thing you can do. Your thing can go from hands.
Yeah, you get like 100 views on all of them, and then one pops at 4,000.
How many posts a day? One every few days?
Not even. It's like
Yeah.
it's
Once
like
every
3
week?
or 4 a week.
Yeah. Read it up. Figure it out. All right, I don't want to run out of time.
Yeah. Thank you.
And I love the conversations going on, Jennifer. Thank you so much for offering to help the cash flow for some of our lovely police customers. I'm sure some of these folks will take you up on it. He's very active. Neha and Brian, you're the last folks on Gary Vee today, so you got one bang.
Okay, great, thanks. I'll do a quick intro and then I'll go to my question. Gary, that on that retail especially highly curated, so that we're not the 5,000 SKUs you like something you like. We're 300 to 400 SKUs. The only thing we sell is an actual kitchen. They don't also put it out in our kitchen. We don't want to sell it. That's a quick intro, so thanks for hanging on.
So, Gary, we relied on the brands that we sold to build our own brand. So what we're now looking to do is a wine library, right? Like, you carry wine, but you may empathy later. So we're kind of at this juncture where how do we build our own brand as a retail store?
The brand or actual brands, like private labels, but maybe not named directly at the retail store or other brands.
That's one way to do it. Maybe 4 days ago, you did tell another retailer to do that. But I have 5 quick ideas. I'm just going to pitch you through like that. One, size doesn't matter. So we're the retailer that's figured out how to ship in the smallest fucking box possible. Really, really small. 2, podcasts where we interview suppliers, people in PG about the one biggest mistake they made during the season.
Why do you want to do that as a creative? Because that's a B2B show.
It is.
So you're using that to acquire more products for your store?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And our exclusive. So
is that a, you know, it doesn't sound like the biggest need of the organization is more products. Right? Because given all the headache,
Sometimes the challenge.
Right, you have such a moat with how much of a pain in the ass it is to get into Canada, that I feel like you're building another moat that takes a lot of effort for the podcast on something you already have a moat to. And you only have so much energy and time and resources.
Which is why we haven't done it, like we talked about.
Got it. Go.
But
Understood.
We're a team of 5, and yeah. Storytelling, the challenges of creating to TikTok. So some of our suppliers are just like, small food brands, they just can't continue pop with private label none, or just building their own, product, or knocking off jam or whatever the case is.
What does that have to do with that?
It does because what we do is all of the brands we carry, all small to mid-sized brands who are bypassing the traditional over distributor channel. But the end customer doesn't understand that, right? So I think they don't understand the trajectory of like how difficult it is for a small to mid-sized food business to survive.
They don't care. The fuck would a customer care about that?
think it's something that's interesting, which is like really not. Well, what if I do a TikTok that is basically presenting to a large retailer a brand and how difficult it is?
The worst. No.
So interesting and
Nobody gives a shit about this. People care about if the jam looks good and can make it and decide to jam. You're too nerdy right now.
Okay.
You're making shit that you find interesting and I find
I
interesting.
do.
I know you do. I'm watching you do it in real time.
I do.
That's why I'm giving you the answer. I'm here to help you. You spend money today. I'm gonna make you money. Like you're making content that nobody gives a fuck.
Okay.
You need to make content. Like you, the supermarket, like wine library. Forget about Evan. Wine library exploded because I did things to build my library, which then gave me customers, which then gave me leverage for my suppliers. You need to become the company. You've been relying on the exclusivity and they've been driving the business. You need to be driving the business. Thus you have to make content that's interesting to consumers. Like you need to make viral peanut butter content for the branding side to sell peanut butter.
So that's still focusing on the brand, right? So, okay, well,
Yes, but you're the platform that's the gunner. Like, sure, I might be like, this peanut butter is super gooey, and then they do something that gets 800,000 people watch it, but it's still being delivered from your company. Like Whole Foods markets, like Ulta markets, Sephora markets, like Costco, like you have to become the marketer and you have to be the consumer market using your products that you're selling. And yes, sure, you can integrate your own private labels over time, but you still need to make content like because what that's gonna do is you double leverage. You're gonna make product that sells better, but even better than that, now you're providing demand for brands, which is gonna bring more brands to you. Right now, you're a value prop from a logistics standpoint, but they're driving your business.
okay. A TV show where we taste test our products. Okay.
I mean, especially you, because you have charisma, like literally, you just essentially just talk.
Yeah. We watched Money Library episode 1 last night.
Very different than episode 86.
And I just I listened.
You know what that is, by the way? And why I know those two numbers? I was scared to lose my clients. First 86 episodes, people react. Well, I was already a huge business before that. So I realized that all those serious people that live in short hills and Livingston or work on Wall Street or bankers, that if I was fully me, that I was going to lose that. So I was scared, but then the show was doing so well, and I was like, man, I'm not even fucking being myself. I got to a place where I was like, oh, this is really gonna work. So I felt comfortable like going all in. And so, yeah.
Okay. I love it. I'm really excited about that.
I think you would be fantastic. But just remember, in between like Gary's episode 1 and what Gary is today, is where I see you and just be you. Don't try to be any version of anything. Just be you.
Yeah, I agree. Private label.
Yes.
So you've talked about this a lot. I mean, so right now our margins are, structured, they are what they are.
Private label is a United States. When you do a program, when you have a brand or when you do a store brand, I would pick up brands. That's what did really well for me. What's your favorite area?
Monkey.
Good.
Actually, Alliance.
And what's a category that you think you can do more business in, or something you don't have to do business in, or somewhere where you're doing business but you don't have your margin? Like mustard.
Barbecue sauce.
Good.
Barbecue sauce.
Make a legendary line barbecue sauce. Right?
So on. And then we never want to go
I think there's tons of like there's a lot of comp stores nice about that is you get to reverse engineer the white spaces of the retail space. Right? So you just said, condos, we like to make more margin, that sounds good. There's a huge trend, and everyone's into honey space, like that. Right now, you can make more quickly in that space.
So the follow-up to that, Gary, is fucking nice. Right? So, Brian, I get that?
Well, so in my other dojo, I go over to we haven't done all for our customers. But it's probably the student probably the rule, tax program. If you were to,
How many active customers do you guys have? Yeah, look, again, a lot of Canada things, like, I think Clearbank is a really interesting model. Right. So, more, if you can.
they actually feature name on
With that, number two is raising capital, which we can talk about in conversions, but you might have different feelings for saying Jennifer or number three is like we talked about with our friends who said, hey, go guys, like I'm a this believer in peace. It works. We don't trust. It's like cashing in on trust. We've done all the right things. Everything here is honorable, good people, delivering, buying hard. Like, right? Like, that's trust. Trust can be monetized in pre-sale. You'll deliver. And then you'll have more trust. My dad didn't have cash flow for shit. Pre-sales, selling wine features saved my dad's business.
Which is why we were just thinking yesterday, we were like, it's 3 million to 60 for wine library. It's hard to scale that without any debt and just fully out of the profits of the company, right?
Yeah, it's why I went on to become Gary Vee. Like, I ended up being, like, what I didn't know at the time was like I was going to be an all-time businessman. You want to hear something scarier? Wine library did 3.8 million on 10% gross profit.
Ooh.
Yeah, you want some real CFO talk? Here we go. 380,000 sales before your expenses.
Oh.
And I grew that from 3.8 to 65 in 7 years with no credit line. Like I'm underweight. Because I never, you know why I'm underweight? Because I never go all the way there because I don't want to make it seem like my dad, like, it's kind of like a family thing. Like, right, but 3.8, 10% gross profit, no credit line.
Yeah, I've worked with a lot of companies who have those margins and they struggle on the debt companies to fund the growth.
Zero.
So that's a process.
But I did it through all the advice I'm giving now, right? Creating high margin items, pre-sailing. I also, look, I say it, but like, I had a lot of juice, right? I was working 17 hours a day, I had the talent, and there's a lot going on there, but that's what happens. And so, like, not that I expect that from everybody, but the nuances work. I'm not fucking making stuffed animals that can get caught up in LA, and we need to pre-sell that shit down today. You know, that's it. 70% of what's working, fucking squeeze the shit out of it, because you've got something good there, and you can fucking have nothing but fun with whatever creative idea you have, but here's the rule for your fucking PNF, charisma, and creativity like me, it's only pre-sale. Any copying shit out of your mouth is only pre-sale. And if you sell 7, by the way, you also make a lot more money when you pre-sale. You guessed how many fucking stuff you have. On pre-sale, you're like, oh shit, you can make more. You know? And when you price it with worst case scenario, we only sell 50 of a percentage cost. Now instead of sell 530, you get it cheaper for the whole thing.
We're good. Gary, can we get a photo of you, like, just smiling? Or not smiling, no. Okay. Good. 3, 2, 1. Love it. Thank you. That was great.
Hey, listen, this was a really epic session. It was sharp. I think, I don't know, I was in a good mood or something, or sharp, or it just all worked out, or whatever. A lot of, like, actually now looking around, it just feels like I've been doing everything that, like, I'm very tied into this crew. There's, like, a lot going on here. Listen, there's a couple things I want to leave you with. First, start falling in love with resale. This can really help you. Start like really good with that. Two, if you do not open up on TikTok content, you're making such a regretful moment because we've got 2 more years of this and then it's going to go away. It's going to go away, right? And so like I saw some of you guys with the new Apple updates and
Murky water's been moving south from DC by convoy for months. I've resisted hitting these till we got a shot for a big price. Here it is. Gold bullet. Hold that gun, going down to container 61. Hurry! Now we need to set the trap. More gasoline in container 12. Alright, let's get it over to where we need it. Find the crane controls. That's all of them. Let's get out of here.
You got more perspective. T-Rock, of course you do. Right? Fucking jump on board on my fucking pad. Sure. I mean, that's fine. Things like the intel, connect down, and if you're from Jersey, New York, Tri-State, right? These things, I think, as we go more audio over the next decade, every day in the world, every person is going to use their sonic branding, their audio tag. And so I'm, again, like I've done in my whole career, setting this up. I will not put out a fucking video without setting it up. That's just the way it's going to be. Everybody knows I can't pick them up and know they're old. exactly right. You know. No, I don't. God, did you see it? I'm just fucking a few on like how much I hate wow. You're more than that. I don't give a fuck what Jesus Christ got. You know everything. Zero. I'm a dad. I understand you were win-win and the three of us signed to me. And I'm like, how much is worth this whole thing right now? Yeah.
By the way, now we can get out of here. Get to the escape point. Follow the blue containers. Close the door in their faces. Blast the gas. We're almost finished. Get to the escape. Come on.
He's excited about the party tonight. Bad idea. Well, you got to teach him. That's on you. You're part of the problem, Tyler. You're part of the problem, Ty.
I blooded their nose.
Do you remember what I said to Justin? You're talking to me now? Like that. I'm the nicest. Are you kidding? Who am I? I fucking eat shit for a living. This was the song that actually got me crazy about Cap G.
Yeah.
Okay. Never win again. I jump in. E-rap. Please don't talk sports. If you want to talk girls, being the best guy, swag, being good looking, and rap, that's cool. But never have sports come out of your mouth again. Okay, sports with you, my man? You wanna go throw down on sports with me now? You know what's so amazing? I'm gonna destroy this song. This is what the best when you like to razz your buddies. The kid I'm debating with right now wanted to be a professional rapper. Like was in a group called Bad Appeal. Like this is a real thing. I am going to take so many pictures with the hottest rappers in the world tonight, and I'm gonna send every one of them to him. They'll crush him. He's fucking 44. He's finished. How about the college?
Why can't he have a comeback? He never was comeback.
I'm gonna say, who made it further than the rap? He said, I want to throw a buck. He said, no, fight. So I'm telling you, you don't understand the kids I went to school with. He goes, no. I want to throw bows. He just wants to. You want to know about this kid? He's probably like four inches shorter than me.
Standard bank job. If there is such a thing, you roll this one looks again. We've got an armored transport making.
Thanks, Al.
I understand. So, nothing too crazy. No.
One downtown Skyway, 5 pounds strategically placed C4.
What about Alex doing the house? Not as bad as in New York. This feels great. That's right. Yo. I love it. Being nice, that guy with the big hair and like all looking, I just look over, just a little smile, and he smiles back. It's like, it's nice. It takes, you fucking idiot influencers.
One downtown Skyway, 5 pounds strategically placed C4
of having a life where you can do anything you want, when the reason that's possible is because people admire your work or your content, or what you look like, or how you make them laugh, or how you make them feel, and then you go into the real world, and they want to interact just a little something, and you try to act cool with somebody. Fucking be nice. Kindness is the fucking foundation of actual success.
Three trucks are pulled over. Their crews are on the street.
Fuck you, Patriot. Of course.
I listen to you all the time.
Use whatever you got to open that sucker up.
Great meeting you. Thanks, Noah. Appreciate it. Noah just made this love ass. That was so bad. Such a great Facebook coast to coast post. Like from coast, like literally coast to coast. Something to the degree of like. Stop.
Eliminated.
That was Hello, the great Nick Colorado. Such a pleasure, Gary. Such a pleasure, Nick. I really shop right. And so I literally walked into the White House shop. Yeah. All of them. All of them. Springfield. Yeah. Explosion of this media is going to be incredible over the next decade. 100,000 passive consumption. You know what it is? Radio dominated the 40s. It's a single shit. Cycles. Passive. Game over. It's going to be a good. You're going to cruise the rest of your career with this ecosystem. It will happen. Pleasure. Hey, Thomas. Thank you. 100%. How are you? MC? Nice to meet you. MC's back here. It'd be super cool. And I'm going to clearly do it a lot in this series. So I think that's just like a cool, great thing. Yo! I'm doing extremely well. We don't stop. I'm in full, like, when you go there, as an athlete, like, once you're in it, that's exactly right. Like, actually, some people said that. You think about what you like. Yeah, so, is this like a tornado? Like, I've been really thinking about it. Like, is there going to be a moment where I reset? Like, I think it will be. I think it will come, be a moment where I'll be like, I'll be so overwhelmed and off the buy it all. And like, I start cooking right now with my family. You know, like, he is a human. But I'm talking about a human. He is a human. He is a human. It's like, no, I'm taking time to do it. Like that. It's not about that. It's all, no. Honestly, what's crazy about that? Gratitude. You know what's way better than fucking Adderall? Gratitude. When you're really fucking, when I said it here, like for me, if it's not like a fucking quote on Instagram, I'm thankful. I'm really thankful. I'm happy. You know, I look around, I'm like, wow. There's people out there. You know, there's shit. So, I live like it, not even thank every second. So, you know why? Because I know I can't hold on and be like, you're bad night. That's real. Like, how you work. Because when you say what happens next, you don't really watch on the court. When you're like that, yeah, then you don't care about other people. Like, that's like the real stuff. Yeah, man. I remember, guys. Good to see you guys. Good to see you guys again. You guys grow up fast. Fuck, you're like older already. With who? You are? Good for you guys. That's awesome. Good for you. How have you guys been? How'd you guys? I remember our meeting very, very well. The whole fucking crew. How did you guys take the feedback? Like, what happened post game that? Did you guys hear me? I Yeah, I remember.
We're not going to college, but it's calculated just like we're not just oh fuck, it's
Right. Being thoughtful. Patient? Sure is. Great to see you guys again. D-Rock, we call the content with these guys in it. I want everybody to see how much you grow up in 6 months. Like, you guys are literally older. It's fucking crazy. Hit me up anytime. Proud of you guys.
I don't know if you got this notice. I was trying to apply after he sent me the link.
For Vayner? We're fucking about to hire a fuckload of people. D-Rock, help me here. Take info, like, we're, seriously? Right? Yes, we're hiring.
Okay,
Crazy.
let's get your
Like,
run out.
uncomfortable.
This is personal for me, so let's stay sharp.
100%. Cool. Moving well? Good. Good to see you guys. Good to see you guys. Yes.
Great guy, and I'm a fan of you right here. With all these stars, you want to do.
Moving smart. Moving smart.
You like to go left on
Yes, how are you? I didn't have to. Right. Yeah. It's a pleasure. Thank you. Our chief marketing around culture and like HR. All I know is this is all one big game of human behavior, and everybody gets confused of what's actually going on. Thank you. I appreciate it. What do you think? You guys just send me something makes me trade yesterday from that. It's very good. Once again, more good ownership. Good ownership. Good ownership. Good ownership. I'm glad you said hello. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
athletes on my own, including the creator of ESPN.
Love.
Got myself a job.
Well, you made it happen for you.
Made it happen. Yeah. But now I'm figuring out how to dumb it down to. And anyways, I'd love to do a quick interview. Really? Like,
yeah. 100%.
So the inside shows the outside. I dress like Larry David. That actually is like great.
We have a beautiful face. We can do anything. And hair is I know Jewish and you have yourself yes.
Fred started out picking now it's 2.5.
Yep. It devastates me to say that out loud, but it's what I can just say. Yes.
What kind of celebration dance have you given them?
Well, since I'm not good at dancing, I would probably try to create something that I could trademark and build a business. So I probably create some sort of new like bull signal and then try to set shoe shit for next day. That's my deal.
I like it.
Okay.
All right, last thing,
Yes.
we got our shoe sign in one of our men's lifestyle sections. 94-year-old Jim told us the shoe stays the man.
Yes.
What are your ranking of shoes that you're getting up? I know you do the inside. Give a little fashion tips for the show.
Well, when you're at a place where you are in a place where you have your own signature shoes for the Swiss, so you get to humble brag on shows like this. So I wear my own shit. Fuck Jordan.
Very big, baby. What is your kicks? Check out the channel. He's a mostly there, very first day, just like me, baby. Let's go. You gentlemen show. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. Email Gary and Gary and I'll help you. You're dying? You're gonna help me help you. You good? No, I'm good. I'm good.
A lot of energy right there.
Thank you.
Gary Vee. I'm a big fan of yours.
Thank you so much.
Motivate me all the time.
I appreciate that.
On Twitter.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
I appreciate it. I will.
How about this energy right here?
Great kid.
Hey,
Hey,
Mark Caves from old friend of Ramos.
is that right?
Yeah. Is he still there?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Right on. Well, I'll be out there in 2 weeks.
I'm sure we'll see each other soon.
Great to meet you, man.
Thanks for saying hello.
All right.
Stuff, you know?
Doing all right?
Good to see you.
Good to see
Have
you.
you been?
Good.
All well?
Great, yeah.
What's going on?
Just plugging away. And then we got our skills getting.
Shine. What up, brother? You need somebody to come up there and shit on the Patriots? I'm happy to do it. Of course.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome. I cannot wait to see you at the National. I got a table. I'm
You did?
gonna
You did.
sell.
We gotta hook up before that night.
Okay.
So,
You
you
anything?
doing all right? I'm good.
On personal? Hit me up anytime.
Yeah. And we gotta get together though.
Any,
Good?
dude, you email me, I'm getting together.
All right.
I like you, I like the genre, anything you want.
Yeah. All right, cool.
I mean it.
All right. Everything good?
Yeah. I just ordered a box of the, what's the next fucking football shit that's coming out this week? It's coming out this week. Limited.
Oh, yeah. We broke
Yeah.
something yesterday.
Yeah. The fuck?
Beautiful.
You guys are fucking making too much shit. I love it. Tracy Howard. Tracy, Gary Vaynerchuk.
Yeah.
Pleasure.
Heather Kaplan from WSB, how are you?
How are you?
Do you mind if I do a social video with you?
Happy to do it.
Ready? Hey guys, I'm here with Gary Vee. Now tell me, why are you here in Atlanta celebrating the Super Bowl?
Because I'm not celebrating, because I hate the Patriots. There's no celebrating. I'm here doing business. I have VaynerMedia, I have Vayner Sports, so I have business to do. There's no celebrating going on here for me.
All right, so you're a Sean McVay Rams fan.
Like, enormously. I'm rooting for Sue and Sue. I'm pushing for Sue to end TB12's career, since it doesn't seem like he wants to ever fucking retire. I don't know if you guys are beefing here or what have you.
Maybe this year? Maybe?
Definitely not. He already said it. He's literally playing to 45. I already know it, and I have this weird feeling some like dust up of playing till 50 will probably get into his mind. I literally feel like this man's gonna play until I die at 150.
Would you be able to, I mean, obviously, it's a lot of hard work, some talent. Would you be able to though, give up everything that he's given up, like the sugar, the dairy?
Of course.
You would be able to do
I've given up leisure to like build my professional career. Like sugar's easy.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, when you're look, I think
Giselle in a Super Bowl.
look, it's this. I'm sure like you know, like we all know, like if you love something,
Yeah.
you're willing to give it up. Like everybody here is giving up something that somebody else loves.
Sure.
Right? Like, you know, for me and direct sugar might be like, whoa, right? But for others, so the reality is when you're passionate, giving up something for that passion actually comes natural to most people.
I love your Instagram posts. You have a lot of tips and motivation. What motivates you?
Leaving a legacy, trying to deliver on the fact that I was parented extremely well, and there's almost like an underlining gratitude and guilt thing going on, you know? Admiration. You know, I like when people come up to me and say thank you, and it's not because I can throw a football straight, it's because I've said something that's helped them deal with a negative situation with a parent or built a business that has helped them get out of debt. So, admiration. Yeah.
Gary, thank you so much. It's an honor.
Nice to meet you.
Quick outro for Access.
Yeah.
We just say, what's up, guys? It's Heather Kaplan from Gary Vee, and you can say, we're with Access Atlanta.
Access with, got it. We're with or I'm with? We're with? Whatever. I got it. Yeah.
Ready? Hey guys, Heather Kaplan here with the one and only Gary Vee. Thank you so much.
And everyone's with Access Atlanta.
That was great.
Take care, bye.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Appreciate it.
Hey.
on to MSM's coverage of Super Bowl 53. We're here with the one and only Gary V at the Media Center Radio Row on Friday. Gary, what's up, bro?
Life is very good. Thanks for having me.
Listen, people take the sports stuff too serious, and I love the way you do your thing, and I try to do shit like that. A lot of people say that I'm like the Howard Stern of the bodybuilding / sports communities. I don't know about that. Big shoes to fill, but you gotta have fun with this shit, right?
Well, I take sports extremely. Sports is actually the only place where I take things out of context. Like, I'm hyper emotional. Like, I hate the Patriots with all my heart. Like, I hate them more than I hate, like, warlords in Africa. I'm completely over the top in sports. I'm very calm in business. I'm very calm in real life. I'm unemotional in every part of my life except sports. So, you know, I take it very seriously.
I mean, it's kind of a strange past couple of seasons. A lot of NFL's taking some PR hits and stuff like that. So, how do you attribute that with the hoopla and the gala and the dog and pony show that is Super Bowl week?
Well, I mean, coming from the apex, like the NFL is the religion of America. So, coming a little bit down from that, it's still going to be a lot of hoopla and passion. And so, this is America's sport. And the reality is, it's got a long run in it. Obviously, it's dealing with certain issues, which are, in my opinion, appropriate on many levels, and I think it will navigate through it, because at the end of the day, you know, when you look at the AFC and NFC championship game, you know, those moments, those overtimes, you're capturing America's imagination in a way that very few things do.
And one last question. 2019,
yes.
What are we looking forward from you personally?
That's a great question. VaynerX, which is the holding company that has all my companies in, will probably have one or two more companies. And I've got one little secret thing in the sports world that will drop this spring that I'm extremely pumped about.
So are we, right here at the Media Center Radio Row with Gary V. Can you do a quick promo for me?
Sure.
Just say this is Gary V and you're watching MSTV. Quick and simple.
What's up, guys? It's Gary V and you're watching MSTV. Thank you, brother. Take care. Yes. Hey, Jason. Yes. Yes. Tyler, 1 o'clock? I'm sorry, 1 o'clock. Am I, no worries. Am I free in 8 minutes to do something? Yep. Okay, yes.
Yeah, it's Luke Thomas. We're just a channel about the Super Bowl.
Can't wait. Happy to talk. Awesome. Thank you.
Come right here and grab it.
I'll stay in this general area.
Anna Polsky from Westwood One Radio.
How are you?
I'm a fan.
Thank you.
I follow you. I look
You do?
at the wine library.
I love it, Jana. Oh, nice to meet you.
Really nice to meet you.
Such a pleasure.
I love all of your posts.
Thank you.
Videos. I love that you curse all the time. So
Jersey. Jersey. We're fucking Jersey. I love it. Fuck is right.
They're like, keep
That's
this on. I'm like,
no
yeah.
shit.
Yeah. Let's see when he gets his message across. So I just
Thank you,
wanted to say
Jana.
hi.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you. Please, please, thank you.
I'm in Westwood One.
Thank you.
Very well contacted.
Thank you. Yeah. When we were? Yeah. Or in general, or Army? Got it, keep going.
Like our, so here's where we're at. You already know our situation.
Yep.
We started like taking videos much more serious. It's been such a good supporting everyone. High level clients like, yeah, like Devontae Freeman. Yeah. The real cars and like, some of our clients because we took this up instead of article. So we did free stuff.
Branding versus sales.
Yes.
Everything comes to me. I don't go and get it.
That's
Me too. That's what I'm trying to get a fucking generation to understand.
you say you your brand is like
And by the way, like religion and college and like everything. Sports brand is like, and everyone's trying to do short-term money and short-term tactics, which dilutes brand. When you extract money out of people's pockets, you might have gotten it, you're just not gonna get it again. I'm not everybody's fucking money if I want it in perpetuity. Just trying to bring value. You fucking put your head down, close your fucking ears, build unlimited brand, and the world will come to you with more dollars than you ever fucking would have gotten if you fucking stole it. So it's humility and patience. If you fucking want a Lambo, and if you want to buy a $15,000 table at Vayner Sports' party tonight, it's hard to do what I'm telling you. I keep reminding people, listen to what I've been saying. I didn't do shit until I was fucking 40. Like, this is, like, you know, where do you go from here? It's fucking working for 6 months. Why don't you do it for 6 years and find out how much fucking leverage you have? You're still gonna be fucking, fuck, I would rip my fucking leg off. No, I know you're not. I'm just getting excited. I would literally rip my leg off to be your age in 6 years. Would literally be like, fuck it. Like, fucking give me, like, I need it. I'm really telling you, like, you give me 26 years old, 24 years old, like, I'm like, fuck it, man, this leg's not worth 20 years, I'll give it to you. Like, you're in such a great spot. And the fact that you're starting, look, this is probably the thing I'm most excited about with my legacy. I'm getting kids young now. You guys are representing the first generation of me getting in early and actually getting people out before they would have went through the cliche path, and now you have all the upside. I'm getting people who fucking realize they fucking did it wrong. They're 46, they gotta fucking retrain themselves, start over. You're in it now. So where do I think you go from there? Look, it's okay to make a couple bucks along the way, but this people should bring value to clients, like build leverage, brand leverage.
I just want to pay my bills on time.
I agree. And then back to what I said, look, like how rugged are you guys willing to live? Like,
Share your one bedroom.
this fucking fires me up. So then I would say that, look what I do, right? K-Swiss, wine, like VaynerMedia. I build other little businesses so that I can give you all the content for free and not charge you $10,000, right? So maybe you can do a side hustle. Like, I'll give you something. Why you do this? Why don't you learn how to sell shit on Amazon that you buy in China? That's just a good skill to have. See where I'm going? Now all of a sudden you might be making, enough to pay your bills on selling a fucking bow ties or straps or camera lenses that you're flipping. All this shit I'm putting is putting it together. Or you get people that are not as big time as these clients that are smaller businesses that you do charge $1,000 for a project, but then it comes down to hours. A full-time client? I got it. Yeah. Well, in my opinion, based on it, I'm ready when you are, because I don't want to fuck you up. Okay. I think that you need to think about who you're doing it for. If you go all in, it's a much better idea to do it for somebody like me. You understand? Let me. Sure can, Carlos. Thank you very much. No worries. Alvin!
All right. Later.
Life is good. Thank you for having me on.